day without him, brother.
All right, 6 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. We start a brand new week together with the kickoff hour. If you are tuning in for the first time, well, hello, how are you? If you are checking us out on YouTube for the first time, hello. There you see Greg sitting down. He's getting things going. And we're the two that'll get you through this hour to the start of the next hour where the main show starts. And we thank you for being with us. And there he is, sitting over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. What's up, my friend?
I'm getting buckled in.
What's going on?
Getting buckled in here.
Well, you had some buttons to push over
got
there.
A button or two.
Yeah, coming into the frame here. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How about you?
Good.
I saw you Saturday. So.
I know. You did. You saw me Saturday, and it was good to see you, my friend.
Yeah, we had a great time.
We did. We will be talking about that, the Rick Burgess 60th birthday celebration.
Come on.
And it brought so many together and so much fun. It involved karaoke music and a lot of laughter and a lot of fellowship and great food. And
saw some people I ain't seen in a while.
It was just a blast. And so we have got
beautiful day.
Pictures, video, and stories from this past weekend that you definitely don't want to miss today. And also when it comes to the sports world, I want all of you to know, because been getting hammered on social media, email. Are we going to hear from Dicky after the loss to Tennessee? I have been trying to catch him all weekend long, and he claims he might be available today. And so don't miss that either, as we hope to have the reaction from Dicky coming this morning from this past weekend, and the recap from that. But yeah, that the get together was right in the middle of the bigger games of the weekend, so we were getting some updates and saw that Alabama was winning, and then Tennessee scored late in the fourth, and then held off Alabama, and we were sitting there in shock, going, "Wow!" So that happened.
I was at the party, and I got to looking, and my son-in-law is a big Bama fan.
Okay.
And I see him over, the kids are there, and I look, and he's looking at the plant on the table.
Right.
Well, I look, his phone's in there, and he's got the Alabama-Tennessee game on. So I'd go over and stick my head over and check every now and then.
So that goes back.
He had a terrible look on his face too.
What was that commercial gosh almighty. Anyway, it was somebody on a date, and they had the game on in their lap or whatever.
Yeah.
And it was supposed to be what's going on? So that was him.
Yes, he had a head in the plant.
Well, there was a lot of that going on. A lot of refreshing of updates and scores, and then, gracious almighty, Georgia. So you go into Texas and make them like it.
Boy, did they. And I thought Texas would win. I thought Texas might be the best team in the country at the moment, but Georgia got after them.
They did.
Boy, did they. This is a wild, wild, wild season going on.
It is insane is what it is. So we'll have all those updates, but neither one of us just got to sit down and watch it, but we will have updates and see, get your reaction as well. And like I said, hopefully get Dicky Nadmire's reaction. They do have a new top 25 out, and I was kind of wondering, when does the official
It ought to be soon.
Yeah,
my goodness,
I know
we're past the halfway mark.
Right now, it's still the AP poll, and it has Oregon now number one. They're 7-0. They
really,
boy, that squint you just gave me.
Well, I'm just for some reason, to me this year they've just kind of out of sight, out of mind in my world.
I know.
Evidently not. Evidently they're pretty good.
And you talking about how out of the loop I am with Oregon? They showed highlights of, I guess Fox is going to be at this next game. I think they have Nebraska next or something. Oh no, Illinois, I guess.
Hey.
What?
Illinois
is good. So is Indiana. Indiana's good too.
Oh, I know. They can't believe it.
But Oregon, I didn't know this quarterback. They're like, and Heisman hopeful, and they showed Oregon's quarterback.
Oh, really?
And I was like, so I had no idea. Anyway, they're legit. They beat Purdue 35-0, and they moved up from 2 to 1. Georgia's moved up 3 to number 2. They're at 2. Penn State has stayed at 3. They're at Wisconsin next. Ohio State has stayed at 4. Texas dropped 4, and they're at number 5 now.
Yeah.
And Miami escapes Louisville. That was a good game, 52-45. They stayed at 5. Tennessee moved up from 9th to 5th. Excuse me, they moved up 4. I'm sorry. They moved up 4 to 7. And then LSU stayed at 8. Clemson moved up 1 to 9. And wrapping up the top 10, Iowa State dropped 1, and they're at number 10. If you want to know where Alabama is, they're at 15. They dropped 8 slots. They're at 15. And, you know, we were sitting here talking about this past week, we were talking about the playoffs and the 12-team playoffs and how different it's going to look, and Jimmy Jam and who's going to win conferences. And it's the top-ranked conference teams, you know, top 5, and then the top 4 get a bye. Do you know that Texas A&M is sitting there 4-0 in the conference, and LSU is sitting there 3-0 in the conference for the SEC? They're the leaders in the SEC.
I heard it on the way in today.
And Texas A&M just sitting there quietly. They went to Mississippi State and beat them 34-24. Dad said he listened to that game, and State had some chances.
Yeah, they got after them.
Unfortunately,
they're getting better.
But since Notre Dame beating Texas A&M, they hadn't lost. You remember when they started the season off?
That's right.
And they have sat there and they're just sitting there quietly winning. And so they beat Mississippi State, and their next opponent is coming up against LSU this coming weekend.
That'll be a good one.
On ABC. It's a 6:30 p.m. Central Time start. So
how about that?
Anyway, so that's that. And then when over to Major League Baseball, there's some teams that have punched their ticket to the World Series, the Yankees and the Dodgers. They will play this coming Friday, and it will all start Game 1 this coming Friday on Fox. And the Dodgers beat the Mets 10-5 yesterday, and then on Saturday the Yankees put out the Guardians 5-2. Juan Soto's home run wasn't it bad? Good night. And so anyway, there you go. No Subway Series, unfortunately, and we were all rooting for it. But you got the
we
two.
don't know why we were. We thought it was sharp.
I know. You got some the two largest markets in the country will play.
A lot of history.
Mm-hmm.
Yankees and Dodgers.
Yeah. It's going to be pretty good. I can't wait to see it. Starts this coming Friday.
I say this every year. I know we added a few rounds, blah blah blah, but
feel
it
like
just
it's going
seems
later?
like it's late.
Do you? Does it?
I know it was always in October, always,
Mm-hmm.
but
yeah.
I just feel it just feels late to me for some reason. I know it's not.
Yeah.
But I mean, because we're more than halfway through the football season and we're still playing baseball.
Oh yeah.
But Greg, that's always been that way. So I don't know why I'm thinking it's different.
Yeah.
You remember Reggie Jackson was Mr. October for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it used to be early October as opposed to late.
I don't know, but we discuss this. You're right, every year. I don't know what's up. I did see a little bit last night, and I want to apologize for something today. There are 2 Monday night football games again, and I know you don't like that, but
it dumbs it down.
I know. Last night I did get to see the Jets. They got hit pretty hard by the Steelers, 37-15, and
I saw just a second of that game, and Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
Looked like on this particular drive had the yips.
Yeah, right. He couldn't catch. Did
he ever get it right?
Yeah, yes.
Well, they won, I guess.
Yeah,
but did you see it was just one series? He missed 2 people.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you could tell he was holding on the ball too long, and it was at their feet.
Yeah.
And I'm going, what has got in his head?
I know. But then he can throw the deep ball and Pickens.
Yeah, these were all people coming out of the backfield he was trying to hit. You're right. They wasn't the deep ball.
No. So Pickens from Hoover.
Yeah.
All right. Can I go back with you on something real quick? I want to make sure I got the right guy. All right, Robbie Ashford was a quarterback for Hoover.
Yes.
And Pickens was a receiver. And
Wait,
help me on this. Do I
Pickens
have the right
was
guy?
On there. I think Ashford was on the team, but that other guy had beat him out. You remember they had another quarterback?
Was it? Okay.
I know because Taylor was at Grayson then when they played him 2 years.
But didn't Grayson come to the Met and play Hoover? Because I came to that game and sat with you.
Yes.
And Pickens was a receiver
Pickens
that
was
game.
a receiver.
And I thought Robbie had he came in.
The other guy, he may have got some snaps, but there was
Who
another
was the other guy?
I can't remember his name, but he was a starter. Or was that? Wait a minute, maybe that was the year. They played him 2 years. The first year was in Grayson. Or I may have that backwards. I can't remember. I know Pickens was on both years, I believe.
Okay. Because I remember seeing him and how
Ashford may have been the quarterback. I'm not sure. I know there was another. It was between because Ashford was really, I think he was like a 9th or 10th grader
right
then, And there was this other guy, and I can't think of his. He was really good.
Okay. See, I thought maybe Robbie Ashford came in one time, and because I remember him taking off up the middle and running
they
or
probably
something.
Had some packages.
But
I think he was.
But
really,
I remember
he was
Pickens
really
from Hoover High School, and now with the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he's been owning it. But he went off last night. But every time I see him, I'm thinking, so that's that kid I was watching.
I know.
Sitting there at the Hoover Met when Grayson came.
Big,
played
tall,
Hoover.
tall guy, good player.
Wow, very good player. All right, sorry. I just wanted to pull it together, make sure I had that right.
You may be right.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll come right back. No, normally you're on those because I mean you following the teams pretty.
Yeah,
I just came and sat with you that one, so I'm sure you know who was playing.
That was Grayson years and starting to fade as time moves on.
It's been a minute. All right, 16 minutes, almost 17 minutes past the hour. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A medical test can reveal your body's biological age, which can show if you're aging prematurely. Better nutrition has been shown to reverse one's bio-age. Now, my hope of living better and healthier is why I take Field of Greens. Field of Greens is an organic superfood fruit and vegetable drink backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. Join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping. Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX or rickandbubba.com for a link. Here's an amazing deal. The standard MyPillow retails for $49.98, but for a limited time, how about this? You receive one for only $14.98. Queens are $18.98 and Kings $19.98. Now, there's a limit of 10 on this offer, and the MyPillow is made with patented adjustable feel, so it adjusts to your exact individual needs regardless of your sleep position and holds its shape all night long so you get the best sleep. Go to mypillow.com/bigbox to enjoy savings plus orders over $75. Get free shipping. Also, find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's nothing more frustrating than your earbuds won't work, so Raycon is making your everyday easier with their best-selling everyday earbuds. 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity. Raycon's everyday earbuds are now even more easy to use. They're available in a variety of vibrant new colors, and the quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio. And right now, you get 20 to 50% off site-wide when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox. Buyraycon.com/bigbox or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. In just a few short weeks, Americans will head to the polls with critical issues at stake. It can feel overwhelming, so why not align with a company that stands for the values of its members? That's why we stand with AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. For just $1 at amac.us/bigbox, you can get all kinds of benefits, retirement planning, and discounts, and AMAC card-carrying members get savings on travel, roadside service, and an array of other cost savings. All you got to do is go to amac.us/bigbox. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
If your spine needs some extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses made from your personal preferences, you'll find one that's right for you, and Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order or go to rickandbubba.com. With Helix, better sleep starts now. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. All right, when it comes to protecting your home, it's always better to stop trouble before it starts. That's why Simply Safe is changing the game with Active Guard Outdoor Protection. Now, it offers a double layer of defense, cutting-edge AI plus real-time monitoring by Simply Safe's agent to prevent crime before it happens. Save 50% on a new Simply Safe system with a select professional monitoring plan at simplysafe.com/bigbox. That's simplysafe.com/bigbox, or find that link at rickandbubba.com. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without 'em, brother.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, there is no other
Rick and Bubba.
waking on
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Greg, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremonies this past weekend. I think I heard this right. Sammy Hagar got up and talked about Foreigner going in.
Okay.
And I think told a story about Jukebox Hero and about how it's about, them. It's about artists finally making it and being, in the jukebox.
Right.
And he gave a pretty funny story. He's like, as an artist, and he goes, and some of you out in the seats, y'all have got to be honest with yourself. When you heard this, you were like, dang, why didn't I come up with that? Like, man, this is a good one.
That's a good one.
But Foreigner finally goes in.
Finally, they were one of the bands that people for years have been going, what are we waiting on?
Yeah.
So they finally went in.
They finally went in.
And, of course, I think, the touring band now, the current, they're all replacements. None of them are original.
Mm-hmm.
So they weren't only the originals were inducted.
Mm-hmm.
And I think some of them, like the main guy, Mick Jones, who wrote all the songs, he's health-wise, he couldn't be there.
Okay.
So a lot of people are going, well, yeah, y'all waited so long to put him in there, and now he couldn't even come. You know?
Yeah.
A lot of times they wait so long that they're already dead before. And so I don't know what used to be on HBO Live or something. I haven't seen it. It'll come out in some form.
Right.
And I'll usually check it out a little bit.
Yeah. Apparently there were some really good stories from the stage on different things. They were talking. One is Peter Frampton talked about being on tour with the Who, and Roger Daltrey of the Who inducted Peter Frampton into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and there was a lot of laughter in the background when Peter was telling a funny story about being on tour with him in the early days. So.
Yeah.
I'm sure they've got tons and tons of stories, but I can't wait to see it.
And he was another one that everybody was going, he should have already been
why
years
is he not?
ago.
Yeah.
So, anyway, and then they'll put people in that I don't know who they are, don't care.
That always happens.
Sharp.
That always happens. So yesterday, Greg, probably 1:30. Beautiful day where we live.
It was,
I know those of you around the country experiencing different things, but where we live, it was absolutely gorgeous. Did you weed eat the ditch?
Yeah, just a little corner I needed to hit.
Lisa says you need to stay on top of that more.
Oh, that ditch looks good right now. That ain't because of me, but it looks good.
How about everything starts slowing down? It's.
Oh, I know.
I'm wondering if I've had my last cut or not.
Between the drought and
Yes.
it cooling off,
Well, I'm glad you said that because that's where I was headed. We decided to go down to Lenore Farms, and that's down in the Chilton County area. For those of you around the country, that's south of Birmingham, between Birmingham and Montgomery, and take the four-wheeler down. And there were some things we wanted to put out, some cameras we wanted to put out. Boy, story there. And Suzanne and Tommy were going to meet us. And we were going to have a day, and Terry's like, let's go. It's a pretty day. And we go down there, and because it hadn't rained any, you jump out on a dirt road or something. It's like somebody, my gracious, the dust is crazy. Everything is so dry. But we got out and got riding around, and we tried to stay by each other because they had their side by side. Terry was just riding on the 4-wheeler with me, and we tried to stay side by side as long as we could. And then sometimes the trails wouldn't allow it, and you get behind them, you having to wait. But it was you can tell how bad it has gotten. And we planted green fields a week ago, and there's no rain in sight.
No, it may never rain again.
Good gracious! But we had the best time. It was
a perfect day.
It was one of those days where you didn't really even sweat, and at times you might feel a little breeze. It was kind of cool, but it was gorgeous, man.
It was.
God, it was so nice. But yeah, we got on the 4-wheeler, and Terry's like, "Well, by George, we're going to ride on your 4-wheeler." I have a 2004 Yamaha Bruin 350. And I'm told they don't make them like that anymore.
Yeah.
And it has stayed in my garage a lot, and it's only used from time to time. And I admit I have to do better on making sure that the gas isn't sitting in the carburetor and all that. I mean, we all have that. Anything that sits up like that, you have to prep it.
Pressure
and make sure.
washer.
Yeah,
all that.
you got to make sure. So, I mean, as far
Which
as
I never
cosmetically how it looks, it doesn't look like a 2004. I mean, it's been kept in good condition, but the guts of it is it needed some work. And I was dripping gas, not majorly, but just every night drip, and then drip when it was off. And so I would have to turn the gas line off, and then I could turn the gas line back on. It'd run like a top. But then the choke cable somehow came loose to the carburetor, and so when I turned it on, it was just like, just high RPM. So I'm like, okay, I finally got it. I got to get this thing looked at. This is over my head.
You couldn't fix it?
No, I couldn't. And so I'm like, all right. So I started calling around to all these 4-wheeler places and everything. And how old is it? 2004. Oh yeah, we don't work on anything older than 10 years old. What? Okay. Well, who
does that
does?
mean it's unfixable?
Yeah, I'm like, who does?
Yeah, I don't get that.
And
so y'all don't anything problem that's something that's more than 10 years old. You don't know how to fix it.
Well, some of them have a policy; they just don't. And the ones I called. Now, some of you might be going, "We do." Well, I'm not talking about you. I was just these are the ones I called in the Birmingham metro. But they did give me a number, and they all said I got one that's highly recommended, and they do this. And called around to some of my friends too, and they said, "Oh, we've used them; they're good." So I dropped a couple of weeks ago. I dropped the 4-wheeler off, and I told them what the problem was, and they said, "Okay, we're backed up a little bit," and you could tell when I pulled up, inside the fence there was 4-wheelers and side by sides everywhere, and I said, "Hey, got it. That's why I'm getting it to you this early, so I can get it back in time for the hunting season and everything else." So like, okay. So anyway, I get a call from them. Went and picked it up on Friday, and if I was to sell, and I'm not, and the guy told me I better not because again they just don't make them like this anymore. If I was to sell my Yamaha Bruin 350, I might get $3,500 to $4,000 for it. The bill for me to pick it up was $971.
Did you have any idea
it was going to be? They had to rebuild the carburetor. They had to reattach the
get
cable.
A heads up that this...
They ran a list of things that were wrong with that thing.
You couldn't believe it.
Rick and Bubba.
We all have two ages, our true age and our biological age. Our bio age suggests how healthy or unhealthy we are inside. You want your bio age years younger than your true age. Let me tell you how Field of Greens is helping me do that. I love this stuff. I definitely feel better taking it. Field of Greens is an organic superfood, fruit and vegetable drink. And listen to this. Field of Greens was approved for a university study that doctors believe may lower your body's biological age. That generally means better health. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was selected by doctors to support vital body functions like heart, liver, kidneys, metabolism, your immune system. Only Field of Greens is backed by the Better Health Promise. At your next physical or checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. So why don't you join me in better health with 15% off and free shipping? Go to fieldofgreens.com, use the promo code BIGVOX, or go to rickandbubba.com, rickandbubba.com, find the link under the sponsors button. If your spine needs a little extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everybody's unique and everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models for you to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe collection and then Helix Elite collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test a new mattress than by sleeping on it. So you get a 100-night trial, so see how you like it. With more than 12,000 five-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order or visit rickandbubba.com for the link. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee, so if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right, you get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com. All right, let me guess, your medicine cabinet's crammed with stuff that doesn't work. You still can't sleep, you still hurt, and you're still stressed out. Well, clear out the cabinet and reset your health with CB Distillery. CB Distillery's targeted formulations are made from the highest quality clean ingredients. There's no fluff, there's no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. In 2 non-clinical surveys, 81% of customers experienced more calm, 80% said CBD helped them with pain after physical activity, and an impressive 90% said they slept better with CBD. If you struggle with a health concern and haven't found relief, check out cbdistillery.com, but you need to use the code BIGVOX for a discount. Over 2 million customers and a solid 100% money-back guarantee, CB Distillery is the source to trust. Get 20% off today at cbdistillery.com with the code BIGVOX, or find a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Rick and Bubba.
day without a
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour. I am Speedy. There sits one Greg Burgess. Main show starts right after top of the hour. As we went to break, I was telling you about the cost of the four-wheeler repair.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason why the cost ran up, and they originally gave me a window of, hey, look, probably $400 or $500 once you rebuild the carburetor, fix that cable, labor. That's kind of what we're dealing with. But then the list grew. And
all of a sudden.
Yeah, and we have filters that just
nearly doubled.
Oh, yeah. The list was a page long of things that were wrong with it. And I had, It's been a minute since I had it serviced, but it ran when when the cable wasn't bad. It would run. It would be fine. It wasn't running great, but as much as I used it, But then I'm off in it, and you got a bill, and you got to pay it, and you got to go pick it up.
What are you gonna do?
I told Terry that number, and she said, "Excuse me, well, what did you just say?"
Well, it was a little higher.
She said, "So you just spent $1,000 on a four-wheeler that's worth about $3,500."
Well, yes.
And I'm like, well, when you put it like that, yeah, that is correct.
But listen.
But hey, they don't build them like this anymore.
Yeah, dadgummit.
The mechanic said they're probably better than something you could buy new just because of the parts. Now that's what he said.
How about that?
So yeah, So when I said, "Hey, honey, you want to go down and I got to do some things and got to check on a feeder and put some cameras out and stuff," and she said, "We taking the four-wheeler?" I said, "Yeah." She goes,
You're gonna use that thing a lot.
Let's go use that puppy and let's make sure that it works.
Y'all gonna start driving through the neighborhood,
and we did, and it really was more on me, and they really what I need to do is I need to unscrew the thing and drain the gas out of the carburetor and all this if it's going to sit up more than 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and it's really on me when it comes to that. And he said this was done years ago, and you just put a Band-Aid on it and just kept driving it, and so
and now here's your bill.
It just is what it is.
Here's you about $1,000.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She said, "Oh, we're going to ride on it." Oh, there was a couple times I forgot about her.
Yeah, you goosed it a little.
I did, and like there might be a small tree that had fallen over, and I'm bumping over it and stuff. She's flying all over the place,
sliding the back end around.
I noticed she was trying to squeeze on me a little bit.
Well, she was afraid she's going to fall off. Don't get carried away, buddy.
Yeah. I'm like, honey, wow, really holding on.
This dust.
Yeah. All right, so I understand it's Back to the Future Day. What's that about, Greg?
I don't know. We talking about the movie? What are we
I
talking
don't know.
about? We would have to be because we really can't go back to the future.
No, we can't. October 21st is Back to the Future Day. First celebrated in 2015, a signature year for series fans of the original Back to the Future, which was in 1985. Hard to believe. It grossed about $400 million worldwide.
I love the first one.
Mm-hmm.
And I never watched the others.
You didn't?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Especially the one where he's a cowboy or something stupid.
Yeah.
I mean,
the original,
I thought the first one was just perfect.
Is it one of those movies, if you're surfing and it's on, do you stop or do you just keep on going?
Yeah, I do normally.
Yeah.
I mean, it's no Green Mile, but it's close.
Yeah. One of the classic movies that I'll stop is if Gladiator is on, I'll stop. And the hype of this new one coming out, everybody's all about it. I think it's in a month or about 3. By the time we know who the president is, it'll be out. I can tell you that.
Braveheart's another one.
Braveheart. I'll stop on that one.
You better have a minute because it's a long one.
Of course, Twister. I'll stop on that. That's a great
Roadhouse.
Yeah, got to stop there.
The name is Dalton.
But I know how you are with originals and then remakes, and because we can't come up with things on our own, we got to remake, just legendary movies. Will Gladiator even hold up to the original at all? Does it? I mean, do they dare even try?
They've waited long enough. You know what I'm saying? When they rush them is when they're usually really bad.
And I haven't done the research on it. I don't know. Are they going to tell the exact same story?
No,
or pick anything up?
This is like the kid in the first one.
Mm-hmm.
He's grown.
Oh,
and it's something he's a big player in it.
Okay,
I think Lucius, is that his name?
Is it the son?
The son of the
what's her name?
Yeah,
I got it.
Anyway, I
love
think
how you went.
It's supposed to be like they're not. It's not the remake of the first.
Okay,
it's just like another version, which I don't mind. I hate sequels like Beverly Hills Cop 2 and 3 and stuff like that. But when you like Rocky, I can live with that because it was a storyline,
right?
It always, and you wanted to know what happened to Rocky,
and
his family,
yeah.
You know, I mean, once Axel solved that first one, and which Beverly Hills Cop 1 is one of my favorite movies of all time, but and Lethal Weapon, same way.
Mm-hmm.
After the first one, just stop because now you're just trying to make stuff up.
Right.
If you got a continuation of a story, okay. But anyway,
yeah. Well, it's Back to the Future Day, my friend, and so that's today, and you need to celebrate it. McFly, Doc Brown, and all of the other memorable characters of Back to the Future are celebrating today as well. And
Now, who knows that they're celebrating?
this article says that all
They
the
check with all of them.
Yeah, the casts that are still
Everybody's celebrating.
the casts that are still kicking and able. They are celebrating today. I saw, speaking of movies, and I should have just Googled this and researched it, but I saw where The Rock has a new movie coming out, and it appears as though the guy that from Farmers Insurance that does all he's Santa or something, and he gets kidnapped or something.
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. I saw it last night.
The Rock has to go rescue him.
Yeah, I think I was like, what is this? Have you seen it?
No,
have you seen that trailer?
Not.
Okay,
It's
coming out. And I was watching it was either the World Series. I was catching a little bit of that, or it was the Jets game. And I saw the trailer. I don't know the last time we've actually been to a movie theater. I used to love going to movies.
I did
that
too.
was fun. Now it's like we'll just, I guess, with our schedule and where we are, we'll let it come out.
And they
on
come
streaming.
out so quick now. They go
They
to streaming
do.
in a hurry. 'Cause
I mean,
a lot of times you got to pay big money if you want it.
Yeah.
I just waited out.
But like I told Terry, it's like there was one. What was it that we bought one, and it was like you could buy it for $20.
You accidentally
bucks.
bought it.
No, but think about this. So, and I don't know that I'll ever go back and watch it again. I have no idea. But let's say you buy one. You could buy one for $24 or rent it for $19. Why don't you buy it?
Or wait and rent it at $5.
Yeah, you
months
could. You
later.
could. But let's say you're excited about it.
Yeah.
If you go to the movie theater, it's going to be $40 by the time you buy a movie, and you of course, got to have popcorn, right?
Sure.
And so
Coke.
why not having your library?
Yeah.
I did tell Terry I don't know that we've gone back and watched any movies in a library.
Well, like I say, I've got a few myself. I've never. But if we want to see Elvis again, we can watch it.
Yeah. Now with the Christmas classics, we bought all the Christmas. We will go back and watch those during Christmas, or just have one on and have it running.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I saw that movie. The trailer for the Rock deal. It looks like Santa has been kidnapped or something.
Okay.
Let me see. Rock Christmas movie.
You brought up Back to the Future. Do you remember when we had Biff on the show at the old studio?
Yes.
He was a good interview.
Yes, he was.
Seemed like he even played guitar and did some funny songs and stuff.
Red one is going to be that one.
Red one.
You get red one.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
All right,
I
go
wouldn't
ahead.
say that.
Anyway, go back to Biff. Sorry.
No, I was just in my mind.
He was very nice.
Yeah, and he was funny.
Yes.
Because he was in town because he had a stand-up routine he was doing at the comedy club. And it seemed like he had a guitar and everything. And
he did. He was really talented. He was very nice, just humble.
yeah,
just
so we didn't know what
great
to
guy.
expect. I wanted Biff to come in give me a scob my knob like he did Marty McFly. Well, that's fine.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866 We Be Big is our number. Okay, October 21st is the day they went back to in 1955.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Texas.
All right, Dan.
866-932-3244.
That makes sense.
Today is Back to the Future Day. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code EXTRA or text EXTRA to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code EXTRA.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You can be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text EXTRA to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. There's nothing more frustrating than when an everyday item that you depend on doesn't work. You know what doesn't cause that kind of fuss? Raycon's best-selling everyday earbuds. Raycon's everyday earbuds are made to make your everyday a little easier. Every time they update the product, they add new features to make them even more easy to use, like 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And they're available in a variety of vibrant new colors. That sounds good to me. But Raycons sound even better. Seriously, the quality on these guys rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and Raycon offers a 30-day happiness guarantee. So if you need to make a return, that's pretty dang easy too. Stop the fuss. Go to buyraycon.com/bigbox today and get 20 to 50% off site-wide. That's right. You get up to 50% off everything on Raycon's website when you go to buyraycon.com/bigbox or use the link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another day without him, brother.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour. Now 11 minutes until top of the hour. I'm Speedy. There sits one Greg Burgess. And speaking of Greg, I know you had a great night's sleep on your Helix
I
sleep.
did.
Oh, buddy.
Every night.
Every night. We've been telling you a lot about Helix Sleep for many years now. You can get your own right now and save 20%. HelixSleep.com/BigVox, BIGVOX. Fall is here and winter is coming, and that means more time snuggling in the bed, Greg, getting all warm and cozy.
I like when it's kind of nipping there.
Oh, yeah, get up under there, get all warm. If you're not sleeping well, you need to check them out. It could be your mattress. HelixSleep.com/BigVox. Save 20%.
20%.
Top quality, too. This is luxury. That's very affordable. top quality luxury brand of helixsleep.com/bigvox mattresses. They own their own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made right here in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers, and it's shipped directly to your door from their facility. And you'll be amazed that so the mattress is in there.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you open that puppy up and boop,
out
there
it
it
pops,
is.
and there it is.
Yep.
You got 100 nights.
Take a sleep quiz to find that perfect mattress. It takes
That's
about
right. I'll take it.
minute and a half, 2 minutes. You say it's really easy
Quick.
to do. Quick. They'll
Match you
personalize
right
that
up.
mattress, and they go, okay, I see what you need. And
yeah,
it
you
ships
like-
straight
sleep on
to
your
your
back,
door.
boom.
It ships free of charge, too. It keeps getting better. If you aren't satisfied, they'll pick it up, and you can return it with full refund, no questions asked, that 100-night guarantee. And they've got a full lineup, too, of 20 unique mattresses, including their award-winning Luxe and Ultra Premium Elite collections. They offer a Helix Plus and a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, as well as kids, too. So they've got the Helix kids mattresses. So check them out right now, helixsleep.com/bigvox. Been awarded the #1 mattress by GQ and Wired Magazine, and are recommended by many leading chiropractors and doctors of sleep medicine as a go-to solution for improving your sleep. 20% off today, helixsleep.com/bigvox. Helix is spelled HELIX, sleep, put it all together, .com/bigvox, and your mattress will ship right to your door, and you'll save 20%. So check it out right now. You can always go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. All right, so have you heard about what, Elon Musk is on the trail now trying to help President Trump.
He really is, isn't he?
And he's out speaking and doing different things. Have you heard him announce that he's going to be giving away $1 million a day to a registered voter in a swing state that signs his petition supporting the First and Second Amendment?
You're going to randomly just pick them if you signed up?
Yes.
Hey.
Is that not? That's something else, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
We want to try to get as many people as possible to sign this petition. So I have a surprise for you, which is that we're going to be awarding $1 million randomly to people who have signed the petition every day from now until the election.
And we wish we lived in the swing states.
Yeah, sign his petition. Wow. Okay. If you're on the fence, that may push you right to the other side.
Wow.
Of course. Now think about this. No, he's signing his petition. Okay. Not. I was supposed to say, if it's just registered to vote, I mean, they can do that.
No, it's just
he has a petition that he won't sign.
Correct. It's a PAC that supports former President Trump to help register voters. But the $1 million a day is a pledge to registered voters in a swing state that signs his petition supporting the First and Second Amendment.
Yeah.
Hey, wow, that's really wish we lived in a swing state.
I mean, I would sign it anyway, but there's a little, incentive there. It doesn't hurt, right?
Yeah, right. And we've got audio and video of Trump working the McDonald's drive-thru
with his apron on.
Do you see? This was in Pennsylvania. Did you see him come into town? And the line.
I didn't see the footage, but
I don't know how many
huge
rows
crowd.
deep it was on the side of the road, but Terry looked and said, "If that man right there loses, something's up." It was mania. Oh yeah, he's working the drive-thru.
He's giving out combo meals.
Yeah, there's video inside and out. Him making some fries.
I bet he ate something. He loves fast food.
Oh yeah, he loves McDonald's, and it was a play off the fact that Kamala claimed that the debunked story now that she had worked at a McDonald's. Yeah. So he's like, well, I'll tell you what I'll do.
I'll work at McDonald's, so I can say I did.
And then he was at the Jets game, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And a woman ran onto the field with a Trump sign.
Did she get tackled?
Yeah, she ran onto the field waving a pro-Trump sign during the Jets-Steelers game as President Trump was watching from the box. And it was a female supporter invaded the field during the Steelers win over the Jets. And she came running onto the field late in the game, it says, while waving the pro-Trump sign before she was apprehended by security. Her sign read, "Trump, secure border. Kamala, open border." And she received cheers from the Pittsburgh crowd, although she did not make it onto the NBC broadcast because they don't show it.
I know that bothers
They
me.
caught up with her about the 40-yard line without tackling her either, or bringing her to the turf. She just was escorted. She was escorted off.
They didn't have to body slam her and cuff her and all that.
But it's not often that you. Normally, it's something like save the whales or how dare you climb at this or climb at that.
But mostly,
I don't know that I've ever seen a major sporting event be interrupted by a pro-Trump sign. That kind of lets you know what's going on.
You're right.
And speaking of the NFL, did you see Antonio Brown and
is it really good if Antonio Brown's endorsing you?
Well, I'm going to give you that. But
you know what I mean? That's one of those you might go, that's okay, Antonio. That's good. We're good. Just go vote for me.
Well, right now, I think you're going to take whatever you can get. And he's got quite a few followers. And he was outside the stadium yesterday.
Did you have his shirt off?
No, but he was helping campaign for former President Trump and getting people to register to vote. So Le'Veon Bell was with him too.
Back to my original statement. I mean, that could be a positive or a negative.
Yeah. Well, the crowd,
because he's been a little bizarre, and
no, he's very bizarre and very vulgar too. I'm not supporting Antonio Brown.
I forgot about his Caitlin Clark
and some of the very vulgar things that he sends out on X. Not doing that. I'm just saying. This lets you know where the support is going. You got people running on the field with signs, and Antonio Brown is campaigning for it.
It's just bizarre. You're right.
Oh, no.
I just remembered when Speedy accidentally read that.
Yeah.
I know his quote.
Yeah.
I forgot about that.
I thought I had a quote.
He accidentally read it.
She be.
And I did it like breaking news.
Oh, my goodness.
She be.
Don't say it. You're going to end up saying it again.
I know it. I'm going to say it.
Yeah, but Le'Veon Bell and Antonio Brown jumped up and helped with the campaign and was pro-Trump. And Antonio Brown from the mic reminded everybody what
vote Trump. He be.
He reminded everybody what Kamala and Walls wants, and that is something in middle school bathrooms. Male bathrooms, and they got a pretty funny crowd.
That.
And then they had a tent set up to help register voters. Pittsburgh fans all over the place registered to vote.
No?
So I don't know. Who knows? But
we'll see.
Yeah, that was quite the that was quite the post on X that I read.
We're real close.
Hey, sorry about that.
We're real close.
I know.
It's getting here.
You get nervous? Or just anxious?
Anxious, That's a good word.
It is tomorrow. It will be 2 weeks. Election day is November the 5th for Republicans and November the 6th for Democrats.
That's a quick 4 years, if you think about it.
You didn't get what I just said.
Well, I didn't hear it.
I said November 5th for Republicans and November 6th for Democrats. That's always,
they broke it down for 2 days.
That's the very worn out joke that I decided to say again.
That is a good one.
But early voting is pretty hot and heavy. My parents, they go through the process of early voting because of their situation, and he was all excited that they're official.
He voted for Biden?
No.
Greg is Kamala. It's not Biden anymore.
Yeah,
They've replaced him.
He said he was surprised. He didn't know that in the state of Alabama, RFK Jr. was still on the ballot.
Really?
Yeah. He didn't know that.
Oh, Scratchy? Mm-hmm. Scratchy voice. Yeah, didn't they just take him off of the swing states or something?
I don't know, Greg. I have no idea.
You going to vote for him?
Got your hands in your pockets, I see.
Yeah,
you cold?
Yeah, a little bit cold.
All right, we'll be right back. Main show starts next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
is 6 minutes now past the hour. Hello and welcome to another hour on another day, on another week in Rick and Bubba history. It is a brand new day, and we're glad you're here. This hour starts with our national anthem. Everybody ready? Is everybody ready? Okay, here we go. It is 8 minutes now past the hour, coming to you from the Big Boy Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. From sweet home Alabama to the rest of the world, it is a brand new day, a brand new hour, a brand new week. Big Boy looking on with that reassuring grin. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, they've knocked out the kickoff hour for you. That's behind us. Eddie Van Adler settles in. Eddie Van Adler now has your YouTube experience, whether you're watching us live or you're catching a daily archive or you're a Blaze TV subscriber and you're catching that best of hour. However you are here, whether that be live or archived, we are glad that you are here. Now, we do not have Bubba today. Bubba is taking a personal day today. He should be back with us tomorrow, no issues. I think I have this right. I could be wrong. I think I have this right. I really need all of our Rick and Bubba historians out there. I think as we start today, counting this show, because it's still, we're early in, we're only the kickoff hour behind. I think there are 38 shows left in Rick and Bubba history. Now, when I say that, I mean shows with all of us in here live. The good news is, and you're going to enjoy this, is when the year ends on the big year ender on the 13th of December, you're going to get almost 3 solid weeks of Rick and Bubba historic moments. So you get to really, enjoy that. And then on January the 6th, we will start the new show, the Rick Burgess Show, on really the most all of these same platforms. There should be very little change on how you get that show and this, and then of course there'll be other things going on next year that Bubba will be part of, and so it's all this is the end of this brand and this setup. All of us will be doing stuff in 2025 and beyond, Lord willing. I mean, as long as we have our health and have a desire to continue to do different projects. So we're looking forward to that. But our goal is to celebrate the last 31 years of what we've been doing here, because there's so much to be grateful for, and we will continue to do that. So, all right, so we do have a lot to unpack on the program today. If you were listening to the kickoff hour, Speedy and Greg kind of gave you some teasers on that. I've got the same thing you guys got. Where is Dicky Nadmire? And guys, I'm going to tell you, last week, and this is the part I don't think everybody needs to overlook. I know that Alabama officially won against South Carolina, but he was not in a good place coming off Vandy into that performance.
No, he was not.
Would not talk to us.
Yeah, right.
And I had a lot of you begging last week. I know Bama won, but there's no way that Dicky likes that win, and he did not.
No, he didn't like it.
I will tell you this. We've seen this very few times because, he's only been part of our show during the Saban era.
Mm-hmm.
So we haven't seen a sad Dicky very much.
No.
But I don't know that I've ever just the interactions, because Speedy, you're kind of our point man. He's in a dark place.
He's not in a good place. No.
Yeah,
not at all.
So we will check in on that today. As if there's, I know it's rare in college football because there's so much passion, and I know some of you in other markets where the NFL is a bigger deal than college. You still know this. You still have these fan bases in the NFL that are world famous. But in college, if there was some way right now, and I don't know that there is because there's just so few people in this place, if you just love football and you can separate yourself from the agony of your team, and you're just like going, on my weekends, I just like to watch good, well, when I say weekends, now they play college football practically the entire week. But there is so much parity, and the games are so good. It's a lot of fun.
Right.
It really is.
But
mean,
again, I know
you can flip channels and find just overtimes. It's been crazy.
There is no, you don't anymore even have. I mean, there's still every now and then on some of the games where your team pays somebody, but even those have gotten very interesting if you pick the wrong team. But I know that as a fan though, you can't relax. No. You don't have any relax weeks.
You don't.
No.
And
not now.
No. And so it's going to be a wild ride. And I know the kickoff hour they've updated you a little bit, but we'll revisit some of that today. But mainly, we're going to hear from Dicky Nadmire. We had if you look at the definition of shindig, we had a shindig.
We did
over the weekend. I'm just so thankful for my wife.
She did a great job. Setting this up.
And these kind of things, it almost has to be declared by your family, because we're all kind of weird when it comes to things. Because there is a side of us that there is no greater gift that you could give us is for us not to have to do anything.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that to come across like, come on, man. No. But in this particular case, which is a little bit, we had a beautiful day. Everything my wife set up ran very smoothly, and it just I can honestly say, and I told her that I was able to not be that I don't like hassle guy, and just relax and enjoy the camaraderie of family and friends and a beautiful place that God's blessed us with that means so much to us, and a wonderful wife, and it just was a lot of fun. And that was her goal. She said, let's just have fun. And when you deal with the group of hams that make up HAMS, our family, karaoke just brings out a whole new thing.
Yeah,
boy, does it.
And so we have some, now we'll tell you this, we think we can keep your archive YouTubers today. We may not have a monetized archive today because, when you do karaoke, all those songs are copyrighted.
Yeah.
But we cannot pass up on Adler's performance. And we cannot pass up that Sherry Burgess sang.
That was good.
We can't pass that up.
No. And what the song y'all chose, I like that.
And when you get the background of the song too, it was designed to embarrass one of our kids, so that was good. Because we have that kid that everybody we don't know where he came from, because his siblings are all a bunch of give me the mic. He wants no part of it.
No,
I want to stay out of it. He's got a very dry, clever wit about him, but it's a different presentation.
It is. Matter of fact,
he's not loud. He doesn't want to be in all that.
I was talking to him and his wife, Camtastic, about that very thing, and I claimed at one time you were looking at him to get him up there. And I
tried.
I said, Brody, don't look. He's looking at you right now. And Camtastic was like, no, don't do it. Are you serious? Because she has secondhand like me.
She does.
We discussed that.
They almost got him on. I don't know if we'll get to this performance, but they almost got him. When they brought a group up for we don't need another hero.
Yeah,
we don't need a hero. What is it? Hero.
I'm on a hero.
Yeah. And that performance.
And why they picked that song, I don't have any idea.
Well, that was it. There was a lot of comedy. Like Brooks picking "Big Girls Don't Cry," everybody was kind of, they were.
That's funny.
You know, the Adlers, of course.
Yeah.
You know, that was, I got to do a recap on that yesterday with Adler's dad when we were cleaning the tables up. He went back and took me there. And so there's a lot to cover on today's show. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, now, Bubba, I saw you rolling into Speedy's office this morning discussing a possible injury and upcoming surgery.
Well, no, I know that Speedy had hernia problems
and
in the
Helms.
past. And, well, you had gallbladder, wasn't it? I thought it was
same
hernia.
general area, but it's gallbladder and appendicitis.
And, you know, I had a little something flare up, and I was inquiring about
So
that.
what's the deal?
Well, I just got a pain, you know, where right here, in my particular case, it's what I call the underside of the fold over here, you know, and, you know, there. And then I've got another one just a little bit lower. You know,
so there's two spots.
Yeah, and they've been hurting me for a while, and
so you think you might have a sports hernia up high?
So now when I start, you know, if I cough or sneeze, I have to hold. I mean, like, good gracious, here we go.
Speedy, you've had a hernia. What do you think?
Yes. Well, I have a couple of questions. All right. First of all, does it feel more like a muscle pull, or it's like a knot?
I can't find a knot, but I'm a lot fatter than you are, so it'd be hard to find a knot.
So there could be a knot.
It could be under the blanket. Nobody knows.
I hate to use this, but is there a bulge?
Huh?
Is there a bulge right there?
Well, you can't tell.
So you can't press on it and push anything in?
No.
Now y'all getting carried away.
You can't find it.
But when you push on it, does it feel better?
If I hold the whole side over here, it feels a lot better.
What if you put one of them bracelets on?
It started like in the summer.
What if you strap some binoculars over it?
It started in the summer, like when we would get off the tennis court. And then it got so it would, you know, hurt a little bit during when we were playing, and it's hurting a lot more. Now it hurts like at night when I lay down too, or all the time.
Well, let me ask you this too: does it bother
Heavy
you more?
man playing sports.
Does it bother you more?
Coming loose.
Heavy man moving. Something's got to give. We're hanging on best we can.
Strenuous exercise.
Well, but let me ask you this.
Well,
I know you don't stand for long periods of time, but when you do stand, does it bother you?
Oh, yeah, sure it does.
You think it's from hyperstepping?
Well,
I got another very personal question here.
Okay.
But
Should we turn the mics off?
Well, when you if you have to use the restroom, does it hurt? More?
I really haven't noticed that. It's just hurting.
There it is. I asked it. I had to. Anybody in the gold ticket seats had a hernia before? Nobody. Okay.
Anyone?
You talking?
Anyone?
Huh? Yeah.
Anyone?
Oh,
You just didn't know if it. You know.
What about it?
No, I haven't noticed anything. But it's
so
it's progressively getting worse. Whatever.
You're holding the right side.
Right.
That's one.
Right.
And where's the second one?
Lower on the right side.
They're both on the
sides.
same side.
Yes.
How you feel about that, Speedy?
Same side.
Huh.
Could be a pulled muscle.
You may get Dr. Kirkland on the phone.
It could be
That's
a pulled
That's
muscle.
who you need.
Could be.
Doctors, we need you.
Oh boy, I can't wait to hear
That
these.
hurts to laugh.
It hurts to laugh.
Yeah, I got to be
Goodness
careful.
gracious.
I got to got to giggle it down. I can't belly laugh.
Well, if I go by most
All right.
Mondays, you'll be safe around here today.
Now, when you
There he
pull,
goes. You made him laugh.
hey, when you pull back to swing the tennis racket, does it hurt when you pull back?
Not really pulling back.
Is it more the forward?
Yeah, more forward. Yeah, a lot more forward.
Ooh,
What do you think?
I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, I know what it is. I don't want to talk
I think it
about
might be a sports hernia.
Greg, what do you think it is? What did George Norrie say it was?
What do you think it is, Greg?
I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to wait till I hear some of the doctor's opinions. I don't want to step out right now. I think I already got it, though. I'll yell when somebody hits it. I'll yell, bingo.
You'll yell, but you don't want to say it.
Let us know.
Let y'all
Are
figure
you
it out.
fully convinced it's not appendix or gallbladder?
Yeah, pretty much.
Rick, you know,
I
this
think
might
it's
be a
too
quick
low.
poll.
I think it's too low for
What
all
does
of
Bubba
it.
Have you
have?
noticed anytime anybody has something wrong with them in that area, we all start screaming gallbladder? Have you ever noticed that?
Well, Greg, there's only a few choices there, friend.
But
There's
everybody
both on the
they'll go
right
to
side.
gallbladder in a
hernia,
minute.
gallbladder.
Could you stand up real quick and show us where the top and the bottom of it is?
No.
How low does the bottom go to your growing?
We won't show one of the injuries.
I mean, is it
We
like
won't
real
show
close
on the spot.
to the neighborhood, like way down?
Yeah, it's way down. Pretty much.
If you were to show this audience, could they file a complaint against you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I can't show the lower.
Right. Okay.
No, I can't.
Well, good. I mean, that gives me a reference.
we get
point.
legal.
That
Right.
gives me a reference point.
Right. Yeah, where I got Dunlap, it's kind of where the dun is.
I understand.
Right here.
Yeah,
underneath.
I understand that
Like
completely.
it's under the eave. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The eave of the house.
Is it back towards the hip bone or more towards
right
the
there.
belly button?
Right
Let me see.
No, you don't do that.
That's hernia all day. That's a hernia.
Oh, where's your belly button? Because I can't tell.
Right there.
How bad does this get before you go to the doctor, Bubba?
Oh, he's going now. All right, here we go. 22 minutes now, past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. Bubba out, taking a personal day back tomorrow, and we'll unpack what was a very, very busy weekend. Yes, I have seen Trump working at McDonald's. We'll get to that coming up as well on the program. A brand new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, out this weekend. And that is, it's really got a lot of attention. We talked to Brian Reisinger, Land Rich and Cash Poor. What is the plight of the American farmer? And a lot of you seem to be really interested in that podcast. And if you still haven't gotten it, it is available by going to wherever you get podcasts and just look for Rick and Bubba University, the podcast. Very interesting conversation, and also a conversation that really kind of educates you on how things work. Sometimes that's kind of hard to understand. I mean, what causes that item right there in the produce department to cost what it costs and all that. So you'll find out a lot, and once again you'll discover that we have some things going on involving the American farmer that even Trump has talked about. It involves a lot of different businesses, but definitely the farmer. Some of these old tariff arrangements that we had, Bubba mentioned that are kind of outdated when they might have been for a good cause after World War II. They're a little outdated now and kind of put our farmers at a disadvantage around the world. So we'll catch that wherever you get podcasts. So we'll talk a lot about the weekend. We will definitely recap the party, and it was one of those things when you're talking about the party. And if you have adult children, you understand it. If you don't have adult children yet, this will be your future. Mm-hmm. And when your children get married, move off, have their own jobs and all this, and in my case, I only have one that lives in Birmingham. The others live in Philadelphia, New York City, and Atlanta. So you kind of are at the mercy, because Sherry wanted to have this gathering closer when I was actually born, which was October the 3rd, and there just wasn't any way. October 3rd, we went to see Blake, in $1 Million Quartet, but that was just to, go there, come back on the show the next day. And she really just started looking for a weekend and a day that they could get there. You think, well, you could stay away from college football because my birthday's in the heart of college football. And in our culture, that does matter on invitations. But if you go to Sunday after church, now you've got the kids all needing to get back to where they came from for work. So that won't work. Fridays don't work because you have all kind of conflicts with everybody trying to get to town from wherever they are. So Saturday really was the only day to make it work. So what we had to do, which is understandable, everybody should be in this situation if it's your party, sure. Your family, is we had to pick the Saturday that they could all be there, the ones who said they were coming, and they were all invited, and everybody, and 3 of the 4 got there, and so we just had to do that, and then everybody just adapt. And so one of the things that was interesting is we've talked about this over time. And I told a story a long time ago about when we all the kids were little, and we were at the Nickelodeon Hotel in Orlando. And they were all, they watched Nickelodeon then. That was back before it became, something, that was trying to indoctrinate our children into becoming Marxists and leftists. But
it was actually just good
This
fun.
is back when it was just kid shows. So anyway, so they had a theme hotel you could go to, and it had all the theme. And one of the things we know about Nickelodeon is what the sliming. You got to get slime. Got to get slime. And it's funny because my wife, as far as the gregarious, loud, like you guys, we laughed about, and Sherry loves to tell this story that when on our honeymoon, do you love this? On our honeymoon, I'm going to say that again because Sherry will say it that many times. On our honeymoon, we got off at one of the excursions from the cruise we were on that was in Cozumel, and we were at like a place where it's a restaurant, but it's a bar, and they've got a live band, okay? And so she says now, and this is when she would say this again, on our honeymoon, she says, I went to the bathroom and I sit down at our table and I can't find my husband who I just married the day before.
And you're on your honeymoon?
And I'm on my honeymoon, or maybe 2 days before because now we're into the cruise. And she says, all of a sudden I hear the band, I hear the intro of something building up. Like, you know how a band gets the a little open chord kind of thing or something, they're building up. And she goes, and then all of a sudden, coming out of the band with a microphone in the spotlight is my new husband. And she goes,
you didn't work to deal with the band?
And she goes, and he's cranking into Magic Carpet Ride by Steppenwolf.
Oh, yeah.
And
which is a classic.
She says, so I'm looking for my husband. Also here, I like to dream. And so she said, at that point, I knew that I needed to make going forward, my life was going to be interesting. So what she does is she takes this part of me that can sometimes be embarrassing, and she'll literally say, whatever we're going to, don't take over the event. And I had a talk with your dad yesterday, Michael Adler, Chris, and he says that he gets a similar speech. Okay,
I bet he does.
Don't take over the event. So when we're at Nickelodeon, we're there, and I'm not taking over the event. I'm staying out of it, and our kids can't get picked to be slimed, and they keep putting their hands up in the pool, pick us, and they're not getting picked. And I noticed, kind of like Release the Kraken, I'm laid back, I'm just kicked back in the sun. I'm not bothering anybody. And so Sherry looks over and she goes, okay, go do your thing. And I'm like, what now? Go do the gregarious, bearded, large man thing and take over the event. And so I enter the pool with a can opener. And then within probably, Sherry timed it at around 45 seconds. I thought it was a little quicker than that. We were on the stage getting slimed. Okay, so
bring that guy up.
So see, this thing can work if you just use it the right way.
Yeah.
So there was a moment at the celebration when she had to look to me at the table and say, "Take over the event." And
do your thing.
We need you right now. We need a transition right now, and no one's willing to do it but you.
Yeah.
And so I said, release the Kraken.
And here I go.
So we'll talk more about that as we move into looking back over the weekend. We'll break down some of the other stories from the weekend. Yes, Speedy is doing everything he can to get Dicky Nadmire on the phone. That should be coming up next hour as well.
Rick and Bubba.
And the fact that he came in, once you walk into one of our offices and start asking questions, it's already there.
Yeah.
So we don't say anything for a while.
So if your belly button's 12,
if you bring it up, you're going right.
If your belly button's 12, you're at about 2 on the first one.
2 o'clock.
Okay.
And then the other one is more like 7.
Well, no,
double hernia.
You're turning the clock the other way, so it would be like 2 o'clock further south.
Might as well go ahead and start cutting the mesh.
All right. Yeah,
I mean, you got the mesh, didn't you, when you had yours done?
Yeah.
Herb, what do you
recall some of that? Did you? Or you?
Yeah, but no, that was before I did mine.
Herb, what do you think?
I think.
I'm not a doctor, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express one time.
Right.
But it sounds like monkeys riding dogs.
Bingo. It's like that kid's picture from the Alabama game. It's at that Rick and Bubba monkey riding dog.
It's the pick of the day, by the way. On the website.
Yeah, look at rickandbubba.com. It's there.
Greg, say it. What do you think?
Yeah, what do you think it is?
Why are you holding back? He's got a hernia. Y'all don't see that? I mean, I think it's obvious. That's what it is. I just didn't want to,
double hernia? You call it double?
They might as well start cutting the mesh now. Go ahead and get it.
Now if it's too big of a rip, they're going to have to cut, not do laparoscopic.
I know.
It's hernia, no doubt. They have to go in.
Well, they'll have to go away to get to
now
it.
You made me just rain on it. And they'll have to remove the one on that side.
Now they got some of these kind of like granny panty things you can wear
That'd
to
be
hold
sharp.
everything in.
I don't think I want that. I would take a
Speedy
girdle.
completely missed that.
I'd take a girdle at one of my
I'm not going to repeat it.
Alvin had one shot and one shot only.
Either get it or you didn't.
I heard it, but I was ignoring it. Hey, I may need that magnetic band you got there,
That's what I was
Speedy.
gonna say.
I can't tell you where I'm gonna put it, but I may need it. And you won't want it back.
You know I'm going to get you another one. Bubba, let me say this before things get crazy. Before things get crazy, I'd like to see you drink one Airborne.
Try that.
Just to see.
Put it under the fold.
Take one of those dissolving wafers.
I'll take it right now.
Tape it to the fold.
Right, just tape it on there and let it dissolve.
Let it soak in.
Have you told Betty about this?
Yeah, she knows.
Does it hurt?
Mm-hmm. If you'll rub a dime on it and throw it away on your way home. Ice warts, I'm sorry. You ever make warts go away?
It's well, I don't need any more complications right now. You know, schedule pretty full. But
let me ask you a question.
Can't just let a hernia get
Hold
worse.
on. Are you more worried about just tennis? Be honest.
No,
because
it's
you just come in here
It's
and
everything.
sit. You don't do anything.
It's everything.
Yeah, you can do this show one.
Yeah. Well,
you can do this show.
You can get by on Mondays, but like Greg said, later in the week you might laugh.
Right. It's
So
true.
it's, you know.
True. That'll hurt. So, well, I hate you. Look, he's hurting now. Is it kind of burned? Is it like a burn?
Can you push it? Can you push it in and it feel better?
It's moved from the well.
I wish you'd quit saying that.
Huh?
I wish you quit saying
Well,
that.
I'm sorry. People in the hernia world know what I mean.
Speedy, it's like trying to find a marble under 3 layers of blankets. You just can't feel that.
You want me to hold it up and you push?
No.
Huh?
No, I don't want to hold anything up and push.
Well, guys,
I just want you to find the bowl so you can push it in.
You gotta
I know where the bulge is.
like a
but
salt. Yeah, I mean, Bubba and I, if you got a belly, just face it, that part of your body is in constant work.
Yeah.
I mean, it never
You
gets to
think
rest.
it would be used to it?
Yeah, like
It'd
Bubba
able to
could be
hold up.
pregnant and not know it.
Well, most men, I think, would.
Well, I mean, you know what I mean. If he was a girl,
right?
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're back. 35 minutes past, 38 shows left, and then almost 3 weeks worth of best ofs getting you into 2025 and all that's going on in the future. So we want to also thank all the sponsors that have been with us, and many of them going forward with us. Relief Factor, my goodness, let me tell you something. You talk about a great product. Over the years, there's been products that have come along that have been life-changing, and Relief Factor is certainly one of those. Here's an email from Dennis. He listens to us near Beaumont, Texas. I was experiencing severe left knee pain, having a lot of trouble walking using a four-pronged cane for stability. I've seen those. I can't wait I can't take any of the anti-inflammatory drugs because I develop gastritis from many years of use for back problems. That's the problem with taking some of this stuff over the counter. It's not designed to be a lifestyle, and then at some point it starts doing more bad than good. I heard about Relief Factor on the show, decided to give it a try. After 4 days, my pain was greatly diminished. It is now almost 3 weeks, and I just reordered. That's because 90% of the time now I have no pain at all. No more cane. I actually played tennis again last week. Bubba, be proud of that. I'm so happy for you introducing me to this product. So I'm so thankful, extremely pleased with the results. And now I've been recommending it to friends. Well, yeah, you got to pass it along. And says and he says to all of us here, hey, y'all keep getting after it. We will. Go to ReliefFactor.com. Thank you, Dennis. ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. You also know that it's $19.95 now for a 3-week starter pack, and then after 3 weeks you should know. And hopefully we'll get an email from you just like we did from Dennis. And remember, this is all natural, so you can take it every day as I do. So I mentioned that going to the break, and so Speedy, you were there.
Mm-hmm.
Greg was there. Adler was there. Greg, 2 of your grandkids made it, and your daughter and her husband, Riley. And so this was one of those things. Sherry sent out invitations, and we tried to get as much family there as we could.
And Terry was with me as well.
Yeah, and Terry, that's right. The Adler's wife could not come because they had a sick kid. Your wife was there. Lisa was there, of course. And when I kept telling Terry Wilburn that I said, look, I've talked to the DJ, and I'm thinking you and Speedy maybe Endless Love. Or if he's baggage and we know he can't sing really well, I'm thinking Heart Barracuda for you. And let me tell you something. And the fact that I announced it one time on the mic.
Yeah, she couldn't believe it.
Yeah, then I started doing like comedy bits. Like up next, Scott Gorowski will do Otis Redding. Try a little tenderness. And did y'all ever hold court with Gorowski and find out what was eating Scott Gorowski that night?
I got to talk to him a little bit.
Yeah, he was talking funny stuff.
He was. Claims he's going to come in this week.
All right, so somebody said they've done no, that's fine. Never mind. I think that's a joke. Okay, so it's a good one. So anyway, but so there was a moment, and Adler has this moment, Blake. So where Blake.
It's not fair.
My oldest son Blake was there, and his wife Priscilla, who's just a pleasure, and Priscilla's parents came. My in-laws.
I met them. Extremely nice people.
Yes.
Wonderful people.
What a great conversation.
She got me, by the way, a Babylon Bee T-shirt, which I love.
That's great.
Love it. He makes his own coffee. He said for a man who appreciates a good cup of coffee because of all the BuzzBox coffee we drink.
Sure.
He brought me one of his roast, which is great.
Oh, wow.
That's Don, her dad, and then Stephanie, her mother. And then Stephanie is in the loop. She knows the show forward and backwards.
She's watching. Hey,
yeah, hey, Stephanie. And she gave me also. She said, I agree with you that M&Ms never got better after the original. So I got a pack of original M&Ms.
I got to disagree with Stephanie on that.
I got a Babylon Bee T-shirt, which you'll see that rotate through because apparently it's going to get hot in Alabama again this week.
It is.
Then I got the coffee. So it was wonderful to see them.
Awesome.
Both sets of in-laws came. Camtastic's parents were there.
Yes,
set with them.
Yeah. Yes.
The bad part is, and I love this, it's good and bad. Both of my in-laws, the dads, both their names are Don.
Okay, that's confusing.
So anytime I would say, hey, Don, both of the in-law dads would turn around.
Yes.
I was talking to Atlanta Don, not Birmingham Don. So anyway, but it was so good to have them there too. But
very nice.
Yeah, but anyway, so
but can I just say this? There were 2 different type of people there.
Yeah.
There were those that were just petrified that you would even ask them to come sing.
Right.
And then there were those that were like, yeah, let's go.
Oh, yeah.
And the group I kind of sat with, they were like, please don't look this way. The
Dawson
Wingos
say?
And the Gorowskis and the Dawsons and all them, they were like, do not come my way.
I know.
I didn't want to humiliate my grandchildren, so I didn't.
Yeah.
I really was pulling for you to get up.
Mark Garnett was supposed to come, and his wife ended up being sick.
Oh,
no, he would have took them out.
Yeah. Anyway, and so I text him, and I said, well, it looks like since you're not coming, I'm going to have to get Scott Dawson to do, because I know you were going to do Pet Shop Boys. And he sits back. He sends back. Dawson doesn't have the chops, and I had to go. And I said, "Well, it looks like Dawson's going to go with the somewhat predictable. I'll fly away." And
he's going to take the easy way out.
Right. But anyway, so it was,
watching everybody like
and everything looked great. I mean, it was just such a beautiful day.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Blake, my oldest son, was there, and his wife. Well, as we've talked about on the show, Blake just finished and has 2 more dates coming up in 2 different cities where he plays Johnny Cash.
So he's been doing a lot of Johnny Cash singing.
$1 Million Quartet. Matter of fact, he walked up, his hair was still dyed black.
Yes.
And I said, "So your hair's still black?" Great quote. He said, "As long as people keep paying me to have black hair," he said, "I'm going to have black hair."
That's it.
So Blake decides that he's going to sing Folsom Prison Blues. Well,
hello.
I mean, now, and we're only 1 song in. You know, Sherry and I had done our deal. We kicked it off, which we'll show in a minute. Well, now Blake grabs the mic, and you think, well, this will be good, but there's also a bad side of it. And first we'll hear him. Here's a little bit of Blake singing Folsom Prison Blues.
If that railroad train was mine, I bet I'd move it on a little farther down the line. Far from Folsom Prison, that's where I want to stay. And I let that lonesome whistle blow my blues away.
I wish he sounded good.
Yeah, that's not even fair. People pay to come see him sing.
Yeah, so, and you, Adler, you were like at first thought the DJ was playing it?
Okay, so yeah, people are doing karaoke, but in between the karaoke, he's playing actual music.
Oh, yeah.
And I literally had to turn around to see if it was I thought it was the recording. I'm like, I think that's Blake.
Good. Yeah.
And it was.
And
that
we were
was
all
impressive.
like, okay, we're gonna do that now.
So Blake, to me, all of us felt like at that point, because even, you know, as talented as the Adlers are, they were prepared to kind of, you know, they're going to try anything, going to do almost a comedy bit, kind of like Sherry and I.
Yeah.
It's not to be taken serious, but Blake got up there, and it was almost like, okay, now nobody will do it. And so Sherry
Speedy was going to do Frank Sinatra.
Listen. I had been told this yet. It won't surprise y'all. Sherry Burgess, let's do our song, okay, which will be funny.
Yeah.
And then let everybody have it. Don't take over and now sing the rest of the night.
Right.
You know, with the karaoke guy. and I was like, because she knew I would be willing. You know, and so I said fine.
You did good, by the way.
So after Blake sang, nobody would sing.
And I'm sitting at the table with Adler.
I didn't know Adler had been nervous for 4 days.
Well, I didn't either until after it was over. But Terry and I were talking to him. He's like, I really want to go, but I am not following Blake. I'm going to wait for somebody to go.
It was like in Jaws when nobody wanted to get in the water because they'd heard about the shark attacks and they had to tell everybody to get in.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
everybody was waiting. Somebody get in.
So it goes all the way back to Nickelodeon Hotel. So I'm there, and I just won't say anything. I'm just sitting there. And I want her to ask. You know it?
Yeah.
And she goes, "Hey." I go, "Yeah, is anything?" I said, "I'm just sitting here."
You always gotta have the
I said, "I'm only
icebreaker.
doing 1 song, so I'm done." And she says, "Get up there and sing another song." And I said, "What? No, well, no, I wouldn't want to do that." And she goes, "You need to do your thing." I said, "So are you releasing the Kraken?" And she says, "I'm releasing the Kraken." And so anyway, I said I then had to be the transition song. So
You sang it at Sherry.
Yeah, I'm singing it to Sherry. Look, there's her releasing the Kraken. So I did a little washed in the water.
Hey now.
Everybody's singing. Yeah. So that provided the transition.
It did.
Because everybody said, okay, Blake sounded just like Johnny Cash, so we don't want to follow that. Rick, we'll all follow that.
Rick sounded just like Need to Breathe.
No, you did a good job.
No. I
Folsom Prison.
Look, Greg, as you've taught me, I know my role, and I will sing every now and through the hole. But I mean, but not.
Oh, hey, look, that was
I know I'm a kind of a utility player.
Yeah, get in there and make a play.
I'm not. I don't have the speed everybody else has got. I'm not going to break one away. But if you'll use me, we'll get down to this.
Yeah.
And I will come back. There's so much more from that, and we've got we're going to get Nadmire on the phone a little bit later on. Speedy promises he's going to get him. We got all kinds of updates from other stories still to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, how about this? One of our local radio goobs have stopped by. He's even got a little catchy little radio name.
Hey.
Just in case. He's even got a little catchy little radio name.
Hey, guys.
How you doing, buddy?
Good, thanks.
We don't see you much, Justin.
Yeah.
Good to see you.
What made you grace the plaza?
Well, I got up early. I decided I wanted to just stop by on the way to work. And of course, I started off the day with a little incident.
Oh boy.
Yeah, my wife's brother is visiting. They drove all the way down from Maine and promptly backed out of the garage right into their car this morning.
What? Is that like a welcome thing you do to people that come?
Here you go.
You did?
Well, I've never been to Maine.
You just drove across the continental U.S.
Yep.
and here's the
So I had a trailer hitch on.
Didn't even scratch it.
Trailer hitch. Oh, I put a big old hole right in the back bumper.
So a hole right
Punctured.
through it.
Justin.
This is the second time I've done it in a month because one of her coworkers stopped by about a month ago, and I backed into their car.
So if anybody
Justin,
comes into your driveway,
do you have a problem? I mean, is this?
You ever heard of looking back?
Yeah, do you have
No.
a rearview mirror?
Well, not only do I have a rear view
Are you driving with that bad hand? What are you doing?
Not only do I have a rear view mirror, I have one of those screens that come up that show what's behind you.
Oh, you have a camera?
Yeah.
Well, you know
you're
why
still
though?
hitting things.
But you got to know his motto: never look back.
That's right. So I'm listening to you guys. I'm laughing, and then I get that big jolt.
I'd like to know what you were listening to when you hit the card.
I was listening to Greg, who was talking about something.
Please don't blame me.
Was it torque?
Yeah, you guys were talking about torque.
Right.
So it's my fault.
No, I was just,
You're just kind of
wiping the tears from my eye and all that laughter.
But
I've done this. I know how it feels.
Oh, there's no worse feeling to hear that old
I
metal
really
grinding.
feel stupid when I do that.
How about I know I'm stupid?
My wife was just getting into her car when I did it, so she was looking right at me.
I got to see ya.
Yeah, and then she gave me the face. It's like,
like, what are you doing?
what?
You know what that face is? Stupid.
That's right. It's
So
twice.
you have guests from Maine who made it all the way down here. I don't know how
Without
many.
incident.
How far is that? 1,000 miles?
I don't know,
It's a
but
bunch.
it took them 23 hours, and
It's
they
a
drove
lot.
straight through.
They made
Drove
it all the way
straight
down
through.
here, and then their car was destroyed in your driveway.
Yeah, big old hole right
They
in
didn't
the back
have nothing
bumper.
but bugs on the
I
windshields.
mean, they're
all
dodging
that.
livestock. They're dodging.
How many potholes do you think they had to
18-wheelers.
make it around?
My wife just looked at me. I just pulled out the checkbook. I'm like, well, I know how much it cost from the last one, so.
I've done it. See, you're used to it not being there.
Yeah. Oh.
And you're just in that habit. I did the same thing.
Yeah, my daughter's been out of the house for 5 years now, so there's never anybody in our driveway.
I know.
That's it.
So you pull in, and then you back out. So
Well,
bang.
I would just not let anybody park there ever again. That'd be like the no parking.
We're going to
zone.
have to get people away from your garage door.
The fact that he did it twice.
I love
in a month.
I love the grind. I love that sound. Oh, when you hit somebody's car, hit something when your car,
Ain't
you're like,
nothing like
"God."
No, but Rick, the favorite is when you put it back in drive and you come out of it. Then you know.
Rick knows he did it down
Well, I
there.
know it. Yeah, I've done it several times.
I backed into him, and then, after you hit and you start driving, then you think you hear things like that might be wrong with your car.
Oh yeah.
I thought maybe my front end was out of alignment because I backed into somebody.
Did you come? Did
you feel right?
Did you let the wheel go see if it turned?
Did you come on back a little hot when you must come out of the garage kind of hot?
I did. I was coming out good.
Oh, he was having a great morning.
Wham! Oh, I like that. Yeah.
So what's a hole in the bumper set you back nowadays?
The last one was just under $1,000.
Oh, great.
Oh, well, good.
But that one was hanging down a little bit. I punched it pretty good.
This one may be a little over.
Wait a minute, we've got audio of Justin Case coming out of his garage.
Greg is so funny. Oh, I love that. Here we go. Well, there's the end result.
It's coming.
Oh, my neck.
Oh, my neck.
So, your neck had a little jar too.
Yeah.
Listen, I did it in my son's truck. And he was just got his license anyway. I was going to drive, and we were in his truck.
and I backed into my dad's truck. And my son looked at me and said, God, I'm glad I wasn't driving. I said, well, it would have been just
because
nice.
what
So
you got to do insurance-wise is you got to go, okay, all right, my car's damaged, but now, whoever I hit is damaged. And a lot of times they're within the same family. So you're like, wow, that's a big deductible.
Did it damage yours, man?
We got to hear this. We got it completely now.
Talk about torque, Greg.
Well, it's just a warm-up.
Give me the...
Yeah, I know, honey, there's a car behind me. I don't know why I hit it. There's never anything there.
Yes, it's the second time in a month.
I know I have a camera.
We're back recapping the weekend. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get some of your phone calls before the day is done. We got a lot still to come on the program today. We're recapping some of the weekend. So my wife had been planning this 60th birthday, even though I turned 60 on October 3rd. Had to find a Saturday that worked best for our immediate family. And then, if you were on the list and you got an invitation from Sherry, you just had to make that Saturday work, or we missed you. And most everybody could come. Everybody on the show was invited, and we got Speedy and his wife were there. Greg and his family got there. Adler got there, so we're glad for that. And then Greg's son could not come, and his family, they had a prior engagement. And then we had, we only had they let us know ahead they couldn't come, and then but then we had Garnett, his wife, got sick days up to it, and she didn't feel good enough on Saturday. So most everybody got there, but I mean, we had to just go what we had.
If my other two grandchildren could have been there,
oh my gosh,
you get them all four together, then it's a little different mix. And
yeah,
I can tell you this. Now, he probably wouldn't have sang, but once the dancing started, Ellis would have tore the floor.
I think I could have got Ellis on the mic. I really do.
You probably could.
I think I could have. Yeah,
you might could have.
Marin, I don't know.
Yeah,
but
you never know, Marin.
Yeah.
She'll
but this is Greg's one of his granddaughter and grandson.
That's funny.
Pace is. Let me tell you about Pistol Pace Jones. And look sweet little Mary Hollis. But he's
so good.
He doesn't have a lot to say, but he's got his own way of communicating with you. And so Sherry, and I couldn't decide, Sherry thought it would be funny. Rob Ingram, who works with us, and
it's hilarious.
And and Cotton Eye Joe's came up with this little beard mask.
Yeah.
And this is the logo for the company Big Vox Entertainment, and we're having a little fun with this. And so Sherry had these put on the stick, these really little faces of me. And which, it's just a cartoon. I don't even know how much it even looks like me, but it's funny. And so it started out, I was told Sherry, I said,
kind of looks like you, Rick.
I said, would this be kind of be weird, though? And I will say that because it has no expression, when people are doing like this, the whole room would have these on the table, and they would pick them up. And so Greg's grandson, for some reason, this just really stuck with him.
Oh, he loved
it. And he would kind of whisper, "I'm Uncle Rick."
Yeah.
And he would pick it up. And so I got a picture from Greg's daughter and son-in-law on the way to church the next morning, and all Greg's daughter put underneath the picture was "still going strong." And he's sitting now in his car seat in the back, and he's got the mask still on the way to church. Yeah. And they said they're trying to decide how to not to take that into church.
I went by there last night, and he come out with it on.
Yeah, so
well, that was my way to like communicate with him. I would scream, "I'd Pace! Hey,
Yeah.
Pace!"
Right.
He'd look around, and I'd put it up.
Right.
Yeah, then
he'd start smiling.
Yeah.
So
that was the icebreaker.
Yeah. So the whole show was invited. All my children were invited, for all the conspiracy theorists out there, and so the people came who either wanted to come or could come.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's the complete truth.
Yep.
And so we.
Speaking of your family,
yeah.
the montage of pictures that Sherry put up.
Oh man!
All these little printouts of these Polaroids. There were 2 full pallets.
Yeah, that was cool.
Of photos on
that is cool.
Little strings
that
here.
Yeah.
Printed up, and it was just the sweetest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It was just pictures
She did outstanding
from
job.
y'all's wedding, from y'all's kids.
Yeah. Yeah, and I will say this, okay? And the DJ, like, he's very high tech. His name is Ryan, great guy. I met him and his wife Dakota. They're huge fans of the show. And
they did good.
So Sherry had these little pictures of my entire life up to this point, okay, as far as being married to her and all of our children and everything. Our life together with family and everything and kids, from babies, showing them all up to now. And some other things with all of y'all and stuff in there too, and Bubba. And so then he started putting stuff on the screen. And at one point, I thought to myself, I think everybody thinks I'm going to die. I said, it's like I don't think people think I'm going to make it much longer. I was like, no. I looked at Greg. I said, am I kind of at my funeral? I said, has a doctor told Sherry something I don't know? Is this it for me? I started thinking, this feels like we're remembering Rick.
Rotating through, Rick's grinning.
I'm only 60. I mean, this is something you do like on my 100th birthday, right?
Yeah.
I'm only 60. I'm in better shape now than I was at 40. Does somebody know something?
Oh, wow. So they're rolling video. Okay. Photos.
Wow.
Look at that photo.
And everybody just keeps looking.
I'm still smiling.
I'm like, okay, there's pictures of a big portion of my life over here. This guy's rolling things like you roll. I hate to say this, on the screen at the memorial service.
I know.
Okay,
it had that
and,
look to it.
And then you look and everybody's like, "Is this their way of seeing my body while it still lives?"
I'm right here, y'all. I'm standing up,
guys. I'm alive. I'm good. I plan on Lord willing, hitting 61.
Yeah.
In hindsight,
I look over. Adler's looking at these pictures. He's in tears.
Right.
He said he missed Rick.
In hindsight, I shouldn't have sang "I will remember you."
I know. I was like, what's going on here?
That was.
Hey, I got to talk to y'all's mom. Miss Burgess.
Mama came. How about Mama?
I got the breakdown too. On Friday's grocery run. I said, "Did Greg take you to the grocery store you want to?" He did. I said, "Did he let you use the coupons?" He did. Rick won't. I said, "I know." And then I want to say hey to her because she says she watches every day.
Yeah.
And then she went into I don't know. Y'all don't have any material if you're not talking about me.
I know.
And I said, yes, ma'am, you're right.
Oh.
I said, hey, these two, your two sons, how do you do it?
This is what you've been waiting on.
No, she just looked at me and grinned like, you just don't know.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, Mama made a goal.
Hey, she was right there up front listening, watching the music.
She started to get up and sing one time.
I saw her dance a little jig one time.
Okay.
And she said that she this was a goal, and she said, because Mom had some health issues, and she said, I'm going to be at this 60th party again. That kind of keeps playing to this theme. Am I not going to make it?
Yeah, and everybody's really trying to get there.
Right. And
I'm going to get to this one.
Right. And I was so proud of her.
Yeah.
Because, and thank you to my nephew Pearson and my nephew Reese. They made sure, because, Sherry and I had to go down early, obviously. And to get everything ready, and that was going to be a long day for Mom, so they made sure that they could pick her up and bring her down there, and then took her back home. So, and she stayed almost to the very end.
She sure did.
Listen, I wish you would have seen Reese and Pearson trying to talk themselves into singing.
Greg?
See, Pearson's one of those guys. Now, once he goes past the line, he's all in.
He's in.
Yeah, that's my nephew. Our sister's sons.
Yeah, he'll do a dance or whatever. Reese was a little more held back, but anyway, so they got up there in the end. And
they sure did.
Boy, they cut it loose.
I need a hero.
It loose.
All right, we come back.
Brooks joined them.
Yes, Brooks is willing to go up at any moment.
Yes.
Brooks actually sang more songs than anybody.
Yeah, he actually did, I think.
So top of the hour, we'll come back. Some people wondering, did Bubba take the Vikings loss this bad?
Oh, no.
Yeah, you have to at least.
Yeah.
He said, I need a personal day. Who knows? Top of the hour, we'll come back. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Just claiming that he is now a chaperone on a spring break cruise headed out to the Caribbean. Greg, you were telling a story back in the break room, and then Bubba, you had a story too. We'll do those in the next two segments. So now, when I walk in, I see the guys all gathered around. Greg, you're holding court, and I'm hearing something about your wind being cut off, and I thought it was about you wrestling Kyle Maynard again.
Well,
because we hear that story once a week.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. That's a very popular story. I mean, that don't happen to a lot of people. No, my son. It's a couple weeks. It was during the holidays. Might have been right before the holidays. My son, Taylor, he's been around the show since he was little.
He's 18?
He's 18 now. He's a freshman in college. Well, him and his buddies really like at UFC, MMA.
Well, go ahead and play that drop, Rick.
Okay, here it is.
Bubba, shut up.
Yeah, all right. That was him then. He got in trouble for that.
Yeah.
But they love it. They'll have them fights on, and they'll be upstairs. It sounds like a herd of buffaloes up there. And you go up there, and they're like tapping out. They're pulling each other's arm out of socket, stuff like that. So you got all these little holds you do.
Right, yeah.
Well, I got to messing with him about it. Yeah. You couldn't, I wouldn't tap out, and I'm doing all this. Well, it ain't fair. I didn't know what he was doing. I was like in the floor not paying attention. He snuck behind me and got me in this rear neck choke.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they lock your legs around you, and they cut your air off. And it's an immediate tap out. If they ever get it on the throat in the real world, if it's done right, I mean, you've got to tap because you can't breathe like Maynard was doing.
Let me just set the stage. How old are you, Greg? Let me get that.
I'm 43.
Oh,
all right.
43. Taylor is what?
He's 18.
18.
But now again, I didn't know
legally
he was gonna
grown men.
Right.
I didn't know he was going to do it. But anyway, so he gets behind me and he puts that choke on me. And I thought at first, I said, to myself, there's no way I'll tap out. I don't care if I pass out.
Now, explain that to people who don't follow the sport.
Yeah. Tapping out means I give up. Like Maynard tapped me out. I had to tap out 4 times against Maynard quickly.
Right. When they cut your air off, if you tap, that means that the guy knows how
Well, if
you
he don't
give up.
hear you.
Yeah, well, you better do a good one.
So I'm refusing.
Because I don't know how you tap when you can't breathe.
Yeah, what if they're holding your arm? You can't tap.
Well, I'm refusing to tap. And
On
so he
principle.
thinks.
On purpose, because you can't have your son cause you to tap.
Exactly.
Oh.
Well, he thinks that means he don't have it on me right.
Oh, boy.
So he really starts bearing down then. And what they do, they put their they use this lever. They've worked. You don't understand. They get up there. Like I said, they're going to pull each other's elbow out one day.
Yeah, you're going to have a major.
I guess when they say don't try this at home, they don't listen to that.
No, and I told him that, especially after this. I said, y'all don't need to be doing that choking thing. Because I said, I ain't tapping to myself. And he's thinking, well, I evidently, because if you get your chin down, they don't have it, then they don't have your air cut off. Well, he thought he didn't, so he just kept bearing down. Well, all of a sudden, you know how your vision, all of a sudden it started becoming a tunnel.
Oh, no.
I'm familiar with that.
And it's getting like smaller and smaller, and I'm thinking, surely he's going to let go. Well, he's thinking, well, must not be right because he ain't tapping.
It's time to take
So
down
between
Daddy.
the two of us, and finally my daughter comes over there and screams because I have blood coming out of my nose. I don't know how that happened.
Just an accidental blood.
And it's on the carpet, and that's not good. And look, so I bypassed. Well, of course, it kind of spooked him a little. Of course, spooks my daughter. And then my wife jumps me. This is her words to me.
And then she fell through the roof.
No, that's later. Later.
Let me ask you this: when you fell through the roof, did it then cover up the blood spot on the carpet?
Momentarily,
Right.
till I cleaned the insulation up. But so, Blake Shue come by and started on it yesterday. He's doing a fine
Blake
job.
could take care of it.
Yes, sir. Anyway, so this is her take on it. So he did feel bad about it, okay? Because he said, "Man, I didn't think it was working." Because I was about gone, and the blood and that my nose bleeds easy, so they thought that was a big deal.
He might have done that when he was coming in.
But
here.
here's Lisa's look on it, and she was
Yeah.
serious. She goes, "You need to be ashamed of yourself. You scared him to death." I said, "Scared him to death? He's the one choking." She said, "But you try not to tap, and it like to killed you, and now he's traumatized about it." I said, "Wait a minute. He was choking me, and I'm the blame for the whole incident." And then bless his heart because he feels bad about it after he like to pull my head off.
See, I told you about the wife book of blame. She's not.
But how do you blame me for that?
I mean, to me, you should. I mean, wouldn't you blame a guy who came in there and choked his dad?
Exactly. She wasn't kidding. She was serious. She goes, "You need to be ashamed. He feels bad about that." I said, "Well, he didn't feel real bad."
Yeah, he
He
cut
liked
my
to pull
window
my
off,
head
and he
So,
closed the
wait,
window.
Greg, you were attacked from behind.
That's why I'm talking
You were
like I am, man.
bleeding.
My voice box
You
still ain't
passed out, and it was your fault.
Yes.
All right, now, Greg.
Because she said, "You being so stubborn." Because he kept going, "Dad, I'm sorry." I mean, he goes, because anytime we get somebody's air cut off, they tap immediately.
What I love
And he
is
said, "I figured I didn't have it right, and your air went cut off because you didn't tap, so I kept bearing down."
Greg's wife, Lisa, mother of Taylor, is having to referee technical
she was
aspects
mad.
of a wrestling match
You're right.
upstairs. I thought he should have been tapping.
Right.
Oh, he wouldn't tap out.
I like.
Hey, he was bleeding. Well, I didn't know it.
I love.
Exactly.
I
She
love.
blamed me.
This sounds like Judge Judy.
You know what I love though is the fact that his wife knew the terminology. There'd been
Oh, I
so
know.
much wrestling
Yeah.
going on.
Oh, yeah.
You ought to be ashamed for not tapping.
And she's
out.
hearing
her tap a lot.
She's hearing the case,
Right.
and she knows the facts.
So here's where I messed up after I regained consciousness. Seriously, and I wasn't going to go, but it did start narrowing. He finally let me go, and I went to stand up, and I'm a little dizzy. I didn't realize my nose was bleeding. And And I made the statement. I said, "Hi, see?" I said, "Well, no way I was going to tap out." Well, that's all she heard. Well, see, it's your fault if you just tapped out.
Standing there, drowsy with blood on him. See?
Yeah,
he didn't get me.
How long were you out? How long were you out?
I don't think I went completely.
How did he ever? Well, Bubba,
what do you
Bubba
got, the
thinks he
Bubba
didn't
rule
go all the way
now?
out either.
Look, there's a gray out and there's a black out.
Rick's dragging Bubba down the hall. I wasn't out.
Here's my
He
point.
just caught me.
I was at this point. You know what? When they cut your air off and you're at the panic point, well, if you'll hang on, the panic leaves, and then you just start going, woo, going. Well, I was to the woo part.
Well, Greg, let me ask you this:
How does it go?
Why did
vision starts going like this?
Why did he stop at all? What made him stop?
Because my daughter come over and
Started
she seen me
screaming.
bleeding, and
She
like,
saw Daddy
kicked
with
him.
that goofy
She
look and
started
nose
screaming,
bleeding.
kicked him.
Well, it's kind of a family tradition.
Then he choked her out. No, I'm just kidding.
Well, you realize this is a family tradition. My dad can't hear out of. No Bubba today. He's taking a personal day. Should be back with us tomorrow. But Speedy, Greg, and Adler here as we move forward. We're having a blast looking back over the weekend still to come. Speedy believes he can get Dicky Nadmire this hour right here. Wow, that's confident.
I'm going by what he said.
Do you think it's just therapy? He needs it?
Yeah.
Some people trying to tie the Vikings loss to the Lions to Bubba out today. I don't think so. But, you know, anything's on the table.
Yeah.
So we are recapping this was an event that my wife had planned for my 60th birthday. As I've already mentioned last hour, at one point she's did so many incredible things. I'm thinking to myself, does she know I'm dying? And I don't know it. But it was, I can't thank her enough how hard she worked on this, how special it was, and we just had an absolute blast. Yeah. And hey, everybody couldn't be there, but I'm thankful for everybody who got there. And you know, I will tell you this, of course, now looking back, they're probably thankful, but there were a number of really, I'm talking about intense Bama fans that came, that are friends of ours that are in that inner circle, and they came. And hey, great, that really meant a lot, because when I told Sherry when she grabbed this day that it was the best day for our kids that all live all over the place to get there, and you know, I said, you know, Alabama plays Tennessee that day, and we thought, well, maybe the time of the kickoff will hit to where you can watch most of the game and still be there, or it'll be starting, you can leave early, but it fell kind of in that one, which we hoped it wouldn't, right in the middle of the day. But you know what? Everybody, I mean, I saw people that like have season tickets and they still came. And just didn't watch the game. Of course, now they're glad they didn't. They probably didn't. But Riley did strategically hide his phone in the flowers so me and him could peek at it, and he had the game.
I had no problem with that.
Some people were watching the game.
And that's fine with me.
Yeah, but they were
quiet about it.
That was wonderful.
I noticed that there was few people that I knew that were big Bama fans. They had a bad look on their face.
They did.
Yeah,
they did.
I saw that too.
Wingo and Gorosky kind of slid up close to me. I had pulled the game up the last maybe 4 minutes.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Well, I knew it was trouble.
And we turned it back on.
Yeah, I knew it was trouble when Benny Rose came over to me, and I didn't know who won. And Benny Rose is probably as big a Bama fan as the world has. And he walked over to me and he says, "I think I want to sing 'The End Is Near.'" And I thought, oh, this did not go well, because Benny doesn't even sing.
Either that or he knows something about your health too.
Yeah. So right. That's funny. So anyway, there was an anticipation of this next event. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. So Sherry and I, according to our children, tend to call each other babe a lot. Hey babe, hey babe, hey babe, hey babe,
yeah, babe, hey babe.
And our kids, our kids make fun of it quite often. Okay, especially young Broderick. So Sherry comes to me and she says, "I have an idea about something. We're going to do karaoke." I said, "Oh, I'm all about that. Everybody will love that." And she said, "I'm willing to sing a duet with you." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And you know,
okay.
Sherry and I, you know, she has often said throughout our marriage that I thought the way it should work is that
yes, you'll have some influence over me, but I will also have influence over you. But it seems to be that you've turned me into a version of you more than I have turned you into a version of me.
Yeah.
And I said, well, no, don't sell yourself short. There's a lot of things that, that you have accomplished, and I'm very thankful. And so Sherry is not really, I'm going to get up at a gathering and I'm going to sing, okay? And so I was completely shocked, and she said, and I want to embarrass the kids. And I said, of course, that's all I needed to hear.
Now I'm in.
Now, there's no greater, parents, when you get to where you can embarrass your kids, it's the greatest.
Sure it is.
And she said, I want you and I to sing Sonny and Cher, I Got You, Babe.
Oh, that's a good one.
And I said, now, I want you to repeat that to me again, because it sounds like you said you want you and I to sing Sonny and Cher, I Got You, Babe, meaning you're going to sing with me.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, we're the opposite. I'm actually Cher and she's Sonny, if you really look at it on the height. But she took the Cher part, and so now keep in mind that I fly by the seat of my pants. Okay, I was talking with Adler's dad, who they had their moment, of course, as well. And he said, I'm like, he said, he said, I'm ready to, he goes, and he even said, I sang a song, and Linda, Adler's mom, asked me, said, I didn't know you knew that song. And he said, I didn't. It's the first time I've ever sang it. And Chris and I have tried to analyze that move.
Yeah, what was that? What in the world was that? He gets up there, he sings some Michael Bublé song.
Right.
After my parents did a funny version of
You're the Inspiration.
You're the Inspiration.
Funny.
And so then my dad continues. For some reason, they did good.
He told
It
her to
was
go
funny.
sit down. He told you.
He did. And he stays up there and he starts singing this Bublé song. And he gets into the song, and it's very clear that he's not familiar with this song. I'm like, what are you doing? We're all kind of like looking at our watches, trying to find somebody watching the game. It was awkward. Pick a song you know.
Right.
That's karaoke number one. Know the song.
Be comfortable.
Funny.
Also, happy birthday, Dad.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, today.
Today.
Okay.
Oh,
Happy birthday.
Michael Adler.
Yes,
Michael
yeah.
Adler. And he and I, of course, had loaded up tables last night, and we couldn't believe it.
Wow.
But you know what we did? We took a ride on the land. Let's ride the land.
You got to
That's
do that.
great.
So anyway, this was the kickoff of the evening. Sherry had it out. But let me tell you, though, my life in this song, it's in my head forever. So Sherry wanted to work on this song so much, and I was like, babe, I'm not a big prep person. And she goes, she goes, but I said, I got to get up here and just be in the moment. And she said, no, I have to, I want to know this forward and backward. And then she would then coach me. Okay. She goes, no, it's I got you, babe. It's not I got you, babe.
I got you.
Don't do
Oh,
chew. I got you, babe. I said, baby, that's hip to do. I got you, babe. And she goes, it's not I got you. It's I got you, babe.
Oh, wow.
And she would correct me.
Wow.
She was coaching.
Yeah, I got you, babe. And she goes, no, there you're saying chew again. And so
I got you, babe.
But unfortunately, no matter how much she told me not to do it, I still did it. And in the song, because I'm up here in the moment now. I'm here.
Oh yeah.
So I
what you
don't know how much of this we can play.
Here's some of this is kind of the middle. Sherry singing, and she hands it kind of off to you if you want to hear that.
Okay. Isn't she pretty? Isn't she so pretty?
What a great moment.
Oh, we had
Rick, you even put the sunny sound in there.
I know
You
you did.
adjusted a little bit.
I mean, you got to mock. You got to mock what you're doing.
That's right.
I mean, that'd be like telling Blake not to sound like Johnny Cash.
Exact same.
Of course, his a little more impressive than Sonny Bono.
Well,
but yeah. So then,
it's still going. Y'all are so sweet. It says "I got you, babe" so many times at the end. Y'all are so sweet.
I got you, babe.
You hear my chew?
I got you.
I got you, babe.
Got corrected
What you
on that
doing?
a lot. But in the moment, I mean, if you're hipping
I
it
got
up.
you.
Yeah.
So when we come back, we have more to talk about. But Eddie Van Adler,
Hey.
I don't even know.
We don't have to play.
I don't even know what to say.
We don't have to play.
There was this reluctant attitude from him that I mean, he's an entertainer. He's a born entertainer. He's incredibly musically talented.
My mom taught voice lessons growing up. My whole life. That helps.
I know
It does.
but I think that it might have been that what he just talked about. And I hate it. It's on his birthday when his dad attempted Michael Bublé without even running it one time.
Without knowing the song? You're talking about that part?
I think that threw you a little bit.
Oh, my. I had to redeem my family.
You said that you had been nervous about this for 4 days.
Yes.
And you killed it.
He did.
Thanks.
I mean, you
was
killed
nervous.
it.
He came back to the table post-performance exhausted.
Yeah.
He was exhausted. His voice was hoarse.
Yeah.
He gave it everything.
I left it all on the field, you know. I had to redeem my family's name.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How old I would be?
How
Were you riding that? I would
no,
not
wait,
age.
Let's see. Now, if you if you are traveling at speed of light, you would not age. I would stay on the normal.
Right.
So you would be younger when you came back if you follow Einstein's theory of relativity. Plus, if you're flying in a spaceship traveling at speed of light, you can't open the window and throw a baseball out, which I always found interesting.
Boy, wow.
Speed limit.
Would that
186,000 miles an hour.
Well, do you want to go into the one that this other question today asked? Do our brains shrink as we age?
Well, I'm sure they do.
I mean, they were saying as we get older, our brains get smaller. At least that's what many scientists believe.
Well, and getting up early will also make it shrink.
Can I tell you something, Bubba? You're so right. I'm telling you, I feel like I don't know what it is. I just can't. I'm getting where I just can't wrap my mind around too many things.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I even tell people, like, I kid you not, I had a very important call the other day where a guy was asking me, had I spoken to an individual because he was about to speak to the individual and he understood I was going to speak with him. Okay? I'm not trying to, I don't, it's too personal to give a lot of details.
Right.
And I'll tell you something, I had no recollection.
Sure.
And when
you're losing your mind, Rick. We've all known that here for years.
But I wish you could have heard him when I said.
I think it's a good sign you're recognizing it now.
But you ever tried to explain yourself? I called the guy and I said, you know what? I'm going to be honest with you. I think I met with him, but I can't really remember. And he said, but I mean, it was like, and it would have been in the last couple of months.
The worst thing is that. Yeah, if it was been 3 days ago, I really can't remember it.
And he was like.
That's a bad sign when short-term memory leaves, isn't it?
He said, let me get this straight. You're not sure whether y'all ever met and talked? I said, I think I did, but I don't know whether I dreamed I did or I really did. And he was like, are you all right? And I said, you know what? It just all kind of runs together. Especially, you know, this job has done one thing that doesn't fly well with me is we meet so many people and have so many conversations that it all just kind of flies at you like one big montage. And and I feel so stupid when but see, that makes sense. If it's like you in the golden ticket seats, maybe we've met for the first time, and some of you we met before, but say it's the first time we met, you almost understand, hey, Rick might not recall that if I saw him like 2 weeks from today. And if I told him, he would remember it. But what's bad is all this coming at me now, people who I've known all my life are getting filtered in with people that I just met, and I don't know them either. You know what I mean? And now they get offended by it. You know, when somebody's like, hey, I'm your cousin. You know what I mean? That kind of stuff. I saw you over at the last, and that kind of thing. Or how about this? I'm in your Sunday school class. What do you mean you don't know me? You know, and it's just like, well, no, I don't know you, but I can't remember who you are. And I'm like, well, did I just meet you yesterday? No, you met me. You've known me for 25 years. You know, this kind of stuff. That's what gets me angry is when it starts colliding into things you really should know. Like a simple question, did you ever meet with this guy? I think I did, but I don't recall.
Do you remember when we had our our brain scans, and yours came back. It was real slick. Do you remember that?
Well,
That's
sure.
probably what it is.
Well, you know what they said though. They said and this is horrible. Once you burn them up, they don't come back.
That's right.
You know,
Definite count.
You know, people think that somehow you can replenish. When brain cells are destroyed, they're gone. You lose them.
Now, I've always heard that. Is that true?
That is absolutely. And then you add that with all the head injuries from football and.
Is that why you asked me this morning if I was the new intern?
I did. So, no, Greg, I think that was me hoping.
Okay.
To the phones we go.
You the intern haven't met you yet.
Yeah.
Really?
George, Navarre Beach, Florida. George, how are you?
Canadian greetings, gentlemen.
Well, thank you very much.
It's been a while. I really hate to correct Bubba, but
no, not this.
I sent him a link. Actually, what they're planning to do, the geniuses in Washington, is crash the space shuttle into the Pacific Ocean in 2015.
You mean the space station? I hate
The
to
space
correct
station,
you back.
pardon me. Yeah, $100 billion down the drain.
Well, I think
Is that true? What?
I think that was the original plan, and I think because they are behind in the construction schedule, they have decided to extend the life of it.
Well,
certainly
actually,
there would be
have a
no
look at the
need.
link if you would.
There would be no need
to. Yeah, it's from July 13th, 09. This is recent information.
So uncomfortable. I hate.
Well,
I hate when
mean,
space
that's
people
fine.
fight.
That's fine.
I hate when space people
But
fight.
I mean, you got to admit it doesn't make sense. I mean, they've just now put one of. I mean, they ain't even got the last part on it yet. So
Right.
why are we going to crash it in 2015?
This is, again, they don't care about it. It's our money, and it's also probably just a revolver to our head saying, hey, we need the money or else we're going to lose all of this, which in all honesty, it's something that ought to be preserved anyways.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
20, I'm sorry, Speedy. 21 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We will talk to Dicky Nadmire according to Speedy. All right, so we'll see how that goes. All right, Adler, I really hate, because Adler did so well at the party Saturday, I hate Aaron missed it. You know, I know that Ruby had a fever, and you're like, and that was responsible, not to bring sick kids to an event. And
we were actually going to hire a babysitter for the first time ever. Ruby is 4.5, and if you say she's 4, she'll correct you. She's 4.5.
Right.
And so we have my parents in town, we have Aaron's parents in town, and we have my brother and sister right down the street. So we've literally never had to hire a babysitter ever.
Yeah.
And at one point, I'm like, all right, what are we going to do? Okay, your parents are out of town. What about my parents? I said that to Aaron, and she's like, "Are you stupid? They're probably going to be sitting next to us at this party."
You're right.
And so,
Stupid? What's your problem?
Good point, Aaron.
Right. She had a great point.
Yeah.
So we went with hiring a teacher that's actually at their school. But then on Friday, Ruby had a fever at the school, and so the teacher knows that. Yeah. And so you're like,
couldn't not tell her.
Well, yeah, we'll probably not tell her. So otherwise, we would have not told her.
I just would have thought, right. But I just wish Aaron could have seen you in your glory.
Yeah,
Because-
she's glad she wasn't there, but that's okay.
Yeah,
you
so
know.
tell me what your thought, because you said you were nervous and you kept coming over to me, and you were even running by. Had you not landed on the song? Because you nailed it. It sounded like you. This was something. Which, by the way, back to your dad. It's kind of what you do with karaoke. If you're going to do it, you got to do a song you know really well, unless you just want to turn it into one big. Let's all see how this goes.
Yeah, I even foolishly, I sang some Johnny Cash on the way to the party, and then it hit me. No, I can't do Johnny Cash because Johnny Cash is going to be there.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
Blake, who's been Johnny Cash on Broadway or something for months
can't
at this
do that.
point.
Yeah, right.
That's not going to work.
So the Johnny's out.
And so I settled on some Sam Cooke.
When you told me Sam Cooke and Sherry did lean over, she goes, "What is he going to sing?" I said, "Sam Cooke." She seemed to be relieved. I don't know why we all were like, "Well, you can't. Sam Cooke's going to be awesome."
Yeah.
And hey, listen, you killed it.
Thanks.
I was nervous. You killed it. And how were you doing, Speedy? Did you struggle?
Oh, no.
I'm talking about before it. Were you worried?
No. I mean, look.
Did you have some bad moments,
You
though?
know he's going to
Did you see his?
How about when his dad was doing Michael Bublé?
No, because I'm going to tell you this.
Okay.
This is where I land, and others in the room landed. If somebody's up there and they're really trying, they're like real serious and they're really trying to do good and they bomb, that's when I start getting
that's tough.
But if people are up there just having fun and just enjoying the night, I don't ever go there.
I saw with Speedy.
So I enjoyed the night.
had texted that he never got secondhand. He sent a text
Good.
out, so that's a good sign.
That was
a good sign.
I did. I never did. I actually enjoyed. I leaned in.
How did you feel about me turning around and being basically on the stage with you? You're so close to my table. I couldn't wait.
You and Blake gave me some huge moral support. That
Okay,
was
good.
big. That
All
was
right,
big.
okay, all right.
Because at the beginning, at the intro, I'm like, all right, y'all sing the yas with me. Yeah.
You were
yeah.
fantastic. Let me tell you something. You brought the house down.
I think this is my new karaoke song. The audience,
fantastic.
the audience gets to participate.
let's go.
It's
It's good
great.
stuff.
All right, y'all, I just cut like kind of halfway through here.
I'll give you truly.
Go, Adler.
On into. Bring it to me. Bring your sweet loving. Bring it on home to me. You always be your slave. Till I'm married. Till I'm married. Bring it to me. Bring your sweet loving. Bring it on home to me.
Last verse, I had to go nuts.
Oh, but you stay all day and night. I forgive you.
Come on.
I forgive you.
Come on, boy. Look at Eddie
Yeah.
I'm nervous again. Why am I nervous again?
Golly.
He comes back. Watch this. Here we go.
Oh,
Watch
yeah.
this.
I gave
he's
Sherry a
he's
hug.
exhausted. He comes back to the table. He's worn out. All right,
just
he's
wiping
everybody's
my
giving.
brow.
Terry gave him high five.
I left
Devin
you
high
hanging for a
five.
second.
Just
I'm
a second.
sorry. I'm
That's,
sorry.
no, that's
Regan.
okay. That's okay. You were. Hey,
You're so-
he sat down.
Yeah.
And he was spent.
Oh, my goodness.
my goodness.
I
That
was
was a
so
good one.
tired after that.
Oh my goodness. So,
But I got my song now. It used to be Aerosmith's "Dream On." I don't think I've got the.
you
I don't think I have that anymore.
you teased that during the week.
I thought about it.
Yeah, and I thought that's heavy lifting.
Yeah.
But Sam Cooke's not exactly a walk through the park, and you nailed it.
No,
That was so good.
You nailed.
Thanks,
I thought it was one of the highlights of the whole evening.
Well, that's very kind. I wanted to do a good job for your birthday party, Rick, for Sherry. I didn't want to ruin the party, and I had, like I said, I had to redeem my dad after he got up there and sang a song that he didn't actually know.
Right.
Well, he pulled it off.
Well, and one of the things, yeah,
To the layman's and
well, and
I thought it was good.
Yeah, and then what the fun they had with "You're the Inspiration" was hilarious.
That was
too.
funny.
When
Yeah,
your
it
dad
was
got up
great.
there and realized, oh, so that's the key it's in.
Yeah, that
Oh,
was
goodness.
great.
We've been practicing a different key in the car.
Right.
And I'm like, how do y'all even know that? They're like, this is A minor. I'm like, sounds good to me. You know?
Right.
I don't know
Yeah.
that. I don't
what?
get that deep into it.
The funny off the text line, and it's true. Somebody says,
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen this much excitement and crowd participation in a room full of sober people.
Right,
That's
right.
the point.
Yeah.
Dan had a lot of reason why I didn't sing.
There was no alcohol. Almost cost us Greg. Did you hear me? Did you hear me? We had no alcohol. Almost cost us Greg.
Well, the singing was out after that.
Yeah, well, we
was
knew you
out.
wouldn't sing. So yeah, we
had to walk to the truck with him.
Yeah, after look, people.
If you did, I'm kidding. That'd be terrible.
Yeah, I kept going over to Lisa. Where's Greg? He's out the truck. But we people saying you gave him goosebumps. I agree.
well, that's
what don't you
very
agree?
kind.
And the coup is you were bringing the
great.
audience into it too.
Yeah, it was good.
Everybody just seemed to have a good time.
It was fun.
It was a lot of fun. When we come back, we'll talk about the idea Sherry had for the food. Was it a hit or not? Greg, I think Greg may have.
I got you. I cost you on one.
I think you may have, but anyway, we'll come back. We'll
Oh,
hit
you
that.
the one you didn't get?
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah.
I got one little square of it.
I had a system.
Now I will say this:
will
I
call
did
it.
act like I would move the room and act like I hadn't gotten one before.
Yeah,
Is
right.
that what you did?
Yeah, absolutely.
So
Hey, about karaoke, when Brooks was up there, every single person in the room was having a blast.
Yes.
I told him that afterwards. I go, dude, while you were up there, every single person was having more fun than they thought they could have.
Let me tell you one thing he can do. He can own the room.
Oh, my goodness.
He
It was
brings the
great.
crowd participation.
The effort is just off the charts.
Off the charts. Bottom of the hour. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
On the moon, but they're also talking about using a ramjet to take minerals and fire it off into orbit to begin manufacturing processes to proceed onto Mars. That was genius. They could send robot factories ahead of time that go there to start doing mining, pulling out oxygen, pulling out water, vapor, so that way when they arrive, they've actually got cubic meters of this stuff sitting there in reserve. But again, they're not moving forward with it. They just, I don't know. It's kind of sad, actually.
This is not helping my brain situation.
Rick,
I could see your brain getting slicker by the moment.
I hate to correct both of them, but I watched the movie Armageddon the other night, and that crazy Russian astronaut blew the whole thing up trying to refuel the shuttle. Y'all didn't see
A
that?
lot of people don't know that. But
he was nuts.
They look, and they're talking about when they decommissioned the shuttles. What museum was going to get into that?
They sent you the link.
I
Check it.
tried to. Well, no, I'm not doubting the stories out there. That was the original plan, but I think you'll see that change. Trust me.
But let me go to this. Then. Here's what neither one of you disputing.
You know what I think
at
they ought to
some
do?
point they're just going to crash it into the ocean.
At some point, when they're done with it, they will.
Right, okay.
Like we did Skylab. I mean, it'll just come out of orbit. But
much like Skylab.
Well,
yes,
Rick, it's just like we did with Skylab.
Yes, you remember the big Skylab crash where we littered debris all over 3 continents.
Right.
I always thought that's a good idea. Build something big as a building in the sky, and then bring it back to Earth.
You may be shocked, Bubba. At that time in my life when they crashed the Skylab, I didn't even check up.
Of course, I was up at night looking for the flames coming across the sky.
He volunteered to search the pieces.
Oh, yeah, we had a ham net ready to go.
Alpha Victor.
Let's go to Luke in Tuscaloosa.
Listen, this was my idea about the shuttles,
Okay,
and
okay.
I've tried to get this to the right people.
Okay, all right.
Instead of just putting the things in a museum, they still, they're outdated, they're dangerous, but they still work. Why not fill the thing with oxygen and put it in orbit and leave it up there? It ain't going to hurt anything.
Well, don't we want to see it?
What?
I mean, why can't we put it in a museum?
What?
Why can't we ride
Why
in
can't
it?
we use it up there? I mean, we've paid all this money. Keep using it. Have it as a lifeboat around the Earth.
Right, kind of like a ferry.
You just have it as a lifeboat. Just put it up there, and if we ever get in trouble, and go, well, we can go over to the space shuttle dock and get that oxygen.
Why not?
off
Why
of it.
not have it like an amusement park
And
where
I
you
say
can ride in it?
I say put a booster on it and shoot the thing to the moon. Put one in orbit around the moon.
And I'm not talking about taking off in it. That's
Make
too
it
dangerous.
a space station around the moon.
But I'd love to get in and let that baby eat down the runway one time.
Oh, buddy.
Or a man-made reef in the Gulf of Mexico so we can fish off it.
Well, we
They
got
sink
battleships.
ships
We got
for that.
battleships
You're right.
to do.
You're right. They do.
You need that. Battleship's bigger.
Well, they do good.
Luke in Tuscaloosa, ZBQ 94.1. Come on.
Yes, sir. I was wondering about Bubba. You said something about you can't go faster than the speed of light.
Yeah.
So what happens if you are in, like, say, in a school bus going the speed of light? Are you telling me you can't throw a baseball from the back of the school bus to the front of the school bus? Wouldn't the
Well, that would be relative to the inside of the school bus. What I'm telling you, if you believe the theory, because no one has done this, if you are traveling in a school bus at the speed of light and you cut the headlights on, it doesn't go anywhere. You can't see.
Yeah. And also, the guy that called in was just talking
Now
about,
you give me a
about
headache.
the space station.
Yeah.
If y'all watch the movie Contact, you know they got 2 of them up there.
That's true. Good point. Well said.
They got 2 of everything.
That's why they cost so much.
Well said.
Everybody knows that.
All right, we'll come back.
Well, now that we're crystal clear on that,
Absolutely. Well,
what does Dan Brown think we ought to do?
Look, I'm still mesmerized by instant coffee. All right, we'll be back. 866, we be big as a number. 30 seconds a pop. We go phone trolling. You pick the topics next. It belongs to you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Did you ever figure out how old I would be?
How
Were you right on that? I would
now
not
wait,
age.
Let's see. Now, if you are traveling at the speed of light, you would not age. I would stay on the normal.
Right.
So you would be younger when you came back if you follow Einstein's theory of relativity. Plus, if you're flying in a spaceship traveling at speed of light, you can't open the window and throw a baseball out, which I always found interesting.
Boy, wow.
Speed limit.
Would that
186,000 miles an hour.
Well, do you want to go into the one that this other question today asked? Do our brains shrink as we age?
Well, I'm sure they do.
I mean, they were saying as we get older, our brains get smaller. At least that's what many scientists believe.
Well, and getting up early will also make it shrink.
Can I tell you something, Bubba? You're so right. I'm telling you, I feel like I don't know what it is. I just can't. I'm getting where I just can't wrap my mind around too many things.
Yeah.
You know, it's like I even tell people, like, I kid you not, I had a very important call the other day where a guy was asking me, had I spoken to an individual No Bubba today. He has taken a personal day. Be back with us tomorrow. Hey, let's talk about this. I hope you're not in this situation. So Tax Network USA, we asked them about the IRS crackdown everyone's talking about, and their advice was plain and simple. If you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It is a no-win situation. That's why you need Tax Network USA, and the website for them is simply this, tnusa.com, tnusa.com/bigvox, V as in voice, OX. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a while, 1, 5, 10 years. Look, the edge you have with Tax Network USA, their preferred direct line to the IRS, they know which agents to talk to, which ones to avoid, and they can get a settlement that is in your favor. They've already helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people like you. So don't wait till the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It is free, it's confidential, and it's straightforward. So talk with one of their strategists and see how they can help you and get this nightmare behind you. 1-800-780-8888. And you can go to tnusa.com/bigvox or do the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So kind of wrapping up the recap, and then I think Speedy says Dicky Nadmire will be next. So we were looking back over the weekend, and of course the gathering has been a big part of it since 4 of us were there, and that was kind of the center of the weekend. And there was so much to report from the gathering, and we just had such a blast together. Adler, of course, brought the house down.
I missed the memo on Blake making it.
Yeah,
and when I walked up and I saw him and his wife, I was like, wow, I didn't know you were going to be there.
Yeah.
And I don't think I hurt his feelings, but I said, please understand, I'm not saying that I was expecting anything less than good. But seeing you do Johnny Cash is extremely impressive. And he looked at it like, so you didn't think I could do that? And I'm like, no. But it was at another level.
Yeah.
Another level, and it's a compliment.
Yeah.
But he kind of at first was like, so you didn't you go
but
do it?
Right.
I've been doing this show for how many months?
I was like, but you're going to be the national Johnny Cash guy. I mean,
right. Yeah, it's
making a name for yourself,
and it's opened a lot of doors for him. So that's great. So it was a great time. So
I enjoyed talking to them as well, and they're both so tall.
Very tall.
Tall couple.
And then here I am talking to them. But they are such a cute little couple, you know. People say that, but I started to say that to them. I was like, y'all are such a sweet couple. I had to change it because of the height difference between us.
Right.
I was about to call you a little couple, but I can't do that.
Yeah, my oldest son Blake is 6'3", and a little bit of change, and his wife Priscilla is probably what?
6'2".
She's not 6'2".
I mean, it felt like it.
Probably 6 foot.
Sure.
And and of course, you know what one of his little brothers says, Brody. He's like, and we're like, hey, we're telling the new married couples, hey, we're ready for grandkids whenever.
Yeah.
And then of course, young Broderick says, Dad, don't be encouraging them.
No pressure.
I said, why? He said, their offspring may take over the world.
That's true.
Yeah.
And so anyway,
well, they got their kitty cat. They're fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
You don't be pressuring them, but I know when I bring mine around, it gets you fired up when you say
when I'm with your grandkids, I'm telling you, I absolutely love it. And of course, we'll get into the food because this show has to talk about the food.
Boy, I tell you,
Got to.
And what I loved was, because this is all Sherry planned all this, and I'm so thankful.
She did a great job.
And so her idea was that she got one of our favorite restaurants when we go out to eat on special occasions. She found out that they catered events. So the design was, and some of you on the text are asking about this. The design was that they are serving the entire time, and then the plates the plates just get bigger as you go.
Yeah,
and so, but we didn't fully understand it. And Greg, I think, possibly might have. I mean, I don't think there's any official rules, but maybe unofficial rules on how much you eat off of the appetizers.
Yeah, I didn't know how many when we ordered these we allowed per person. We were thinking. So, but then I didn't care because I was really hungry. They were really good. So when they would come by, then they'd have a plate and they'd stick it out, and everybody. I would grab one, and then I'd double back around because I knew which way she was heading. And then all of a sudden she would get to the next group, and I'd be in the middle of it, and she don't remember me.
Yeah,
boom, get another one.
Yeah,
then I'd work my way back around. I stayed about a turn ahead of her.
So the appetizers,
man, they were good.
The appetizers had deviled eggs that were actually quail eggs. So they were little mini.
And
deviled
I love
eggs.
a good deviled egg.
We had
tiny little things.
Oh, I had to get a handful.
We had my personal favorite, chicken and waffles, which was a tiny little waffle.
Tiny chicken
a waffle about the size of a $50,
and they were crispy
with a little spice to them
with
too.
barbecue chicken on top with a little pepper on
spice,
top.
And then some round thing.
What was that?
An almond and goat cheese.
I don't know what that was.
Don't know. It was delicious.
Good. It was good.
I don't know what that was.
That was the first thing I got.
Pretended I did. And then there's one everybody keeps talking about, and I think Greg's the reason I never got.
Grilled cheese with a jalapeno.
It was a grilled cheese
square.
I think with like
some
pimento
kind of
cheese,
great cheese
type grilled something. And everybody was just raving about it.
God, it was delicious.
There was a jalapeno stuck.
Is
on
there a
top
reason why not everybody got some of that?
Well, I may be part of the reason because I got plenty of it.
Yeah, you did.
Well, I played my system.
They would work the room. Greg would move from where he was and go to another position.
Rick, I was in a deep zone, and I'm looking, and as they're running the routes in front of me, Rick, I'm just watching the quarterback's eyes, and I'm breaking on the ball. I figured it out.
Oh, you sure did.
Rick, back pedal. Oh, there it is. Oh, grilled cheese. Picked it off.
Troy Polamalu up in here.
Exactly.
Oh my goodness.
Well, and the reason why that was the format is, the barn, it's not small, but it's not huge. And when you have the table set up like that, a buffet format really would lead to mass confusion.
Oh, yeah. This was
and so they literally set up with Speedy's line of the night was funny. Speedy goes and looks out there where we have the four-wheelers and the side-by-sides parked. It's a garage. There's like a chainsaw and all this kind of stuff.
And they're out there preparing.
And Speedy said, I never thought I'd see people preparing food in here.
On the ping pong table.
Yeah. So
really nice food.
What they were doing, they prepared it, but then when they got there were some things they prepared over at Sherry's little she shack. Then they would this is country.
Yeah.
And then this is small town Alabama. They would drive it on a camouflage Kubota over from the house to the garage where they would then prepare it and then walk it into the barn.
Oh yeah, here they come.
I was wondering how it was so warm.
Yeah.
Oh, it was so
and
good.
then once I zeroed in on the small ones and I ate a bunch of them. I thought, well, that's it. Well, then here come a salad with grilled chicken in it.
Yeah.
And I ate it.
You didn't.
Everybody got one in.
Did you not pick up that it was appetizers, then a salad, and then the main dishes?
Then a short
What surprised me is when they brought out the fish first.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't. Oh, yeah, I did eat the fish.
Yeah,
too.
when I thought that was it, and then they bring out another one.
You're right.
Yeah.
The beef.
The beef.
Was
that
a lot
short
of
ribs?
stuff.
Is that what that was? The short ribs? Is that what somebody said?
It sure was good.
Golly,
it was
just
excellent.
I don't know
just
what it
fell
was
apart.
in. But let me ask this because I remember reading the menu. Was that crushed up black-eyed peas that it was sitting in?
I think so. Yeah.
Or was it like a grits?
No, it was a grits.
There
I
was some
asked him
grits.
about that.
What?
It was
like a blue corn grits.
Oh yeah,
or
it was
something?
blue corn grits.
It was.
It was excellent.
Yeah,
I didn't know. Me and Riley were eating. My son-in-law. He said, "I don't know what this is, but it's really good."
Oh, sure. It was
and had some collard greens in there.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, the collards.
Yeah.
But I was going to, and Speedy, you mentioned this because I worried about you at this one point. So when Sherry was talking to me, I said, let's don't do a cake. Cake's too big a mess. In this format, it won't work. And she said, "Well, they're gonna do something. They have something called moose spoons."
Yes.
And I said, "Well, what is that?" She said, "I think it's just chocolate mousse in a spoon."
Rick, I got to admit, I got a lot of those too.
And I worried about Speedy. I thought, well, this is where top two Greg and dessert loving Speedy, we lose them.
Right.
And
well, we've talked about it. It's Rich
we had
Wingo's
leftovers.
weakness too.
Yeah, Rich Wingo.
And he was sitting right beside me, and I
No.
said, "Rich, Rich, our weakness." And he's like, "What?" And it came around the corner, and it was just spoonfuls of chocolate
mousse.
Yep.
And good.
I had
night.
this one where I messed up. I had one empty spoon in my hand that I had eaten, and I grabbed the other one, and she kind of looked at that empty one like, "Hey, pig, you've already had one."
Greg, you're not supposed to. Let me tell
When
you.
she came back collecting
went ahead with
empty
it, though.
spoons, and I handed her a handful, I said, "These aren't all mine."
Listen.
Well, maybe, but
You're right. This is all you need to know. Sherry and I left, and we were leaving. There was probably maybe 10 small plates, and she put aluminum foil over, gave them to the kids to take home, whoever. You know what there wasn't any left over of? Moose spoons.
No, Rick.
Not one. Y'all hit them moose spoons.
I did.
And, of course, I used it to win over Greg's little granddaughter.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
you had her.
That was so cute.
So it was, and then people are asking me who catered the event, and Sherry told me I wasn't allowed to say because she's afraid if we need to book them again, won't be. I said, "Baby, don't be like that. People want to know."
Yeah, it was delicious.
I'm gonna tell you, I like the walk around thing, and you run up and grab
Yeah,
stuff.
that was good.
Yeah.
Especially with my sister.
It was great.
Dicky Nadmire.
Yep.
Up next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Some things to talk about starting the hour, Bub. I do want to start and do a belated and a happy anniversary to my parents who have been married 47 years yesterday.
Well, I remember you mentioning that yesterday.
Really?
Yeah, throughout the day. There's always a contest.
I think I actually said it on there.
There's always a contest when it comes to this, and we always know that our sister will remember and do something probably incredibly moving and sweet. Because
Write a poem.
But you know what? It's not fair because she's a woman, and women remember things like that and do special things. And let's face it, for the most part, women are more thoughtful than men. They just are. So
it's really more important your dad remembered it, isn't it?
Yeah. Which, by the way, out of 47 years, there's only been once he missed it, and we got in a lot of trouble for that. And I didn't think it was fair, frankly, because we were young adults at the time, and he was coaching at Jacksonville State University, and my dad did something that I understand why he did it, but boy, his timing, when he was a football coach, August 31st is right in the middle of the madness. I mean, hey, we're getting the season started. And for him, why he got married at the beginning of football season.
Did he not know what he was going to do for a living at that time?
Greg, he was madly in love. He couldn't wait. As soon as he got out of college, he had to get married and
then go to work Monday.
Yeah. She said their honeymoon consisted of their wedding night the next day. Then he went back to work.
Yeah.
So there was only 1 year, and I thought it was extremely unfair that our mom came to us and said, "Don't tell your daddy that today's our anniversary."
Boy, he got mad at us later.
And I'm
We
like,
didn't tip him.
can you do that?
And now that I look back, I can't believe I didn't tip him off.
I know. She said, because I think he's
I was a
forgotten.
little more scared of Mom, though.
And
I'll put it on the calendar.
See, we didn't have cell phones in those days. I could have texted him or something, her never known it. But I was, and I even had to get real honest with my mother, when I called her right before I went to bed, when I remembered it. And I had to be real because I'd called earlier in the day. And
not mentioned it.
No.
Oh, no.
No, thankfully, did not get her on the phone. I was checking in about the busy week coming up in different football games and with her grandsons. And I did, and I said, and she said, "Well, I saw you had called earlier." And I said, "You know what? I'm just going to be real with you. I'd like to say I was calling to wish you an anniversary, but I just now remembered it." And I said,
"Hey, is honesty the best policy?"
Not in this case, I don't think.
I did the same thing. I called her, but I admitted Lisa remembered it. I did.
So did you beat me this time?
Mm-hmm. I talked to her.
Well, I went by yesterday.
I don't know.
I had my shirt that the Burgess boys had brought in to be the coach.
That's
and,
right. Yeah.
I went by and I didn't know if he'd seen it yet or not, and I knocked on the door, but nobody ever came.
Well, it was their
And
anniversary.
I had some stickers for them too.
Yeah.
I tried to call like at 3 in the afternoon and didn't get nobody, or I would have bet you. But I think I finally got about 6:37. And I admitted, I said Lisa remembered it wasn't me. I couldn't take credit for it.
Yeah,
I don't even know what day it is.
How did she like the card you got them?
Loved it.
What'd you get him?
Something good.
Huh? Something really good.
It's one of them good ones.
Hey, let me just tell you this right
Like
now.
Tony Stewart got.
Let me just say this, Greg. This is something, because you know what? I talked to Mom, and she was surprisingly okay with the fact that we had not remembered too late in the day. Because you can always tell my mother cannot hide. She's the most honest, brutally honest woman. And my wife and my mother are very similar in this. If they're mad, you know it. There's no PR. There's no, you don't ever find out later. Oh, really? Was she upset? The minute you talk to her, you know whether she's mad or not. And she was very happy, and
She was good with it.
Yeah, they were going to try to do something today because yesterday didn't work out.
I thought I knew that, so that's why I waited.
And so I was talking to her, and I'm going to tell you what we cannot mess up. We need to start thinking about it. I'm talking about now. Is their 50th?
Oh, I know. No, we got 3 years.
I mean, if we mess that one, and she almost let me know.
That's true.
She said, it's 47.
Oh, you got to have a big party and all that.
Well, you know what? I like my mother's straightforward approach to that. She said, I don't want to party. So just let you know that I want to go on a nice trip.
Really?
I mean, she just called it straight up. So, and I said, well, give me some ideas where y'all want to go.
Right here during football.
So you
season
won't be
or
coaching that year?
I'll be.
So
coaching.
we ain't got to have a big party where you got pictures of them whenever young and all that.
With
We gotta,
Yeah, it's their anniversary, Bubba.
Yeah,
Well, the way you said that, it was like a family.
No, she didn't want a party. She wants us to send her and Dad off somewhere.
Oh, okay. Oh, I got you.
For 50. So that's
where they want to go.
I don't know. They got to find out.
Alaska.
Well, it was kind of funny because who does
Gatlinburg.
Go bear hunting?
Hey, who
Antarctica.
Who does this remind you of? Who does this remind you of?
We're back 10 minutes to the top. So anyway, Sherry has told me to be sure, Chris, to make known that your mother, Linda Adler, also played a huge role in planning our wonderful day on Saturday. So thank you, Linda Adler. And I was kidding around. It's Chris Hastings is one of the many award-winning chefs that we're so fortunate to have in Birmingham, and that was his wonderful staff and wonderful food. Hastings Catering and he has a couple of restaurants in Birmingham, so they were phenomenal, and he's one of our favorites. And boy, did his staff and everybody there, they were first class. They made it a wonderful, wonderful night. So you've done it. Yep.
I think we got him. Dicky, are you there?
Hello, Chad.
Oh, Dicky.
Wait a minute.
He actually called. I can't
Somebody
believe it.
wake him up. He sounds a little down.
Nobody surprised.
Ooh, you not
Nobody's
surprised?
Let me say this, and this is what makes Bama a little different than the teams y'all pull for. We're different.
Yeah.
We got Mississippi State celebrating one time. They were number one for 2 days. 2 days. Was it 2 days?
Hey, Dicky, let us hell stay
Let's
a
have
little
something.
bit. Come on.
It's better being an Auburn fan.
That's true.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're right.
Adam, you can weigh in, bud.
Is this what it feels like to pull for State and Auburn? Just how it feels?
Yes,
So
that's
you ain't-
exactly
you've been
how it
spoiled.
feels.
Leave State out of this.
Road Tide.
See, you got spoiled.
Let me tell you, Greg. Bubba's gone, so now we're going to hear from Greg. I respect Bubba for taking a personal day. If I had to deal with y'all, I'd take a personal day just because I needed relief. Road Tide.
You're going to probably be taking personal days always to next week's kickoff.
Yeah.
You sit down about it.
Well, let me talk to you about it, Gregory. Okay? By the way, Greg, Phyllis says, hey, Greg.
Hey, Phyllis.
Well, she loves you, Greg.
Well,
What did she go on a bender?
I got so many questions for you.
Oh, my goodness.
If we are fortunate enough, which we ain't going to happen, to be offered a slot in the playoff,
It's 12 slots. Surely y'all can make one
we
of
should
them.
turn it down. We should turn it down.
Wait a minute. Even if
we don't deserve
offered.
it.
So based
We
on
don't deserve
this, even no matter what happens the rest of the year, they're out. Is that in your words?
Bama needs to know we don't belong in the playoff. It
Punish
pains
yourself.
me to say it. It pains me to say it.
Trying to teach yourself.
Dicky, y'all could finish 6-2 in the SEC and be fine.
We're terrible. We're terrible.
Terrible.
You know what I say? No to Milrow.
Oh,
so we're
listen
turning now.
This guy, a lot of
Mill,
people had him
no.
winning the Heisman preseason. Come on.
Never believed in him, Greg. I never believed in him.
You went into that, I got you.
Never thought it. I thought to myself, pretty good running back, average quarterback. Road Tide.
So you've completely turned.
I'd put him at number 20-something and give him the ball. He don't need to be running the offense.
Or
Been
put him on
talking about
defense.
that. Roll Tide. Well, we got no discipline there.
Oh, that's fine.
If he's going to put on you can only be on our defense right now if you have zero discipline.
Yeah, that seems to be
Roll
true.
Tide.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. This idiot we brought from Washington, what in the world is going on?
Dickie, it's not.
I mean, we better fire him as soon as possible.
Well, now look,
Roll Tide.
it's his first year. I mean, I
Stop
get
the
it.
bleeding.
So you go ahead. I mean, you've considered this hiring a disaster at this point.
Disaster.
That's a little
Everybody
quick.
involved in this hiring ought to be fired.
That's a little quick.
Including
Roll
Saban.
Tide.
Dickie, did you make it to Knoxville?
You don't tie Saban to this. Do not tie Saban. Who's speaking? Who is that?
No one.
Some
Hey, let me tell you, I saw that performance from Rick's birthday party. That woman with the beard could sing pretty well.
You remember that little short lady?
That little short lady could go. I thought the beard was a bit much. You must work at a convenience store.
Oh.
Roll Tide.
Dickie, did you make it to Knoxville? Were you there?
Almost didn't go.
Oh.
For the first time ever, I almost took a pass on the going to Tennessee because I hate people in Tennessee. I hate them. I mean, right now, inside my nostrils, and this is abnormal because it's not our brand. Inside my nostrils right now, all I can smell is Jack Daniels. Roll Tide.
You know, you're right about
it just permeates the place.
Listen, the state of Tennessee, you should have a problem with them this year because both of their teams have beat Bama.
Ooh, Greg Burgess.
How about that? Just saying.
Hey, let me tell you, no matter how many Tennessee teams beat us, you still for Auburn.
Well, you got a great point there. What'd you do with your cigar? I know you didn't get to light it.
Did not light it, but did attempt to put it up the butt of Smokey the dog. Led to a bit of an incident. I started to take my victory cigar. I attempted to put it in the dog's rectal, and I was attacked by the volunteer.
Oh, no, he got you with that weapon.
Phyllis thought the musket was live and beat him with it.
Oh, gracious.
It was as bad. We were, of course, taken into custody, but
and later released.
And later released on bond.
Oh, Dicky Nadmire.
Roll Tide. I had to have a win somehow, some way.
Oh.
Hey, let me tell you something. We got to do something. I mean, we don't deserve it. We are just canceled the season.
Wait, we're starting a new season this Saturday against Missouri. What do you think?
Yeah, 2:30 p.m. on ABC. Dicky.
Prime time.
Did y'all get a call from me after the South Carolina W?
No.
Well, yeah, you didn't
because it was pathetic.
You counted that as a loss too.
Well, we're celebrating. We came back to beat South Carolina. Whoa! What are we doing having to come back in South Carolina?
Well, I get that.
Well, you saw what South Carolina did to Oklahoma this weekend.
That's true,
Dicky.
Hey, well, Oklahoma ain't no good.
Not current.
I mean, they got some Clemson defensive coach. You can't coach offense. Roll Tide.
So you're down on everybody.
Well, I don't like to see such average. I don't like average. I don't like undisciplined. And God, please, I hope Bear Bryant can't see this.
Maybe
I don't know. I don't know what he can see from heaven. I hope they close the doors of heaven so he can't watch this mess. And somebody please get Saban off the damn lake and get him back to Tuscaloosa. Roll Tide.
Say that final word right there. That'll cure it. It probably wouldn't hurt.
Well, Saban's gone. Everybody's having fun. Hey, let me ask you something, Speedy, Greg, and little Adler. Is everybody having fun? Are we all having fun? Hot and mighty, we're having fun. Roll Tide.
If losing's fun, I guess so.
I guess if you like losing, is that fun? Hey, how about this Saturday? I want us to put on orange and blue. Take the crimson off.
Oh,
Hey, now.
Dickie, come on.
This team ain't worthy to wear it.
It all starts this Saturday.
Yeah.
Are they playing in
No,
Tuscaloosa?
yeah, in Tuscaloosa. Just
Oh,
make
you're
your way
good.
to Tuscaloosa.
You're good.
I won't be there. I ain't going to be there.
Go to the statue, and you'll be
done.
good.
He's done.
I ain't going.
Thanks for checking in, Dickie.
Roll Tide.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I don't know. I got to find out.
Alaska,
Well, it was kind of funny because who does
Gatlinburg.
Go bear hunting?
Hey, who
Antarctica.
Who does this remind you of? Who does this remind you of? I said, Mama, I said, where are y'all on the cruise meter? She said, well, I would like it, but your dad won't go on one of those. He said, too many mysterious things happen on cruises.
Then I'm gonna tell you something. She stepped out. I know her. She wouldn't like it either. The way she is about eating and stuff. About because they'll put you on that trough. You know, where now that nice meal at night's not, but during the day when everybody's eating out of that trough.
She would
You
like
remember
that
that day I had 47 ice cream cones?
Yeah. I don't think she would like that.
How about pizza at 1 a.m.?
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, I know.
And
I
listen-
love it.
Yeah.
They need to cook it a little longer though. They ain't cooking long enough.
Yeah.
They're trying to hurry it out.
You know why everybody's eating it as soon as it touches metal.
I was
Toe
real
touches
disappointed.
leather.
I was disappointed in the pizza big time.
So I think we're getting a pass right now, but we can't blow 50.
Well, Rick, how did it come to you? How'd you remember? I
Well,
mean, you sitting around thinking about it?
There was a combination of things.
Yeah.
How about Hawaii?
How about I didn't remember? Lisa said, the day's your mom and dad's anniversary. I said, really?
So your wife reminded you?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even have a clue.
Did it just hit you, Rick? Or?
How about, were you just sitting there and all of a sudden he just, boom, I got a call?
Well,
Rick, I'm going to set my calendar up to give you an email the day before.
Yeah, well, how about, no, I want 1 year before the 50.
No, let me tell you this, and I need to apologize.
It'll happen
I
every
didn't
year.
text you because I didn't want to tip you.
You were hoping he'd forget.
Yeah,
Greg,
I didn't.
That's your brother.
It's awful.
I'm admitting it. I said, that was my first thing, and I said, I ain't texting him. He can't figure it out. He's a grown man.
I remember
He wanted
that, by
the
way.
brownie point.
I remember that.
Wow.
But it was a combination of things.
Okay.
My 9-year-old said it's tomorrow, September.
I hope the automation doesn't have a silent sense because it just went to commercial break.
Is August? Is this the end of August?
Okay.
And I said, yeah. And I went, oh, end of August. And I remember thinking, something about today.
I had no idea.
And then a text came from Speedy and said, is today your parents' anniversary? Which I replied.
Of all people, it came from Speedy.
Which I replied
Because I care about him,
Yeah.
Greg.
Now tell him why.
Which I replied back to Speedy, oh my.
And I laughed real hard. But our parents share the same anniversary, and I'd been talking with my parents.
And the way you made a fuss over them yesterday
I
on the
know
show.
it.
Yeah, well, I mean,
the whole show was about
I think it
anniversaries
was
and love.
I want to say it was
yesterday,
the same segment. We
We sang
said-
happy anniversary to
Happy
strangers the whole show.
If I'm
I got my mom on the phone,
Yeah.
same bass. I know she likes the woofer bass.
If I'm not mistaken, you told them happy anniversary around the same time you wish your sister happy birthday.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's right.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
Did Duke call him before you? Or
Uncle Duke? No,
Did he
I
call
think
international?
they did talk yesterday.
we have an international call.
From Uncle
Does
Duke.
he ever call? Seriously?
Uncle Duke
Yeah.
ever?
Yeah.
So your dad talks too?
Every now and then, yeah.
And what does he
don't
say?
even
What
go
do they
down
talk
that
about?
Huh? They're
What-
brothers, Bubba.
I mean, but what is he going? Well, hey, how's Germany?
Yeah, because
You probably.
Talk to David Hasselhoff
I mean, it's-
later.
How's your vertical leap? How's your vertical leap? You lost any?
The reason why I asked that, I mean, you know,
Why is this on me? You forgot your mom's and dad's anniversary.
I remembered it at 8:15.
Because I texted you.
No, because Brody and you combo.
So 8:15. So I could have texted you like at 2:33. That's when I found out.
Greg, why did you? So it's always a competition between the
just
two of
thought
you.
it'd
I
be
did the
funny.
same thing with my
I wanted to come in this morning and go, hey, did you forget Mom and Dad? I wanted to do that.
You know how I'm getting him back, though? I've committed him to drive my parents to the Auburn game Saturday.
Great, Dad. Oh, no. He's going to want me to go over Cotaquilla Mountain. I'm not doing it. I will
Why?
not go.
It's a great view.
I'm going around.
Because there's different ways to go.
He says it's quicker, and
Look.
yeah, but you're sick when you get through.
Hey, if you go, be careful. People out selling cookies.
That's right. So,
One-arm bandit.
so at 2:33, you remembered and you left me hang.
Yeah, I did.
I
didn't remember. I was cold. I ain't gonna lie. I wouldn't remembered it yet.
How about this? I'm an elephant. I won't forget that.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thank you for being with us. Bubba out today. Speedy, Greg Adler here. We are recapping all the things from the weekend and personally and around the world. We now have used Dicky Nadmire to transition us into the college football updates from the weekend, and there are many that we will run through. He did not sound. He sounded like he's. Well, that's as down as. I mean, over the years, though, you've heard him down before, but is as down as that?
What, down, frustrated, just done with it all?
Done.
Just disgusted. Maybe that's it.
Right. Yeah, he sounded.
He's disgusted.
He's at a bad place.
Right.
For lack of a better term.
Well, did I hear he's not going to the game?
Said he wasn't, but you know as well as I do, as the week it gets closer,
Right.
he can't sit at home
Let
on
it
a
get
Saturday,
midweek.
especially in Tuscaloosa. Come on.
What he is feeling, though, is what the average fan feels of other teams. We go through heartbreak all the time.
Yeah.
And disappointment.
Did I
And
hear,
he just hadn't felt that.
You know,
in a while.
I leave the room because I don't like sitting here with him.
Right.
But
Makes you nervous.
did I hear that he doesn't think they should be in the playoff no matter what happens?
Yes,
The
he
rest
said
of the
they
year?
ought to turn
Yeah,
it
he
down.
said it doesn't matter. There's 12 spots. He said they don't deserve not
And
one of them.
did I hear him combine two names as a shot and call Kalen DeBoer Kalen DeBoe?
Yeah,
He
which was
did,
a good
he
one.
did. He'll get
I mean,
things
you
mixed
gotta
up.
admit.
Though.
So anyway, all right. Well, that's behind us.
Very frustrated, man.
Yeah. Oh wow. And,
We didn't even get into how the family was doing, because I'd love to.
Well, it sounds like there was a bit of a fisticuff involving the volunteer and Smokey the dog.
And a cigar.
Yeah, that got out of hand.
It really did. I think I wasn't prepared for it. That Phyllis thought the gun was live.
Yeah, you beat him with it.
All right, so let's look at
Thought
some
it
of
was
that.
real.
So a couple of big games over the weekend. It doesn't get any bigger than Texas getting handled by Georgia.
Oh boy.
And Tennessee beating Alabama. I think all right, I want to ask you guys this in your opinion. Which one of those wins is more surprising?
Georgia beating Texas.
I think so.
At least
in the fashion
the
that
way
they've
Alabama's
been.
playing right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you going in, you knew
Versus how
Alabama.
Texas is playing.
I thought Texas
Yeah.
was the best team in the country. Of course, that's ridiculous to say that at this point
Mhm.
because the polls they don't even know. But
And I thought Georgia could beat them, definitely, but not like that.
Not
Because
like
the
that.
score's closer than the game was.
Right.
The game wasn't even that close.
Yeah.
So I know we have some. Let's go in the order that Adler's got them to us. So let's go Georgia, Tennessee. I'm sorry, Tennessee. I'm combining two games. Tennessee and Alabama, since we have clips from that, and we just heard from Dicky. First of all, what is this fake injury? Is this what we do? Everybody does now.
This coach needs to calm down. He pushed his player down. Is what happened. It looked like.
Okay,
really?
So what's going on here?
Yeah, look at the top of the screen here. There was a substitution confusion, I believe, and that player goes down.
Okay.
Here's another shot of it here. Push. And then down, and then he's like, "Oh wait, we got a guy down."
Oh,
here.
we got a guy down. Okay,
classic.
That seems to be popular now.
It does,
It
yeah,
is.
yeah.
So
That's when we're not ready. We don't need a timeout, and we'll just go down.
I was watching one of the highlight shows, and the announcer made a great one. He goes, "Oh, I feel bad for that guy. Our thoughts and prayers with his family."
So
Ole Miss is the worst.
So Bama players doing a layup celebration on a failed 4th and 1.
Yeah, it was failed, right? Did y'all see this? This is
we didn't see any of this.
This is late in the second quarter, 4th and 1. Bama's got the ball, and these two players up top, wide receivers, I guess, out wide, are going to do the layup move as they go for 4th and 1. Yeah, they get stuffed.
Didn't get it.
They get stuffed, and you can see these two players up top do the layup move.
All right, so what is that? Is that part of the? Are they just being goofy, or is that designed in the play?
I think they're supposed to say like. I thought that was almost like a celebration. Like, yeah, we got this. I don't know. Is that like a distraction move?
I don't know. I've never seen that before in my life. The two receivers back up and act like they shoot
a basketball.
Yeah, it's not a layup.
Wasn't a layup.
Shoot a basketball.
Okay.
I was thinking,
take a basketball shot.
Yeah, take a basketball shot.
I don't know
what does that mean.
Did it immediately.
Free throw.
So maybe free throw. They're saying this is easy money, and they didn't get it. They get stuffed. That was my understanding of what happened. And
what are they?
I've never seen that. Don't know what to even say to it.
I was listening to y'all sing karaoke at this point.
Right.
In today's the way they do today, how we celebrate routine plays and how we got to have a dance move for everything.
Oh, they did get the first. They did get the first. So my whole.
No. It's still bad because if that kind of behavior is not designed to be a distraction, if they're just doing that, it does play to this thing we keep saying that Alabama's doing things that looks like they're not disciplined this year.
Okay.
But now I don't know. That might have been designed. Maybe they weren't hot dogging. I don't know what that is.
Lance Ingram says they got the first.
Right. That's irrelevant.
Yeah.
Why are they doing that move?
Right.
Why are they doing that?
Because when they were doing that move, they didn't know whether they had the first or not.
Right.
At that point. Yeah.
The comment on the tweet was Nick Saban would have had these receivers running gassers until sunrise for this.
Correct. if it's that. Now, if it's part of, hey, do this as
like when they used to send the offensive lineman out there and he'd do this.
Yeah, that kind of stuff. They may have been told to do that as strategy. I don't know, but it doesn't look good. I agree with that 100%.
Okay.
So here's Kalen DeBoer. Welcome to Alabama, Coach DeBoer. High expectations, through the roof expectations, and here he is after the second loss for Alabama, now to Vandy and Tennessee within the last 3 weeks. And actually, as Mr. Nadmire covered for us, he didn't think they played well against South Carolina either, apparently.
He considers it a loss.
Right. Okay.
Unofficially.
Okay, so here
We
is...
struggled the last few games, but with a lot of football left to play.
Thanks.
What's the message
Thanks.
to the fan base after this loss?
Well, I told the guys, and so the message to them is, get back after it and get to work, and first of all do some soul searching, right, and look inward. And I know there's enough guys that still believe, that still want to go do what we want to do. There's a lot of season left for not just us but everyone, and it's going to go fast if we don't take advantage of it. That urgency's got to be there. There's no question. And we get a chance to get back home, but we got to go to work first before we play that game and find a way to take the next big jump. A lot of guys that we got to now incorporate into schemes offensively and defensively, just with some guys going down. So they're getting an opportunity right now too to help build depth. But we got to make the plays to go win right now, and that's where we're just falling short.
Okay, I almost stopped listening halfway through.
Can I ask you a question about him? Because
that tone didn't sound very
No,
confident.
it didn't. But who in his position, and this is just a compliment to the program and Saban, he's almost guys, he's in a tough spot. I
Yeah.
mean,
We
you
all
have
said
the greatest
whoever-
coach of all time just retired and left you the program, and you didn't. A lot of folks transferred and did the portal and all that, and he's got a great team.
He
Don't
wasn't
get me
exactly
wrong.
given a program that needed to be rebuilt.
Not for sure. I mean, it's ready to win, but you're constantly being compared to the greatest.
But
and
normally
it's
when
a
you
tough spot
when
man.
you take over for somebody like that, they're kind of
Yeah.
had a few bad years,
Right.
stayed too long.
Yeah.
He
left you with a championship team and
added pressure there.
But still, if you don't come through or things happen, I don't know. I just because he's a great coach, but he's in a tough spot.
Yeah, he's in tough.
He is.
But of course he is. But he knew that,
and he knew that. But
Yeah,
did,
right.
but, hey, but did he? Because you think you think you know,
yeah.
but you
on the
don't
outside
know.
looking in, it feels a little different.
Yeah.
That face right there was I didn't
that
know.
face right there,
Yeah.
and that's what made me think of it. Is
Yeah.
that face right
No,
there?
it's legit.
He looked very confident.
Hank Hill's son, who coaches the Tennessee Volunteers, Bobby. I'm sorry, he looks like Bobby.
He looks
from
just
Camden
like
Hill.
Bobby. Do y'all realize this guy was a national championship quarterback and was like second in the Heisman?
Right, yeah.
As a quarterback.
Yeah,
but he doesn't look the position now.
We're talking about Josh.
I like him.
How do you say his name?
Heupel.
Here's a Josh Heupel. I always struggle pronouncing his name. After the win, here we go.
Bobby.
Saturday in October, college football is as good as it gets. Man, Neyland effect, our fans, elite performance from them all night. Appreciate them hanging in with us on the offensive side of the ball when we were struggling. What a performance. Defensively, just absolutely elite performance. Line of scrimmage, controlling the quarterback. Everything that you had to do going into it. Did an unbelievable job on third down. Offensively, man, not good early, not far off. Man, everything's got to tie together. We got to be able to run the football.
And he went on to say it was another prize fight, and you got to answer the bell.
Thank you, Bobby Hill. Thank you, Bobby Hill.
He said, "Can I interest you in any propane? My dad is selling some."
We'll come back.
That's so good.
Georgia handles Texas in
man.
Austin. Wow. It is a wild year, and we'll continue to work through that. Then we'll get some of your phone calls in before the hour is done as the Rick and Bubba show continues right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Things that we've tried to acclimate our new employees to when they come here, interns as well, that it's a very rough place here. It's a very difficult place to work, and people give you a hard time. And, every time you come in, whatever outfit you got on, everybody's got to critique it. And, hey, call your son. He's missing his shirt.
Fashion police.
Yeah, we've been all through this. And
we're all real good to get on each other with that.
yeah, right.
Well,
Well,
hey, don't wear a shirt like twice in a week. They'll call you on rotating it a little tight. too.
Right.
So I had to go buy a bunch of new clothes because I kept hearing it.
right. So, and Greg,
After you got done
obviously
borrowing
Greg's-
your sons.
yeah, right.
Oh, it's already
See,
started.
here we go.
And obviously,
Okay.
Greg's colorblind because all his shirts are in the green shade, but that's fine. I mean, if you're going to use
Maybe
them to
the
hunt.
green's my color. You ever thought about that?
Well, I know Lisa got them, so she must like you in green.
Hey, how about this?
Evidently.
Maybe
you got every shade of green.
Maybe
Monday through Friday.
Maybe I like to be lucky.
Maybe he's a leprechaun.
But Greg, you
I had to remind Greg St. Patty's Day is in March.
And
not
I'll
February.
end up like a red shirt that day.
yeah, I've never seen anyone be that paranoid about getting pinched. But look, how about this? Pinched.
Got away
I ain't
from
never
him.
seen anybody that paranoid about getting pinched.
Got away from
Pinch
him.
him. Well, that's how I really talk when I don't have my broadcast voice on. But here's the thing. Greg said even though he worked for the Southern Company, hard-working pole climbing, I'm talking about hurricane fixing, crazy stuff, brutal men with rough skin, and you said this place is more brutal than anywhere you've ever worked.
Well, yeah, because it's constant.
It
I mean,
doesn't
we
stop.
could get rough out there. Don't get me wrong. Of
But
course,
it- but-
the clothes thing, we were provided clothes by the company, so, we all had the same thing on. So it was hard. But, it's brutal out there. But in here, I can't even breathe. I never get a break from it.
All right, and Ryan,
It's like you get knocked
maybe
down and they won't let you
Yeah,
up.
you can't say nothing.
and Ryan, you would like,
Obviously, maybe you need somebody to get your clothes here.
Okay.
And
That'll
Ryan,
be fine. I'll wear a new Rick and Bubba shirt every day. How about that?
And Ryan, what you're saying, you'd like to bring
Wait
for
a minute.
discussion today, Greg's new tennis shoes.
Sure.
Oh,
Got to.
You say
Actually, I didn't know they were at first when I first got here because I knew that that Hunter and Caitlin was here. I thought actually maybe that the kids maybe were taking back Betty's tennis shoes, like some new tennis shoes that Bubba maybe got her for Valentine's didn't fit, and Greg had stuck them on. I told Caitlin, I said, Caitlin, get your mom's tennis shoes back.
I will say
Greg's got them on, stretching them out.
Rick, I will say this. Okay. I was concerned. Look, if you went and tried to buy tennis shoes, they got all these crazy colors and shocks and So I just wanted a white pair of shoes. Okay.
Hey, you got them.
Well, let me say, Rick, granted, of course, here I go with another movie reference. I do look like Reuben Pfeffer in Along Came Polly when he wore his comfortable shoes to go salsa dancing.
All right.
Now,
I didn't know. You know what else?
See that? Yeah. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
All right, now,
Greg, I know you.
But let me say this. This coming from, have you seen those pointed toe ones? I tell you what you do. You bring those pointed toes. We'll take pictures of them, and you let people vote on whose look like women's and whose don't. Those are women's shoes, no doubt.
Ryan, do you wear women's shoes?
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. He got mixed up, got in the wrong
Church
section.
lady tell you they may be in style.
Church lady, did you see his
but
pointed
they're not
shoes?
women's.
I thought they looked very stylish.
Thank
I
you.
mean, there's
If you're the FTD florist and you're delivering
Hey, and
flowers.
Greg.
Sure they do. If he had a funny hat to go with
Hey,
it.
Greg, I know you love your daughter, and I know she's a cheerleader. I think you getting cheerleading shoes is a little much to help her out stunt.
All right, Southern Sampler came in here.
I didn't know you'd help her stunt.
I tell you what. Hey, they're a little bit bright. Hey, but there's nothing feminine about them.
I know you'll go sweater like a cheerleader,
All right,
but
so
I didn't know
feminine
you'd go shoes to help her stunt.
Southern Sampler, go ahead.
Yeah, I did notice they looked a little cheerleader.
Oh, is that right?
Oh, Greg.
Well, you know what's going to be bad is when you look, I got one on because I've buried that other one and lost it. So that's what's really going to be fun.
I didn't know you needed him to
I go,
tumble.
Greg, where'd that other one go?
I didn't know you needed
Well,
him
there
to
goes
tumble.
Southern Sampler limping down the hall. Maybe he's got it.
Greg, it's just Chandler that needs to tumble. You don't need to tumble, too. You
Greg,
just pick her up and stunt.
Hey, he's the base. You know what I mean? Just have her to do it.
I knew it was either that.
Okay, here's the challenge. Here's the challenge. We're going to quit hollering. You bring them girl shoes of yours, and you wear them, and I'm going to wear these. I wish you had them today because this bunch here looks like they got a little sense. But whoever's here will judge on who's look gay girly and who's don't. Yeah, mine are a little bright.
Okay.
I'll give them that. They're a little white.
Yeah, they're bright.
But they don't look girly.
Hey, but that's the way you like them.
I guarantee you Bubba likes because I've seen them on the court.
Well,
That's right. He looks like he's ready for the court, doesn't
I
he?
asked, your shoes were so white, Greg. I told Speedy if he didn't mind to walk up down the hall because somebody's going to trip over the box because you just took them out.
Okay.
I knew you'd set them out
They
for
look
trash.
bright. I'll give you that.
Either
But then
that-
I wear my brown.
We're back. 21 minutes past the hour. We have recapped a little bit of the weekend. We have heard from Dicky Nadmire. If you missed all that and you're interested, including a rare performance by Sherry Burgess, I Got You, Babe, from this past weekend. Catch all that in the daily archives, either on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. All right, so we're talking college football now. We talked Alabama, Tennessee, then Georgia, Texas. Georgia goes in and beats Texas convincingly. And again, the times we're living in, I don't know that this is all that surprising. Everybody, it is a lot of great football out there, and you can really enjoy it if you're not, like lamenting every second of your team. Because, boy, it's there's nothing that's a given right now. Not a lot of Saturdays to relax right now. Not a lot of Saturdays to relax.
Listen, we thought there's 12 positions. It's not going to be as much pressure because there's not. I think it's worse.
Right, yeah.
And I think you go into these atmospheres, like Bama going into Tennessee, Georgia going into Texas, College Game Day was there. They talked about the atmosphere, and then they do what they did at Texas.
Yeah.
In Austin, that's impressive.
And let me ask you a question. I brought it up earlier to Speedy. I saw footage. Maybe it was from the last time Tennessee beat Alabama, but did they tear the goalpost down again?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't
Maybe
think so.
I just saw footage, but it may have been from the first one because I'm thinking, come on, guys, by now.
I know they rushed the field.
Yeah. I mean, I don't even think they should have rushed the field.
Yeah,
to me, I'd go,
yeah,
we beat you. We beat you again the second time in 3 years.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a good point. Let's go to 12B. So in the Texas-Georgia game, there was a controversial pass interference call.
Mm-hmm.
And we've all seen games where fans throw stuff on the field. I don't know. This is almost like the Philadelphia fans for the Eagles.
Yeah.
I mean,
It's Santa Claus out there.
I mean, this becomes a situation that is unbelievable.
This is the whole sequence. I found a long clip because Sark even ends up walking out onto the field.
He sure does.
To try to get everybody to stop throwing the trash. So that's the play there, I believe, in which it happened.
So there was a pass that was intercepted.
Correct.
And
By
Kirby
Texas.
and Georgia fans think they're getting a pass interference, which will overturn it, right?
Yes.
Right, because that was the call on the field.
Okay, I got you.
Well, Texas at this point they're getting beat 23-8. If they score here in the late in the third, now they've pulled in to one score. Because they were getting blown away. And so there's this big, long delay. Things are being thrown onto the field. Sark comes out and has to wave off the student section like, will y'all please stop? And so there's this big delay. And then after the delay, the referees, White Hat gets on the mic and says, actually, we're waving it off there after further review or discussion. There was no pass interference.
Oh, wow. That's all that.
And then he has to go tell Kirby Smart.
And how about this?
And Kirby
there wasn't
loses
pass
his
interference.
mind.
If you look at it, there wasn't pass interference.
No, there wasn't. It was a bad call. And
I would go as far as the receiver pushed off.
And that's what they claim, that he got it wrong, almost like it was he called it on the wrong person.
Look at it, guys. We're looking at the debris right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of trash.
It's substantial.
It is unbelievable the amount of cans and stuff that's on the field.
And Georgia even cleared their sideline. They walked all their players out onto the field.
Have a tough job, especially on these plays on the
And here's Sark telling the students to stop doing that.
Yes.
Because they could get penalized, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
And he's like, please stop. Now, at this point, Sark does not know they're going to reverse the call on the field.
And make the point, this is not a reviewable play. They just said, we got the call wrong.
Wrong. We got it wrong on the wrong player. That's what White Hat said.
But it looks like they gave in to the crowd throwing trash.
It does. And that's what upset Kirby, because then he has to go tell Kirby. And he's like, what? You're doing what?
So now Kirby is going to lose his mind, right?
Yeah.
With the team effort. Props to the team effort on getting all this trash off the field, y'all.
Everybody's
helping people.
Even cheerleaders are picking up trash.
Yes, even cheerleaders are picking up trash.
Right, so there we go. And there's Sark out there on the about the 11-yard line.
Please, y'all stop.
Yeah, and he's like, what are y'all doing to us? You're killing us.
Yeah.
And then it looks like the refs bend to the pressure, even though even though they don't.
Yeah.
But boy, it looks like
Don't you know, with all that going on, the one that had the call right goes, this is really fixing to be ugly when we reverse this call because it wasn't interference.
Here's Kirby.
This is right after the game here.
All right, this is after the game. All right, here's Kirby.
Nobody gave us a chance. Your whole network doubted us. Nobody believed us. And then they tried to rob us with calls in this place. And these guys are so resilient. You know what I mean? We talked about intent. What was our intent when we walked on the field? Our intent was not to take pictures, not to do all the superstar stuff. Our intent, our intent was to eat.
Kirby, I'm gonna stop you. Not everybody didn't think you could do it.
I think
y'all are really good.
There was a lot of picks against him, is what it was.
I know you say that in the locker room. You tell your team everybody didn't think you can win. The whole world. Yeah. Nobody on ESPN thinks y'all can win. By the way, you are Georgia. I think there were people that thought y'all definitely could beat Texas.
Your mama thinks you can't win. Your girlfriend thinks you can't win.
Yes.
The only thing about him talking about the call is that the call should have been overturned.
Yeah.
It was not pass interference.
Mm-hmm.
The receiver for Georgia is the one who's pushing him back and pushing off of him.
But I get it when you're frustrated and the play was full speed when it happened.
No,
so
I
he
got
really
you.
don't know. He's just thinking, how are you changing the call?
Yeah,
I agree. I agree there.
Now here he is actually sitting down at his press conference.
All right, here we go.
Kirby, can you take us through the
loves
reversal of
advising.
DI, what the official said to you?
Yeah, he just said the guy got it wrong, or the guy called it on the wrong guy, which it took him a long time to realize that, So it's one of those things that I don't know what I'm allowed to say and not say, so I won't comment because I want to respect the wishes of the SEC office. But I will say that now we've set a precedent that if you throw a bunch of stuff on the field and endanger athletes, that you got a chance to get your call reversed. And that's unfortunate, because to me that's dangerous. That's not what we want. And that's not criticizing officials. That's what happened.
It kind of is.
That's what
it kind of is. But since they're in charge of the game. So
I don't think they're in danger, but
right.
That's
Well,
just
I
me.
mean, you don't know what's being thrown. It could be full. You don't know.
Throwing stuff on the field is completely
can be dangerous.
Completely
Yeah, it can.
wrong. Shouldn't happen because not everybody has a helmet on. You know,
and not everybody's throwing cups.
Yeah, like
No, they're not.
I tell you, who was in the most danger were those cheerleaders down there.
Yeah,
True.
They don't have protection, and
Yeah, all the
they're
game day folks.
Yeah, the game day folks. But even though it did need to be overturned, I agree with Kirby Smart.
Oh, the way it was handled was bad.
Now it looks like they played a role in overturning.
Yes. That
And,
if you show yourself, then you might get your call reversed, which is not a good precedent. to set.
How about the bottom line is Georgia went into Austin and whipped Texas, and I mean whipped them good.
Whipped them, made them like it.
They did.
Yeah, and so
That was
there,
very impressive.
There you go. So we'll come back. Your phone calls are next. Our first check-in with you, America, today. We've covered a lot. You can comment on everything that you've already had access to, or you can bring up your own topic. We have more to cover. We haven't got to the Kamala Harris rally yet, but we will. We will. That's coming. Bottom of the hour, 866-WE-BE-BIG. We chat with you, America, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Clark's, and he calls me moccasin. I mean, what you want me to do? Wear flip-flops?
Hey, just know I'm still looking because I'm gonna find that tennis
Oh,
racket
and by the
got
way,
somewhere.
you look on that shirt there. We've seen it enough.
Hey,
Okay?
it ain't as hot as that sweater you wear.
Yeah,
So.
that's he's on
But
a tight rotation.
Rick, I'm gonna find it because I know he's got a tennis racket somewhere because he's
Hey,
taking
what's
up.
wrong with that?
Greg, I really hate
There's nothing wrong. Greg, hey, Bubba, if anything, you got your doubles partner now because he's got a
Maybe
racket
I got
somewhere.
these shoes at
He's
Bubba
got the
101.
shoes
You don't
on.
know.
Maybe I got
We got a little surprise there, buddy.
You get pulled in.
You don't know.
Well, I tell you what, Ryan, serious business, and you ought to feel guilty.
Oh no!
I came by this morning and I saw a homeless man. He's missing his jacket, and I you know what I mean. And he was
Exactly.
what happened? You want me to take it off of him on the way in?
If you was panhandling,
It's got a few
nobody-
bullet holes in it. It got a little shotgun in it.
Yeah, when I
Rick,
first
this is a guy who wears either a Dolphin shirt or a Frenzy softball shirt every day.
That's true. Now I won't argue that.
Every day, and he's
That's all
gonna
I
tell
got.
somebody about it.
Either that or what he say you did? You either did that or you went Backstreet Boy.
Yeah, or he
I got
dresses
that-
like the
yeah, I got the
Backstreet
one
Boys
Backstreet I
sometimes.
got
You ever
that Greg
notice
likes.
that?
Greg, let me see the shoes. Pull them up.
Okay. Fatty can't get his foot up.
Well, now,
What's wrong with that?
we need to take a picture of these and get them.
What's wrong? What is anything wrong with that? It's a little white. Now,
You
granted,
do look
it's
like
got
you need to say,
reflectors on it when I start jogging.
Just do this. Let me close my eyes and say, ready? Okay.
Greg, I've seen
Okay,
shoes in
bowling
stores
shoes.
not
I
that
saw you
wide.
buy those bowling shoes that
They
day.
got them on now.
oh, you got your bowling shoes?
No.
He's got some more bowls.
Yeah,
in.
yeah. For turkey
wrong
toss,
with
I
his
had to
shoes?
buy some
Seriously.
shoes, and they were making fun of me.
Well, they're brand new. Sampler.
Sampler, you what
Look,
does
your
Ryan
parents
know?
are still
What do y'all
buying
know?
your clothes. You ain't got nothing to say.
Young, now look, remember what we talked about, and you have to be real careful.
Greg, I've
And-
seen shoe assistants walk around in the
I'm gonna
store.
say
The
it-
shoes ain't that wide.
I'm gonna say it again. Okay, granted, I can work on the maternity ward. All right, I'm gonna say it one more time. You bring those girl shoes of yours,
Right.
and you set them. These will take them on any day, and see which one's the most manly. Bring them.
Sampler,
I will.
Sampler,
I will.
you've just seen his shoes.
It just needs a little dirt on him. Just a little dirt on
You-
him. Just take some.
Your only
take some
grief
color
with us
from
the
him.
brightness.
Yeah,
a little
just
bright.
too
Well, I'd
bright.
want them to stay wide if I was you, Greg.
I would too.
I know I look a lot quicker in them.
That's right. We saw you on film. It looks like them feet were just digging.
Right. Now, but what he has to be careful of, though,
I knew
Ryan,
this was gonna happen.
Listen,
when I walked out
Did you
this
spray them
morning
with that?
these on. I knew
Is that
this.
new shoe stuff? Did you spray them with it to keep them that wide?
No, these are right out of the box.
Okay.
I think what's really sets them off
Well,
are
that
those,
is your
are
box
those,
back there,
are
then.
the dark jeans you're wearing with them.
I
That's what sets them
understand
off.
that. I need a pair of tennis shorts on.
but
I
let me
get
tell you,
that.
something. We've talked about this on the show. Let me tell you that fine line, and you got to learn it.
varsity sweater.
They were new, and I wanted to wear them.
I know.
You
Yeah.
Like a little kid.
and Greg was running up and down the hall saying, "Look how fast I am."
When I was a kid, when I got new shoes, I had to run in them.
Yeah.
So I'm doing that this afternoon.
How about this? But there's that fine line because we're all 40 plus here now. There's that line of if you
think
try
you're
to
right,
get
Steve.
too in
The dark
style,
Oh,
we're old enough now that's creepy for our kids.
You mean like Ryan?
Yeah, well, no, I maybe
Yeah.
today. Today, yes.
By the way,
but
Ryan,
the fringy
high of
sweatsuit.
70 today.
No, the highest 55. I actually went out without a coat today and went back in and got it. like 30. It was like 32 when I came out.
Yeah, there comes a time where we got to find that place where we can't be in style because that's creepy for your children once they get older. But then you don't want to also be, too far the other way.
I may be pushing that line. Greg, you're good. You're safe. Don't worry about you. You're good.
Yeah, my son, he was with me when I bought him yesterday. He's kind of looked at me like, yeah, that's what you're going with? Yep. That's what I'm going with.
Well, you're somebody's dad. You can wear whatever shoes you want.
Are they comfortable, Greg?
They're extremely comfortable.
But some people, and they're white like you like them.
And I think Speedy's onto it. These dark pants did kind of hurt it.
Well, you wear jeans most of the time. Isn't that what you're going to normally
wait
have?
till the summer, though. They'll look really sharp.
Now, you're a little early with them. A lot of people won't know if it's past Labor Day yet. You know what I mean?
You got them dogs
comfy, though. At least I ain't got spray on tan yet. Oh. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's
I
early.
like the Velcro on those shoes, though.
No,
That
there's
helps.
not Velcro.
Oh, Greg! Oh, Greg! You got slammed by an intern.
Right. Two of them.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
$35 minutes past the hour. Phone calls coming in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Reminding you, in 2025, the Man Church conferences are coming. Birmingham, Alabama, Atlanta, Georgia, and Panama City, Florida. 3 different weekends, guys. 3 different lineup of speakers. I'll be speaking at all 3 of those. Andy Blanks will as well, but we have special guests either from Team Man Church or just special guest of ours speaking as well. Powerful lineup, great worship, and of course our new resources and the current resources we have also available for you. These are powerful weekends. Early access tickets are available to Atlanta and Panama City. They're already sold out in Birmingham. General admission is available at all 3, including Birmingham, and you can get those tickets now by going to themanchurch.com. Just click. If you click on that link right there, you can see a video that kind of gives you an idea what it's like to be at one of our conferences if you never have. You can see the lineup of speakers that are available. You can see the facilities. Hotel information is going to be continue to be added there too, and you can plan your weekend, get your group together, and man, we are so excited and looking forward to that. Lord willing, coming up in 2025. So let's go to the phones. Let's start with Dave in Nashville, Tennessee. Dave, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you today?
Hey, great. First-time caller here.
Thank you. Thanks for calling.
Your show.
Thank you.
All right. My comment was when Alabama was up in Nashville, I guess it was right before the end of the second quarter. I think Vanderbilt was up by 10 or something like that. It showed the sideline of Alabama and all the players sitting on the bench, and they were laughing, smiling. Now they're down by 10 now, really kind of in a dogfight, and that's when I knew that this is not a Nick Saban team. And then we progressed the tape a little forward, and another Alabama loss. Obviously struggling again with the Gamecocks. I think it's in a spiral. That's what I believe.
So you believe you're with Dicky Nadmire. You agree with his comments?
I think that the longer that this thing goes on, if they don't get some discipline on the team and the will to want to win, it's going to get bad.
Okay. Well, there you go. So once again, as you said,
agreed with Dicky.
Well, that basically is what he said.
Yeah,
a lot different way, but he said it. Same thing. We continue. Let's go to Alan in Guntersville. Alan, go right ahead. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, after this weekend, I just want to out there before all these Alabama haters do it to us. I'm afraid to go to Tennessee for getting beat up.
You're afraid to go there?
Yeah, I'm getting beat up after the past 2 ball games.
Okay, all right. No,
It's just they're just
yeah, no, it's look, I know it's hard. I got it. It's tough. We've all been there. By the way, Texas has received their fine from the NCAA for throwing stuff on the field, $250,000. Of course, in Texas, that's like being penalized $15.
And I heard that they are going to identify the people that threw the trash with cameras. They've got cameras everywhere in the stadium. They're going to identify people for real and bar them from attending the rest of the season.
Yeah. Well, they got a lot to identify.
Yeah, they really
There's
do.
a lot of bottles.
Yeah. We continue. Let's go to Garrett in Alabama. Garrett, go ahead.
I'm on the phone.
Hey, Garrett, go ahead.
Hi guys. How y'all doing this morning?
We're good.
Monkey grass and green acres.
Okay.
And a roll tide.
And a roll tide. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm 26 years old. I've been listening my whole life. Never, first time calling in.
Thank
Just want
you.
to tell you guys, you really made my childhood growing up.
Thank you,
I hate
buddy.
to see you guys go, and I'm excited for what y'all doing next year.
Yeah,
I just wish y'all the best of luck.
Thank you, man. That's very kind of you. And so much to celebrate, so much to be grateful for, and excited about what's ahead. So thank you very much. We continue. Matthew out of Birmingham, 104.7 WZZK. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, fellas.
Hey, buddy.
I'm a longtime Browns fan, and I've been watching them for 26 years, and it takes some loyalty to be a Browns fan as long as I've been. And we saw Deshun Watson get injured, and a terrible injury, and the Browns fans were cheering. So I just wanted to kind of get your take on that.
Greg mentioned that, and Speedy too. They were talking off the air in the breaks. I didn't know about that. I think what you hear there is frustration. I understand that it definitely is unkind, but football fans can be unkind. I think what you're hearing there is we paid a lot of money for you. We took a chance on you when nobody else would. You come with a lot of baggage. You haven't played as much as we feel like we were going to get in the deal, and we haven't seen you show us what we think you were paid to do. And then when he went down, you hear their frustration come out.
Oh,
right?
Man.
Yeah, I think. And look,
This
say what you
injury.
want to about him, the man, and he's. I'm not even going there, but it's just as far as I'm competing. I can't watch that Achilles
You
pop
see
like
it
that.
echo in his calf muscle. It reverberates.
I can't watch
It
that.
reverberates through. It's like,
But to cheer
shockwaves.
an injury,
No.
that's tough to hear.
No, it's not good.
No, I mean that's another level.
It's bad behavior either way. But I was just kind of putting myself in their position. Probably not the time to boo.
That's
Maybe on an interception or something.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
That's the same injury Aaron Rodgers had.
Yep.
Is that something that's always happened, or is it becoming more common?
It seems like it's more common, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It
and
does.
boy, they're getting good camera angles of the.
Yes,
just
they
the
are.
calf
They
muscle
are.
just goes like.
Boy,
blah, blah, blah.
the camera work is outstanding. Derek in Springfield, Illinois. Derek, go ahead.
Hey, guys. So I was in college in the 90s, and I took a music appreciation class the first time I heard Sam Cooke sing These Arms of Mine, and I got goosebumps. And no kidding, I listened to Tune In. I rewound it 3 times listening to Adler, and I got goosebumps all 3 times. Very, very nice job, Adler.
How's that feel, Chris Adler?
Wow. Take it easy, but I appreciate it very
Derek,
much.
I mean, I was blown away by it. Adler's got musical talent. I knew that. But, when you take on Sam Cooke,
When he hit the high notes, unbelievable. You could tell the heartbreak of the women that have just broken his heart.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
You really could. You really could.
It's years of rejection.
It's good.
Should have been in the room.
What do they say?
Special moment.
But how many times do you see this in all these singing shows? You sang that, but I didn't believe it.
Right.
You're not giving us the emotion of the song. You, my friend, you belted it out with all the pain that Sam Cooke had.
Yeah, it's been building up since 14.
Let's go to
since I was 14.
Right.
Let's go to Bo and Aniana. Bo, go ahead.
That's funny.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
We're good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I saw something yesterday. We were on our way home from Kentucky. My sister's engaged now when we went up there.
Mm-hmm.
But we stopped at Buc-ee's in Athens because, you got to stop there, don't you?
Of course, absolutely.
And we walk in, and there is this woman with horns implanted in her forehead.
No.
I'm not kidding. She had horns sticking out of her forehead.
Well, you mean like a costume or something?
Surely it is.
No, real. People do that.
No, they do not.
Yes. You can get it screwed into your brain.
Do.
Into your skull. I mean, not your brain, your skull.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
What?
No.
And she does.
In skull.
Man.
I'll show you guys. Yeah. Sorry, sir, you had to see that.
I'm sorry, Bo. I mean, what did you do? Did you have to say something, or did you run? I would have been like terrified that this was some demon or something.
It was a little off-putting at first, but there was, a police officer watching her very intently. So
yeah.
Now, question: was it the because they'll do implants under the skin just to make the skin bump up, or you can actually get like screw sockets put into your skull and you can screw on different horns. Which one was it, sir?
I don't know. I wasn't that close, and I didn't think to ask her.
Oh, okay.
What a question!
She didn't want her to curse you, so that was probably
what
smart.
a question. Who in their right mind? And that I think that's crucial. Right mind.
Yeah, no,
nobody would want this. Would desire this. Would say I'm in.
Here's a picture. The guy on the left has the ones that you can screw in, and then the guy on the right has the bumps underneath the skin.
So what?
Why?
So that's my thing.
Why is a good question.
Why?
Why is a good
world?
question?
Someone help me.
Hey, speaking of all this, have you seen the highway patrolman or the police officer pull over the man that identified as a cat? Is that real or not real? I can't tell if there's acting going on or if that's like legit.
I think that was a funny video.
It was?
I think
Okay.
it was a funny video.
That was a discussion between Terry and I on if that was real or not. The guy pulls the guy over and he says, I identify as a cat.
Well, it's hard to tell these days.
These days, I mean, how do you really know? Sadly. All right, we'll be back. More of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
How many of us have ever been exposed to karaoke? Or as our Japanese friends call it, karaoke. I will tell you this, karaoke it's how we talk about, remember we did the show Office Parties, way to celebrate the success of the year, or Formula for Trouble?
Yes.
Mistletoe. There's certain things that you always know are the ingredients for trouble. Well, for some reason, it never fails if people start partaking of the adult beverages, as we just heard. And I think any time on a day like Cinco de Mayo, when we can bring attention to alcohol abuse, we should. But, there's something about karaoke and alcohol that don't mix. But then you think, well, the worst one is when some guy's up there singing and people start shouting at him that he can't sing, and then they get into a fight. Well, that one is bad. But there's nothing worse than when someone's wife decides she'll take the stand. And she'll grab the microphone and she'll start doing her a little seductive song and maybe having a little dance to the music and turn herself into a pop princess. And, of course, in this case, Bubba, it appears that this woman did such a good job that the audience began to respond.
Rick, it says 7 people actually ended up arrested after the fight broke out early Sunday. Now, that is code name for 2 o'clock.
Yes.
Saturday
All
night.
right, let's get our formula together. Let's get our formula together. Middle of the night or early morning. Okay. No one concerned about going to church because they're almost up when church is about to start. They're still up. All right. Now we've got ourselves adult beverages that everybody's abusing.
Have you noticed these stories never happen at 4 o'clock in the afternoon?
Rarely ever.
You can't find
Rarely
one.
ever.
No.
And then someone makes the great decision to tell their wife, "Won't you get up there and sing? Hey, get up there and sing, honey.
Show them how you do it at the house.
Go up there and sing. You sing some Madonna song or something." Or you know what she was saying.
It doesn't say what she was singing.
Let's make some guesses. When we hear the story, what do you think she was singing? I say it was either Shania Twain. I think that's a great guess.
Or Britney Spears.
Britney Spears is a great guess.
I did it again.
Yeah. It probably wasn't Madonna.
because I think this person probably thinks that's too old.
All right.
You know what I mean? But anyway, whatever she was singing, it did draw a response from the crowd.
Said the brawl began when a man became upset that his wife got slapped on the buttocks while singing a song. The police said that beer bottles and chairs were thrown
Sure they
during
were.
the melee.
Sure they were.
While restaurant security used pepper spray on the fighters, and upward of 100 people tried to exit. And Rick, I'm going to guess all about the same time.
Yes.
Those arrested were charged with riot and disorderly conduct. 5 were taken to the county jail. The other 2 went to the hospital first.
Well, there you are.
I'm going to guess some stitches were involved.
This under the headline "Karaoke Gone Bad."
Yes.
You know,
but I hate the fact they do not mention what she was singing.
I think we have to be in the neighborhood.
No, well, sure we are, but I would just like to know for sure.
Maybe a song by the pop icon Pink. You know, I mean, there's all kinds.
Could be.
Right.
The lyrics may be a little tough for this group to pull off this time of night.
Well, that's true. True.
I think you're right. It might have been Shania.
Yeah, and
Had to be. Had to be.
We'll
Looks like we made it.
they would show their appreciation for the someone's wife's performance.
Yes.
You know, if I could give the husband just a little bit of a heads up, though, you know how you can keep your wife from taking a slap to the old rear end.
Yes.
Don't put her up on the karaoke stage in the middle of the night.
Right, in front of a bunch of drunks.
in front of the fact that was your decision.
I mean, who did I think this was? Tim McGraw? I mean, you know, come on.
By the way, how about Faith Hill coming out there and having a word with everybody there at the old concert?
That was funny. That's still one of my favorite videos.
It is, because it shows you no matter what level of stardom you reach, husband and wife relationships are just they're exactly the same.
Yes, they're always tough.
Yeah,
Rick, I know she's the lady, but it says here at the bottom of the story she was singing this.
He wouldn't sing that.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Okay.
Well, it's at the bottom of the story. At myself right now.
I mean, can you imagine? I mean, you know, are y'all trying to think of songs now?
Looking just hard as we can go.
Okay, all right, guys. I'm
just hard to top,
Rick,
MC Hammer.
Thanks for being with us. Bubba out today, should be back tomorrow. Hey, I do want to point you in the direction of cbdistillery.com. Let's talk about your medicine cabinet right now. Are you looking at your medicine cabinet and it's just filled with a bunch of stuff that really haven't made any changes in your life at all? And how about clean it out and go to cbdistillery.com and why don't you get real change? Their targeted formulations are made with the highest quality clean ingredients. There's no fluff, there's no fillers, just pure, effective CBD solutions designed to help support your health. And of course, we got, and these are non-clinical surveys, but impressive. 81% of the customers experienced more calm. 90% said they slept better. With these all-natural products. If you're having issues with that, this could be your answer. And as the listener of our show, we've secured a 20% discount. All you need is the code BIGVOX, V-O-X-V as in Victor. That's for all you hams out there. They even offer pet products as well. CBDistillery.com, save 20% using that code BIGVOX, or just use the direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So I know that how close are we on the election now? I mean,
2
we're
weeks.
close, Rick.
If you're listening live, it's 2 weeks tomorrow.
Goodness.
That's close.
Good Lord help. So 2 weeks.
Was far, now it's
Be
close.
merciful. So right now, this was the big story over the weekend. There were 2 big stories on each side. We'll get to the Trump and McDonald's coming up. But I probably was sent this. Y'all probably the same. I don't know how many times. Did you hear what Kamala Harris said at her rally?
Yeah.
Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Did you hear what Kamala said at her rally? I didn't. No, I didn't. Did you hear somebody in the audience shouted out, "Jesus is Lord," and you know what she said? And I was like, no, I don't. And so I want to be sure, because honestly, we're going to do two looks at this. The look everybody's putting out where you get her reaction. Now, I don't hear, I mean, my hearing is not what it once was.
No.
I can't hear what the person says. So I want to always give benefit of the doubt with all the fake news and all the misinformation and disinformation that's out there. But now we have a clip where you're actually in the audience and you can actually hear pretty clear what they say, right?
Yeah.
Am I
You
correct
can.
on that?
You can.
All right, so let's start with the audience so we can hear the comment clearly, and then we'll give you Kamala's reaction on the other clip, correct?
And she had just made a comment about abortion.
She sure
That's right, because she's talking about abortion and all that. Yeah, okay.
You can hear the
Oh,
audience
right.
laugh.
You can, all right, so you can hear him really clear there. Let's play it one more time.
I just closed the window.
I'm so sorry.
And then her response is, "You're at the wrong rally."
Right.
That's when everybody laughs.
Yeah, we'll get that response from her, but you do hear here it's the opposite. You hear that clear, but
Yes.
you can't hear her.
Correct.
Then the other clip, you hear her clear, but you can't hear what they
And
say.
it looks like he's got the other clip queued up, Rick. So
Yeah,
this
sure.
this is from her perspective.
All right, so here we go.
With the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade, and they did as he intended. Oh, you guys are at the wrong rally.
See, that's
Crowd loves it.
yeah, of course. Babies, not so much. Yeah.
No, I think you meant to go to the smaller one down the street.
Which is not accurate.
No, it's not accurate. And this is very important, though. This is extremely important. Extremely important. So she's talking about, obviously, claiming, which it really is it's not accurate, that the Trump administration wants to take away women's right to abortion. Sadly, that really is not true. All it is that it's where it should be. Roe v. Wade has always been bad law because it's not constitutional. The Constitution would forbid the federal government being involved in this at all. So it's supposed to be left to the states on what they want to do in their individual states. And that's what's happened, and that is constitutionally correct. Now, when you get to the moral side of this, this person is shouting toward this candidate that wants there to be abortion on demand based on the way they have governed and what has happened at any point of the pregnancy. And so this person shouts out, Jesus is Lord, as we clearly heard. So that's not speculation anymore. She hears it and says, hey, you're at the wrong rally. Mm-hmm. And everybody just, oh, you told him. The guy said, Jesus is Lord. I'd be real careful, using that for a moment to be funny and rebel rouse. What he said, he didn't even say, even though she took it this way correctly, anything about where life begins. He made the true statement, and that's exactly what we believe, and we don't apologize for believing that Jesus is Lord. And she was told by a presidential candidate, find somewhere else to go. That's not allowed here.
Yeah, you're at the wrong place.
That's I should say not allowed. That's not received here.
Yeah.
We don't want to hear that here.
Yeah.
So I'd take a real strong mental note there.
And they were removed from the rally. Since then, they've been interviewed on Fox. I think it was two guys, and they were removed. But,
so here we go on 1B. So now let's just show you the difference when it comes to this particular topic. J.D. Vance is at a rally, and someone will shell out to him, Jesus is King. And J.D. Vance will give a different response than Kamala Harris just gave.
Anti-Christian rhetoric and anti-Christian approach to public policy. I don't think that we've, that's right, Jesus is King, and I don't think that we've seen... I don't think that we've seen anything like this in modern American politics.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah, it's one thing for a candidate to say, somebody hollers out, Jesus is Lord. Hey, you know what? Everybody has a right in this country to express their religion. I may not agree with what you just said, but you have every right to say it, and just moved on.
Yeah.
But, no. This person has to be told She didn't even have to agree with what they said. And she just said, "You must be at the wrong rally." Okay, so if I think Jesus is Lord and I'm at your rally, I'm at the wrong rally. According to her, that's
what if I thought that and was still for some reason going to vote for you?
Well, there are Christians that at least would label themselves as Christians that are going to vote for her, that may even believe that Jesus is Lord.
Yeah,
and they have a different political in their minds. They're saying because neither one of the parties, when it comes to following Christ, are pure and perfect. It's obvious to see that one seems to go along with our faith more than the other, but if you're there and you believe that Jesus is Lord, but you were going to vote for the Democrats, you're not welcome.
Nope. Yeah, you can't come in here.
So there you go. So some of you that may be a big deal, some of you it may not, but it surely was it produced a lot of commentary over the weekend, a lot of discussion.
Yeah.
Because and if I was in her camp, I'd be like, "Hey, you are killing us.
Yeah.
Couldn't you just have said,
yeah,
how about don't say anything? Just keep talking."
She really shows that was her natural reaction.
That's it.
No teleprompter.
Well, now that is true.
No, that was what she wanted to come back with. That's how she feels.
No teleprompter there. No. So we'll come back. Trump over the weekend was he running a drive-thru?
Yeah. He was at McDonald's and
it was iconic, basically.
It was.
That's funny. Top of the hour. If you leave us, don't forget the daily archives. You got more. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There was something that happened early on the program today, and it concerned me a little bit. You love sushi.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you're like a veteran sushi guy now. You get out there and
I eat it quite a bit during the week.
It's much more to California rolls, much more than California rolls.
Oh yeah, I do the regular stuff.
Yeah, you just eat pieces
the
of
hunks
fish,
of meat,
the hunks of meat.
Yeah.
Now, I believe, I don't think Dan would just cover for himself, but Dan Moultrie was on the program earlier today. If you were listening earlier, doing our outdoors update. And he brought us some delicious grilled yellowfin tuna, fresh from the Gulf of Mexico, and it was outstanding. As our golden ticket seats now go, I wish we'd been here.
Good.
It's kind of what I thought was kind of a fun joke. He said, "I have a special plate for Bubba," and it was a little sandwich bag full of raw pieces of the yellowfin tuna.
Right.
It was just on a regular paper plate with foil over it. Now, I thought that Dan meant that kind of as a joke, and then you popped a couple pieces in your mouth and started eating it.
Right.
And then I heard Dan at one time say, "You're not eating that, are you?" And then when you said yes, he asked, "Oh yeah, well it's fine." Did you catch that?
On that
yeah,
too.
I did too. And
Dan didn't want to spook Bubba.
He didn't.
Has Dan poisoned me?
I'm not sure you were supposed to eat
Dan
that.
didn't intend on you eating it, but you can't just get. I mean, is
Look,
sushi not some kind of something?
You don't lay that over here in front of me.
I
and expect me
understand.
not to eat it.
But I'm like Rick. I heard.
What's next? You go open a bag of cookies and think I'm not going to eat one of those?
But I think you're going to be okay because tuna is usually sushi grade.
Well, there's certain parts,
but
of
isn't
the
there
fish,
preparation?
There's certain parts of the fish that are sushi grade,
Right.
and some that are not.
Right.
So
I want you to know
it
just
has
popped.
to be handled very carefully.
You just popped in your mouth about 2 hours ago 2 pieces of
raw fish
that was being grilled on the grill, and was on a paper plate and foil at room temperature.
It's good.
It was chilled when I got it.
Okay.
It was chilled.
Well,
Now,
but
I
the look
trusted-
on Dan's face was not a confident one because I looked and I said, are you sure? And he goes, "Oh yeah."
No. See, but to me,
Call Dan
it's
right now.
almost.
Find it. Do I need to go ahead and lay down now
listen,
and avoid the rush
listen,
later
Should you
today?
induce vomiting?
It's almost like Dan started to tell Bubba he shouldn't have eaten it, but then he thought,
get the Jack Daniels.
you know,
we gotta kill him.
and then he kind of went, "Yeah, you're fine."
Get Greenwood.
But
You bring it out of his office.
It was not it was not a confident, "Hey, you're fine."
No, you're
from
right.
Dan, by the way,
You're right.
It was quick on his feet. It was like, well, he's already ate it. Why should I make it worse by telling him don't eat it?
Yeah.
Well,
we
I
need
mean,
to hear from sushi restaurants. What do y'all do with the sushi to prepare it? I
Dan
mean, did you
said-
just cut it up like he did?
Dan said, it was my day. It was Bud Grant,
Right.
blah, blah,
Right,
blah.
right.
So, I thought it was okay to eat that.
I mean, would that be? Let's say we went crappie fishing. and I'm over there,
right,
and I'm cleaning them, and Bubba just reached down and eats some fillet that I got. You can't do that, can you?
It was tuna. Crappie's not known for its sushi.
But you know what I'm saying?
I've never had crappie sushi.
Right. But now here,
or crappie, which some of the people down here call it.
Everybody be quiet. Here's the real situation we're in. Is it okay to eat yellowfin tuna just over here on the side that we decided not to grill and put in a sandwich bag?
Who are you, man versus wild?
Say, is that good? Sushi people, can we be that primitive with it?
I'm Googling this.
Right. I know. Look, there's no question that sushi and tuna are fine. It's not like you ate a crappie or a brim or a bass out of the catfish or something. But I will say that.
But you got to admit, when Dan does this big presentation,
right?
Hey, it's Bubba's Day. Bud Grant hunting picture. Oh, here's some sushi, Bubba. I would go, oh, thanks for all the rest of it. Obviously, this is fake. I won't eat it.
Right.
That look on Dan's face.
I'll give you this, that Dan's presentation led to confusion, but I don't think Dan meant for you to eat it.
I
really don't eat it.
thought if I didn't eat it, he would have his feelings
right,
hurt.
But the way Dan...
Because he done so much for me.
And, Greg, he did one of those bizarre human things. When he saw that Bubba eating it, it's like he went immediately into the mode, oh, yes, that's fine.
Oh, that's fine. It's tuna. He's convinced himself.
It was too late.
But when he presented it to me back in the production room, he's like, "I got to go." You know,
that's what I'm saying. He didn't go like, "Hey, Bubba's gonna be excited. I brought him something really good to eat." He was like, "I got to like a good joke."
Here's where I went off track, and this is where I failed. Here's where I failed you.
He did leave fast.
Listen, I too thought it was for your consumption.
Right.
But when you held it up, floating in kind of a watery substance in a sandwich bag, at that moment. But I started thinking about the food I wanted to get.
Right.
But there was a moment I looked and I said, "Ooh, I don't know if Bubba should eat that." But then I just left the room. And
should I Google mercury poisoning? What should I Google?
I don't think it was intended. I don't think you can
yellowfin tuna sushi.
Dan was given this tuna to grill to prepare,
right?
And he took one of them instead of doing it and put it in a bag.
That is correct.
I don't think they say, Dan, here's some sushi, or you can grill it.
Now I know people who fish.
I know,
a lot,
Bubba. I know,
and they
seen
will cut the fish open right on the boat and eat it.
Okay, I understand,
but you got to know the right part to eat.
Right. I think look.
I don't see the point myself.
Here's what I think really happened. Here's what I think really happened. I think you're okay, but Dan did not intend for you to eat it. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, call Dan.
Here we go. What not to do. Here we go.
Oh boy. What the question is? Was Dan sushi grade in that bag?
That's the question.
Is all tuna sushi grade?
What makes it sushi grade?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I think it all is except
Bubba, let me ask you a question. Are you tired?
Well, that's not a fair question.
No, y'all not gonna get me on that mercury poisoning again. You got me on that one time, and it was Tamiflu.
Bubba out today, back tomorrow. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Adler, all here as we work through another show. If you've missed any part of the show, catch the daily archives. You can find those on our YouTube channel or our podcast channel. Don't forget another Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today at all participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations in Alabama. The Well House will benefit from that today. We wish that this organization didn't exist because that means we wouldn't have the problem we have. But unfortunately, it is needed. Human trafficking is a horrible, horrible reality of this fallen creation. And they're there to help survivors of human sex trafficking ages 11 to 42. And they provide all kinds of help from people who have obviously been traumatized and have been through hell on earth. So Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge at all the Alabama participating locations today. All right, so as we start the hour, we left last hour, if you weren't with us, we started talking about, which was one of the most talked about, audio and video clips over the weekend concerning politics. We've been through weekend fun that we all had together. We've been through the ball games on college, a little bit in the pros, and now we're kind of to the political updates today. And Kamala Harris's comment to the man who yelled out, "Jesus is Lord," while she was talking about abortion, and she said, "You must be at the wrong rally." That has generated a lot of discussion. So we'll get to Trump and some things he did over the weekend and some odd endorsements that he got that I'm not sure you want to embrace, but we'll talk about that here in a minute. But on the Kamala front, still a few more comments that we didn't get to. One of them, do you want to go with 1D first? I'm sorry, not 1D, 1C first.
Let's do it.
Yeah, here is now, when you think about endorsements that you may not want to embrace, Lizzo might be one of those. Now, I want you to listen to what she says. Now, some of you, this may not hit you as hard as it will those of us and those of you that have actually been to Detroit. Now, if you've never been to Detroit, I bet you still kind of have an idea about the current state of Detroit. So here is Lizzo talking about Kamala Harris.
I'm so proud to be from this city. You know, they say if Kamala wins, then the whole country will be like Detroit. Okay? Proud like Detroit. Resilient like Detroit.
Run down like Detroit.
Nasty like Detroit.
Economically devastated like Detroit.
Crime rates through the roof like Detroit.
It way past its prime. Its glory days in the past like Detroit.
Right.
Yeah, not a great example.
Afraid to go out at night like Detroit. So
that's what we're worried about, Lizzo. That's actually what we are worried about.
Do you think somebody didn't say, hey, Liz, you're killing us?
What are you doing?
Next thing you'll see Jesus in the Lord.
Collapsing like Detroit.
Right.
Oh, this is good here.
So now you're talking about that everything that Kamala does other than responding naturally to Jesus as Lord is scripted. And the new thing is the never again speech. Now, none of us can really comprehend what she means because this is up there with we're not going back. But we remember when Trump was president, and I think a lot of us that have kind of can see the state of things, we wouldn't mind going back to that. And we have an opportunity to do so here in 2 weeks. But here she is, and it's the same exact thing she says at every rally.
And yeah, so I'm going to say kind of what the general nutshell of what she says, and you'll see they have laid over 9 times she has done this speech, and 9 times she gets angry at the same time, and she says never. It's like it's
you talking about acting.
It's all just such an act. It's so scripted. But she says Donald Trump should never again stand behind the seal of the President of the United States.
Okay.
Never again. But here's 9 times she's done this the exact same way.
Oh, look, it's all the same. Wow.
Good. No.
Never
Wow.
again.
It's the exact same thing.
Any value to 1D?
I mean,
or have we already been there?
Well,
have we hit that pretty good?
It's white dudes for Kamala all over again. Here's a rep. When you've got the Undertaker endorsing Trump, and then this is who endorses Kamala, it's just not. It's not a hard choice.
Okay.
Hey, how are y'all doing?
Oh my.
All right. My name is Maxine Kirkpatrick. I am a born and bred Michigander, a fellow on the Michigan One campaign, and president of Students for Harris Walls at Wayne State University.
And I am sharp.
Greg, we are live, Greg. We are live right now. I want to stress that so much right now, buddy.
Just
we're
Kamala.
listing everything. I'm sharp. Look at me.
Yeah. Wow. And then we have this ad telling young men that women will get up and leave a date if they don't vote for her.
Yes.
Is this real?
Hey,
I don't
You're
know
not
if
playing
it's
the whole
real.
thing, are you?
Ugly women.
Is it? Is there
Greg.
something in it?
Oh, they went on and
it's 30
into,
seconds.
Hey, you'll be rewarded if you vote for
Oh,
Trump.
really? Are you kidding me?
Well, here's the.
Well, I hate to hear that because the guys will cave. I mean, that's a sad truth.
Greg.
Adler, you voted for Obama about a chick.
That was the first term.
I know, but you understand that.
And it was in Alabama. I knew it wouldn't matter at all.
I get it.
And I didn't want to have to deal with that night.
Okay. Greg just said you
Did I say that out loud?
I get it, but I'm just saying you see the mindset of those that age.
You
people.
caved.
Okay, all right. I caved.
You did.
I caved. Now here's hello, ladies. I'm Trey.
You knew it wouldn't matter.
Here's a guy, and this is another just a desperate attempt to get, as Obama says, the brothers to vote for Kamala Harris.
Hello, ladies. I'm Trey. It's good to be here.
What do you do and how much do you make?
I work in finance, making 6 figures.
How tall are you?
6'5".
Do you have a plan to vote in November?
Nah, not my thing.
Vote, and they all walk out on him. So there's several.
That's
of
real.
those. Yeah.
No, come on. Come on, man. All right, speaking of endorsements, I'm not sure we won't.
Well, hey, look.
I know that Trump, and we'll have a lot to talk about with Trump. Trump appeared at the Pittsburgh game. Is that correct?
He did.
Yeah, the Jets. Yeah,
and had a huge rally before as well.
Right. Yeah. Lady even broke onto the field.
I understand the Jets tried to put him at quarterback. So here is. Do we want Antonio Brown?
Here's just a quick.
Do we want this?
This is just a quick one from Antonio Brown.
All right, here we go.
Because he has a feature on his Twitter page where it's a lot of times it is a brother of the day, so to speak. And he'll highlight different people, and sometimes it's a black person, sometimes it's a white person. But then he decided, I need to start doing another feature, strictly for the white people of the day. And at this rally, he has this to say for everyone at the rally.
I love you guys. I make all you guys the crackers of the days today. Make some noise for yourself.
I go back to my quote. You hear me? I go back to my quote. Is that positive to have him on your side?
Yeah.
Is that a good thing?
Well, he's endorsing Trump, and I understand that Le'Veon Bell is Bell as well. Yeah.
They both got up on stage, but they also were registering folks to vote outside the stadium
All
too.
right. I guess they understand about taxes and economy.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
All right. When we come back, we're going to do this whole thing where President Trump worked at McDonald's.
He shut the city down.
Right. And,
this was good.
And
hanging out of the drive-thru window.
You're right. We'll hit that when we come back, and then we'll get some more of your phone calls coming up this hour too. We've covered a lot today. 866 we be big.
Why does he look like Ronald McDonald? I'm sorry, but he kind of looks like Ronald McDonald.
Well, thanks for putting that there. I didn't even think of it.
Well, he has the orange look.
He really does.
Yeah.
He looks handsome, though, too. Why did I say that? Anyways.
What?
All right, we'll come back.
I got you. What?
Rick and Bubba.
Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy. How are you, buddy?
Rick, glad to be here. Honored, blessed, and privileged. Thank all of you for the opportunity to do so. And, Rick, as the winter season begins, we want to warn everyone, whatever you do not stick your tongue to a metal pole.
We all hearken to the great Christmas show, A Christmas Story, but it appears it has happened again in reality.
Even if you're double dog dared.
Right.
You remember he skipped single dog.
He did.
Right to double
he
dog.
went to double dog, which is rarely done.
Yeah.
But it's really happened.
It's become an annual tale. A young boy gets his tongue stuck to a metal pole, perhaps as a result of a dare. We all saw the scene out of Christmas Story, but it is unfolded again Tuesday morning in Boise with a boy about 10 years old. Firefighters there use warm water to free the unidentified boy from the metal pole. The captain said the boy's tongue was bleeding a little bit, but he was okay and allowed to continue walking to school. They estimated his age about 10 years old. Rescue workers responded to a woman driving by and saw the boy standing next to the pole and called 911.
I love it.
Last year, the unlucky boy was a 10-year-old from Hammond, Indiana. He said, since the 1983 movie is set in a fictional city based in Hammond, or based on Hammond. So the one last year was actually in Hammond, Indiana, which was the fictional city that was based on Hammond in the movie.
So do you think?
I feel like my tongue is stuck to something.
Do you think what happens here is people start doubting? They think it's something.
Yeah.
It's movie magic,
right?
But I mean, then you.
Well, you know how kids are. That don't really happen. Yes, it does. No, it don't.
Oh,
I'll show you. I dare you to. I'll double down.
As a kid, I would have.
You're a chicken.
I could have taught Mike D'Alessandro into doing it in a drop of a hat.
Oh, no doubt about it. We would have egged him on.
Yeah.
And if he didn't do it, we'd have forced him to.
Right, which is a little over the line.
Sure
but,
it was.
But
Right.
probably not outside the realm of our possibilities.
But it seems like the word would get out to the 10-year-old population. Don't do it.
Right.
Because it happened. What about when you're driving by and you see a kid stuck there,
I
with his
love it.
tongue stuck to the pole?
And he can't explain to you what's happening.
What's wrong?
They play that movie 24 hours on Christmas Eve. How many times have they not seen that scene? You know, who don't know? Who thinks that's going to work?
You know
Did
what?
they not see what happened to Schwartz?
How about A Christmas Story is absolutely number one.
funny.
Now, we started to kick around a little bit the funniest Christmas show. The funniest. Now, we're not talking
Movie,
about one
show,
that,
whatever.
Yeah, the funniest Christmas movie or show. To me, I have my big three, and that is A Christmas Story, A Christmas Vacation, and Elf.
Oh, yeah, I got to put Elf on my list. We've already watched Elf this year.
Yeah, sure. I mean, now, I'll have to put this. Are we talking about just funny? I mean, side-splitting humor.
I'm
I'm
not talking
roaring.
about sad. I don't want to cry.
No.
We've got that list. Little Drummer Boy
Christmas.
and all that.
No, I don't want to. I don't want to see a Notebook / Christmas shoes.
They
Christmas.
actually have a Christmas shoes made for TV movie.
No,
They do.
Well, sure.
Stars
you knew
Rob
that was
Lowe.
coming.
How about that song? I'm getting a lot of times. Here's the bad thing about it. Here's what happened to me on Christmas shoes day before yesterday. We're in new company cars, so I don't know the car yet. I don't know how to do things, and I don't have all my.
Still has all the pieces on it.
I don't even know really how to work the radio in it yet, and Christmas shoes came on, and I started going, oh my gosh. And
How'd I stop it? Stop it!
And then I started doing this. You know how you start? I want to hear some. And I laid that money down. And it's like I want to buy these shoes. Stop. And
when the little children's choir starts singing it.
Gosh! And I'm convinced they're little pale-faced British children.
Yes, the same ones that sang on the wall, Pink Floyd.
Yeah, but so
Did you lay out money down?
What? You know what? I want to say every time I hear that song, don't let the kid keep counting out the pennies. The minute it looks like it's just grab the kid and say, for the love of all it's good, put your change up. I got this.
I got it.
It took him a little longer than it needs to lay that money down.
It's almost like he was seeing if the kid really had enough.
Right. If the kid
check your back pocket.
Once he explained to the cashier why he was buying them, that's it for me. Give me here. Here's another $100 or something.
Yeah.
I mean, just buy
a hat to go with her shoes.
Something. Buy your daddy some shoes. He's the one that's going to be in a handle.
Well, let's
Greg,
focus on the happy ones, though.
I'm talking about both of them.
The good movies. The funny ones.
Elf. Yeah. How about this? The number one.
To me, Christmas Vacation is
so hard to beat it.
Yeah, it's a stronghold. Jingle All the Way is good. Christmas Story.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to.
We're back. Brand new day and a brand new week. We're glad you're here. Thanks a lot for being with us on another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show today. Bubba out, should be back tomorrow. All right, so we've talked about Kamala Harris over the weekend. 2 weeks away from the election. Now we get into Trump and what he was doing over the weekend. Probably the thing that is gathering the most publicity is this McDonald's thing. So he explains why he's working at McDonald's. He starts running the drive-thru, and Speedy, you said it was like people quite a line to get.
There was him coming into town, and the folks. It looked like a parade, but a huge. I mean, the line. I don't know how many rows deep it was going, but it was just mania. This is him walking into the McDonald's and telling them what he would like to do.
All right, here we go.
I'm looking for a job, and I've always wanted to work at McDonald's. I never did. I'm running against somebody that said she did, but it turned out to be a totally phony story. So, President Trump! Well, that's a good-looking group. Hello, everybody. Crazy. I'm having a lot of fun here, everybody.
So
I'm having a lot of fun.
So Kamala claims she
pretty good.
That's not bad, Greg. Greg, you working
How
on
about
it?
some fries?
Are the fries any good?
Pretty good.
So
he actually makes some fries here.
All right, so here he is.
Rufus Harricane's on fire.
How you doing that?
Here's why he thinks it's important that he came there. They were, and that's is he still?
Yeah, he mentioned it several times. Here's another clip.
Okay.
Got about 10,000 people out there. That's a big crowd, huh?
Mr. Trump, why did you feel it was important to come here today?
I love McDonald's. I love jobs. I like to see good jobs. And I think it's inappropriate when somebody puts down all over the place that she worked at McDonald's. It was a big part of her resume that she worked at McDonald's, how tough a job it was. She specifically worked at the French fry, where they make the French fries, and she talked about the heat. It was so tough. She never worked at McDonald's. McDonald's just confirmed that again, by the way. she never worked at McDonald's.
So he's going.
So since she didn't work,
He is. And he makes,
that was the whole reason.
I love when he's making the fries. He goes, doesn't touch the human hand.
He says it right here.
So here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
His commentary while making fries.
Okay, here we go.
Right? We got the salt on it. Never touches the human hand. Nice and full. Good.
How about this? How bad do we all want some fries right now?
I want some so bad.
How bad do we want McDonald's fries right now?
They look crispy.
They're so good.
They got the best fries, hands
Of course
down.
they do.
Yes, they do.
Of course
They do. They're great.
Yes, they do.
Is that what you're doing? You go like that?
A little bit.
So you do.
All right. So,
Bigly.
what about 4D? What happens here, Adler? We got somebody with a thick accent.
He's now working the drive-thru, handing food to people,
Okay.
and people just come up to him at the one car after another, telling him how much he loves them.
I could do this all day. I wouldn't mind this job. I like this job. I think I might come back and do it again.
All right.
Look at that. Look at that. How are you?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Nice to see you.
You made it possible for ordinary people like us to meet you.
You're not ordinary.
I mean, thank you so much
You
for
are not
everything you're
ordinary.
doing.
I can see.
We pray for you, and you are the type of person we want to be the president.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Pulling in the Indian vote. Pulling in the Indian vote.
He's probably not ready.
His wife said, thank you for taking the bullet for us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I could do.
Yes.
There you go.
The Rick say had the Indian vote.
This lady from Brazil had a great point here.
Here we go.
Talking about don't make our
A
country.
lot of fun here, everybody.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Look at all the fake news over there. Hello, everybody. Fake news.
You can fake this,
And
right?
you know this is compliments of Trump, okay?
Yes, thank
Okay.
you. Mr. President,
Yes.
please don't let the United States become Brazil, my native Brazil.
We'll keep it
Please,
good.
Please, please.
We're going to make it better than ever, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure, Mr.
Compliments
President.
of Trump.
Yes.
Watch that automatic closing door.
It's all right, Trump.
Gosh, that's good.
There's a lot of Trump in that window. Listen, let me tell you something. When you're hearing these people that come from these countries and think they've come to a better life, and now these ridiculous Marxists and leftists are turning it into the place they tried to leave.
Right.
And she's looking. You see
That's
them
right.
looking at him, going, "Man, give us the America
Please don't do
we
it."
came here for." All right. So we know that Trump went to the Steelers Jets game. 5A. We can have them
Pulling
going.
for the Jets.
We got to get to the woman that ran on the field with the sign.
Yeah.
So here's Trump at the Steelers Jets game, and the crowd goes wild.
And that's from in the box.
Yeah, that's with the glass in front of him.
Yes, yes. Here's another shot of that from out in the stands. And evidently they didn't show any of that on the NBC broadcast. They did not include the crowd going nuts for him.
They didn't.
Yeah, from what I understand.
Yeah. There's outside Steeler fans. That's hard-working America right there, folks.
That's right.
You know,
It really is.
Especially in those seats, not the ones that are primo
Did
seats.
you see the bottom one there?
Yeah, I sure did. Listen, that is a great line off the text. Let me tell you, hey, texter, fantastic. You're from Pennsylvania. If he fixes the ice cream machine at McDonald's, this election is over.
Because it never worked.
Let me tell you, that is fantastic.
How would he fix it, Greg?
First, I'd go on the top and clean it out.
McDonald's, if we can't have the machine more than that, just take it off the menu.
Yeah, seriously.
There's something to that, by the way.
We're cleaning the machine.
There's a conspiracy theory on that, by the way.
Of course.
It's like a money laundering. They always have it down because the company that has to pay to fix
it.
them, and they're getting kickbacks.
I'm going to ask you to come off that internet.
A little bit big.
Okay.
10-4.
All right, so here's a woman that runs across the field at the Steelers game with the sign.
She loves me.
Trump, secure the border. Kamala, open the border. Here we go.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Oh, look,
Wait a minute.
Wait just a second. You can tell Antonio Brown sent her out.
The fact that she can stay upright's a miracle.
Hey, look. Hey, that security guard said, I got her. I'll get her.
No, let me get.
That's the fastest I've ever seen a security guard run.
No, I got her. I see a couple of things wrong
A
here.
little out of proportion.
She's got back problems.
All right. So,
Is she for the border or Dairy Farmers of America? Let's move on to Elon if you guys want.
I'm just moving.
Yes,
anything else than that?
Elon. I was so close. Only 2 more segments.
And I didn't know that. Yeah, all right, so here we go. Here's Elon Musk.
He was in Pennsylvania doing lots of stuff, and it is and people are freaking out because Elon is giving $1 million each day up until the election to people that sign his petition, and get registered to vote. You have to be registered to vote in one of these swing states.
Correct.
Now it is illegal to directly pay people to register to vote.
Right.
You can't do that. But what he is doing, as far as I can understand, is not illegal. People are freaking out saying it is, but from what I understand, it's not. And here he is talking about how nobody's going to cover this petition, so I'm just going to incentivize people to sign this petition. Also, you have to be registered to vote to win. Here he is.
We're going to be awarding $1 million to randomly to people who have signed the petition every day from now until the election. One of the challenges we're having is like, well, how do we get people to know about this petition? Because the legacy media won't report on it. You know, not everyone's on X. So I figure, how do we get people to know about it? Well, this news, I think, is going to really fly.
And it has. So he's found a way to get the media to talk about his petition by them thinking he's doing something illegal, and that's the only way he can get them to cover it.
And the $1 million, just the million in itself is a great way to say, oh, wow, we have to report on this.
Yeah, and so it worked. There's headlines everywhere about him doing this.
Let's get in that hat.
Greg, Greg, you know, some people aren't hat people.
Right. Oh, he's got a weird shaped head.
I heard there was a lady that ran through his little deal with a sign.
Okay. By the way, the textures are continuing to just be on fire today. The woman who ran on the field has said her bra is more secure than our border. Golly, that's good.
Oh, wow.
Y'all are on fire on the text today.
Because, hey, it had all it could handle.
Hey, we'll take your phone calls next. 866 We Be Big is our number when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Men here from the program are going through this program at Gold's Gym, and yesterday took a kind of a bizarre turn.
It did, and Greg, and Helms, I'm gonna need your help here on trying to paint that picture because we're getting in there, we're getting after it. We've done, for those of you who just joined us, we've done kind of our little warm up and pretty much our workout, and he said this is kind of the cool down phase where we're gonna do some
stretching,
some upper body stuff and some stretching and some core work and stuff. He said, so y'all partner up. So. He was talking. He was closest to me. He said, "Speedy, you and I will just we'll partner up, and Helmsy, you and Greg partner up." And he said, "Now what we're going to do is I want somebody to get flat on their back." And he said, "I want you to put your hands, your palms, and extend your arms straight up to the ceiling."
Somebody's got to show us.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Hold on.
They just
talk.
Okay.
They just showed me this in the hall.
Speedy lays on his back. Helms is. Put your hands
out. Speedy's on his back.
Speedy is laying down, arms extended.
Looking like
Helms now holds hands with him and stretches out.
So he's got
he does a push-up.
And then I've got a.
What if you drool in his face?
Or worse.
What if your arms? What if y'all get to where you can't do it anymore and you hit face to face
and your noggin's hit?
Yeah.
Well,
and
Greg
we cheated when nobody was looking. We claimed we did them. We didn't do them.
Can't you just do that with the floor?
Well, no, because you don't realize when you do it, but how many other muscles you're using to try
But
to
here's my question to
stabilize.
you, and this is what every man wants to know: does your body benefit enough for you to go through that with another man?
We're going down face to face, and the sweat.
We will reveal this in a minute.
How about? Can I tell you too? Mike's sweat dripped in my mouth.
Yeah, see, that's
From
what I'm
his
talking
nose.
about.
You just told that.
See, what I would say is, I know this might be better for me than the floor, but I still pick floor. It can't be that much better for me.
Yeah.
For me to go through this.
Is there a machine that does that?
Right.
Yeah, that's tough. Also, we did this one. You can do sideways here.
Oh my goodness.
Get on all fours.
The term sideways has just been used.
Oh, that when they mash your head.
Now, this hurts your
is
neck
horrible.
pretty bad, but it strengthens your neck. You have to.
Yeah, this one.
You have to get right here.
Oh my gosh, where are you going?
And hold right here and do push-ups here, but you're pushing down on the guy's neck, right there. So you have.
So you did a push-up perpendicular.
Well, we used to do that like we had a neck machine. I mean,
well, yeah, pretty much, but we didn't have a neck machine, so we were using each other as a machine.
Again, though,
Adler needs to be on his neck.
All right, so now
So it gets through all that. We're sweating. I mean, you got music, and you got somebody, doing
Speedy,
some
how
kind
was
of
the music?
and the whole time, we're sitting in there, and there's people walking by, kind of like this gentleman here, and they're looking in the window and stuff, and there's a spinning class going on upstairs, so you can hear them going, "Come on, do it harder!" and we're all on top of each other, sweating and stuff, and
it was almost
all that. And Savage is just, he's letting everybody know with his holy socks. By the way, Greg, every pair of socks he has holes in it, and all of this you have to take your shoes off.
Yeah.
And so
I wore holes in them torquing.
Can I tell you what you just
I refuse
described?
to give them up.
Instead of people rolling Greg's house with toilet paper, why don't they sock his house?
That's right. Those socks
they would.
And
Let's
then
see,
he can
Greg,
just keep the
why don't
sock.
Greg go on the tour of Fort Payne
right
and get some socks? What you just described with the music and the sweating and the type of exercise you're doing, now you know what it was like to live during the Roman Empire. I mean.
Show him. Are y'all gonna make Adler do this next move? Please.
All right. So now he says, all right, now we're going to focus on some ab work. He said, so stay with your partner. And
so there's more.
And he said, I need one of
you.
you to kind of get on all fours here. So Adler, you go ahead and get on all fours. Now you got to understand, this is the last thing we're sweating like there ain't no tomorrow. Our shorts are soaking wet. And
now everything has these animal names. Does this have an animal name?
Yes,
actually, it needs
yeah,
one.
It looks like the dog.
Yeah, the hyena.
Yeah.
We were
get
saying,
on all fours.
You can imagine some of the comments.
Now spread your legs out.
No, stand up.
Oh, you want me to do it then? Well, yeah. I'll do it.
Oh yeah, he just had knee
What? I
surgery.
wanted Adler to
He's
do
had
it.
knee surgery.
Now get up, Adler. Adler, don't let him do this to you.
He's had knee surgery.
Don't let him do
Ain't
this
gonna
to you.
hurt him.
Adler, get up.
It ain't gonna hurt him.
All right.
Okay.
All right, so I'm on all. We're on all fours, right?
This is important. I finally said,
I'm afraid to
you
look.
understand how sweaty we are.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, you're covered.
I mean, we're extremely.
Cut the
sweaty.
mic on.
All right,
Is it on?
so now he's gonna sit on me
Got it,
and
Rick.
put and wrap his legs on my inner thigh.
Excuse
and
me?
I've got to hold him
Look
up.
at it.
All right, go back.
And I got to do sit-ups.
No, that's not true. Y'all did not do that.
him up.
Y'all did
All
not
right,
let a
hey,
man make y'all do that.
Okay, listen.
Yeah,
Listen.
And you can feel his butt biting me on my
Yeah,
back.
huh, Rick.
35 minutes past the hour. All 10 lines are now open. You can join us. Our first phone troll of the week. Here we go. Largest number of people in the shortest amount of time. No meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs allowed. At the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. If this is not intense enough, the timeouts now, because Bubba is out today and Speedy is taking phone calls, now in the hands of Adler and Greg. Yeah, and so I just want y'all to know that. So that I wouldn't count on them being lamenting overextending a call. So 866 we be big if you want to join us now. I do want to remind you, 2 weeks to the election, amac.us/bigvox. The Association of Mature American Citizens. Why do I want to use that URL, Rick? I'll tell you why. Because you can you can join for $1 in 1 year. So and you also get the bi-monthly magazine to go with that. Only $1 to be part of this great organization for a year. 2.1 million patriots already committed to saving the country we love have joined. If you were like us when you got a little older and you got the AARP stuff, and you're like, wow, I'm officially old now. And you saw the discounts and everything, and then you went to see if you want to be part of it, only to discover that they lobby to the left. Hey, thanks. But now, with the Association of American Citizens, lobby to the right, conservative point of view. These are patriots. These are people who love the Constitution, love the freedoms that we're given there. So 100 different companies also offer discounts. Really saves you money on travel. So join right now, amac.us/bigvox, V as in Victor, 1 year, $1, or look at the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Let's start with Nathaniel in Tennessee. 30 seconds. Nathaniel, go ahead.
Hey, Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you. What's up, buddy? Go ahead.
I wanted to cheer up Dicky. I just wanted to tell him it's a quality loss to a top 10 SEC team. he's going to be seeing more of that in the future, so get used to it.
Oh, Nathaniel.
Oh, wait a minute.
Look, the state of Tennessee, they've told the state of Alabama. I mean, Vandy and Tennessee.
Well, you're right, but calm down.
All right, well, Greg, who do the spoils go to?
That's true, Rick. You're
Eric,
right. The winner.
in Columbus, Mississippi, 96.1. Eric, go ahead.
Morning, boys. Kind of playing off that last call. Rick, what is more weird, Vandy being ranked or Alabama with 2 losses?
I got to say Vandy being ranked.
Yeah.
That is really, really strange. Bama from time to time, if you look at how hard it is, even during the Saban era, who said this? I saw this on game day one weekend. I can't remember because I don't want to take credit for it. I can't remember who said it.
Yeah, wow.
But they said if you look at the 17 years that Saban was coaching and Alabama's dominance and the 6 national championships, he only had, was it one undefeated team go all the way? It wasn't a lot. Not more than one, Rick, but right? But a lot of those championships came at 1-loss seasons.
Yeah.
And so it's hard to go unscathed. So
it is.
I would say of those two, the most shocking is Vandy being ranked in football. We continue. Let's go to Chase, Albertville, Z93. Chase, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm just confused why everybody is having all these problems with like Kamala Harris and Trump running for president. We had a good candidate with Robert Kennedy. I mean, yeah, he might have talked like this or whatever, but I mean, with the stuff that he spoke on was pretty. He spoke on it well. He knew what he was wanting to run for, and he knew what he was going for. So I mean,
yeah, but we didn't because
I don't understand the hate.
Yeah, well, understands the key. I'm sure he had some things to say that I wouldn't agree with everything, but I couldn't. I never could stay with it. I mean, I mean, that's on me, I guess. But I mean, I couldn't. 866 we be big. So it says Alabama had 2 undefeated seasons under Saban, but out of 17 years, that shows you how hard it is.
Championship.
Yeah. So that was 2009, and boy, that 2020 team. That may be one of the best teams he's ever had. Saban's the kind of coach that the pandemic actually played to his favor.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because it cut down all kinds of distractions and foolishness. Lines are available if you want to join us now. They're opening up. 866 we be big. Davis out of Sweet Home, Alabama. Davis, go ahead.
Hey, Greg, you might think this is interesting, but Al Davis, he raises possums. He's raised over 70,000 possums, and they call him the Possum King.
You're making this up. What are you talking about?
No, I'm not. You can Google it. Al Davis raises over 70,000 possums. He keeps them in his mansion, and when he dies, he wants to release them in Nevada desert, and his nickname is the Possum King.
But Al Davis is
dead.
Mark Davis.
You mean Mark Davis?
Mark Davis.
Is that why he has that haircut?
Because he wants to look like a possum.
Because he wants to look like a possum?
Why would anybody want a bunch of possums?
Mark Davis raises possums for what possible reason?
I'm looking this up.
It says he's raising them.
That's what the guy just said, so
And
it's
he's
true.
gonna release them to
but
the
why?
desert when he dies.
We got
He keeps
plenty
them in his mansion?
We have plenty of possums. We are not hurting for possums. No one needs to be farming possums. We are good.
Well, with the haircut like that, the guy's obviously a freak.
Right. We're thinking he may want to look like a possum.
It may be.
Let's go to Mike.
Mark Davis possums.
Monroeville, Alabama. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, I watched a podcast over the weekend. The guy worked with Harris, and he said she was raised by her mother in Canada. She went to kindergarten through 12th grade in Canada, then came back to California, and said she had prayed to a Hindu goddess that helped her get the jobs in California. She was raised Hindu.
Yeah, does that surprise you? I mean, her mother is Indian, and if you were raised in Canada, and then your move out of that socialistic environment was to California, not a lot changed as far as the attitude of the role of government. And I wouldn't be surprised that she would be influenced by Hinduism since her mother was Indian. So
All right, I'm realizing now. I think the Mark Davis possum story is a fake story. I should have seen that a million miles away. Sorry.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm sorry.
They're saying on the text line, who are on fire today, that these are AI images.
Yeah, I just saw.
And it's all fabricated by.
It's all fake.
Fabricated by AI.
Well, Powell believed it.
My bad.
Well, you know what? Some of this
was
stuff.
on the fly.
Well, some of this stuff, when you pull it up, this is the concern.
I think they're letting them out in the desert part, really.
Well, and again, I started thinking to myself, and you know how you have to now stop and think, which I know is not very popular these days. Why would Mark Davis, with everything he's got going, why would he, and for what purpose would he be farming possums? We have no need for possum. We have plenty of them. And would someone with the kind of wealth he has take his property and devote his life to possums? Probably not.
But I will say this though:
Probably
anyone who would do that would have that haircut.
Now I think that's
what got me.
In my opinion.
I mean, if he had a normal haircut, we wouldn't have believed it at all.
In my opinion, that's the only thing that made this story believable was Mark Davis's haircut.
Yeah.
He
looks like a man that would.
He
love a
doesn't have
possum.
that haircut. We don't even Google.
Oh no. That's why he was saying Al Davis. We were like, what?
Yeah.
Of course, Al Davis already did. Was one of the clues.
Right.
Okay. Collar was all over it.
So I'm going to do something here on the fly. I'm going to end the phone troll, because if I don't end the phone troll, then I've got to buzz Harrison, who's trying to do a shout out. Okay, so I'm going to end the phone troll since I'm up against the break, and I'm going to let Harrison, because he's been married for a year.
Okay,
he's
it's his first anniversary.
Yeah, so I'm going to stop the phone troll, and so those rules now die.
Okay.
And I'm just going to randomly take one more call before the break. So Harrison, and I've watched him today. He's called more than once.
And since it's his first anniversary, we'll give him a pass.
I got to tell you, if he wanted 4th anniversary, 11th anniversary,
You know what
I probably don't go there. But it's a big deal when you've been married for your first full year. Harrison, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Good. So it is your first anniversary, right?
It is my first anniversary. Married my wife, Breezy Martin, a year ago today. She is a very lovely, godly woman who has made me nothing but a better man.
If your phone had been clear, what you just said was so heartwarming.
It was.
Unfortunately, it sounded like you had a piece of paper over a comb and we're talking through it.
Yes,
like we used to do. So I don't think she understood a word you just said out of your kind heart. Would you like to try it again?
Hey, can you hear me better now?
It sounded like you're talking through an auto tune.
Yeah, doggone it, Harrison. Why don't you just tell me what is your wife's name?
Breezy, Breezy.
Breezy.
Is he saying Breezy?
I think so.
Breezy?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
happy anniversary to you and Breezy, and she sounds like a wonderful person, and I'm glad that this has been a great first year in marriage, and I'm sorry that she might not have understood it from you.
But you tried.
I tried. Who was the person that said no good deed goes unpunished?
Yeah.
Who was that?
I don't know.
So sorry, Harrison. My heart was in the right place right there.
It really was.
We'll be back. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All of a sudden,
like he's got hungry butt on or something.
I jumped up. That's what ended it. I jumped up. I said, look. I said, hungry butts eating my shoulder blades. I said, there ain't no way this is real. And Mike starts laughing, and the whole thing was a setup.
The whole dang thing, and I got a sweaty, hungry butt. Right, but
like it was biting an apple.
I said, I want to get a more detail of that. I may carry that exercise home.
Here we go. 1, 2. I mean, that's what it was like.
I jumped up. I said, "That's it." I said, "This ain't real." He started laughing,
and that's when we realized every trainer had made their way into there, laughing and cutting it up.
Oh yeah, and everybody working out was in the window looking at us, and we're thinking, "Hey man, we're a great example," because people
checking out our form.
People kind of look at the torque thing. You got to understand, inside goals, it's like you walk by and you go, have you gone through it?
Yeah, you the torque.
It's like, have you gone through torque? And you hear people, oh, I tried it once, man. I ain't going back in there.
Right.
So we're thinking, hey, people are looking in here thinking, hey, these guys, they're doing it, man. They're getting after it.
Well,
but little did I know they were looking at hungry butt on each other's
Right.
and
AJ, as
laughing
Greg calls
at
it.
us.
Yeah.
I referred to it as a little different.
And this is when you knew. This is when you knew it was wrong. Is when Helmsley got up, looked at you, and said, "I ain't gonna quit you, man."
And I hope we explained it really good. The butt was right on the neck.
Well, what it
okay?
was, picture one of you on all fours, and the other guy is
sitting facing
is riding you like a horse, looking the other way.
Right, riding the horse backwards. Right, with his legs wrapped around your thighs.
Doing sit-ups.
Yeah, and when you do sit-ups
with his sweaty rear end on you,
lean your back over the head and you pull up. And every time you pull up, your butt goes.
That was really weird. Very weird.
Well, they got you good.
They got me. They laughed. God, they laughed.
I bet. Hey, look.
I mean, trainers. I mean, everybody was in there.
I'm not trying to tell you what to do.
Isn't
but
that good-looking girl you keep?
After that workout, I tossed that shirt and never looked back.
Oh man,
never
it was awful. It was awful.
I never wear that shirt again. There's no washing machine. Get that out.
Yeah.
No.
I'm thinking, man, I've had Mike's sweat in my mouth and his butt on my back. You know, and I'm
you
thinking,
just said it. But
yeah.
You did.
Wow.
Now I will say that I'm not trying to, and it wasn't because we had figured out that we were being had, but me and Helms cheated on the push-up when y'all weren't looking. We claimed we did. We didn't do any of them.
What?
He looked at me. He goes, "Hi, that's one set. Well, how many sets we supposed to do?" And we hadn't done any of them.
I'm over there. I got dead arms trying to hold him up.
Hams, did you just think, hey, we're about to headbutt each other? I'm not doing this.
Well, we fell several times trying to do it, and I was like, "We can't do this, Greg." Because you have your shoes off, so your socks are sliding on the
They tore a hole in my sock
or carpet.
Do you think this is the Boise State guys' way of getting y'all back for talking SEC?
I think so. And Greg kept bringing it up.
No.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, James Madison, Georgia Tech boy. All this kind of stuff.
Virginia
like,
Tech.
shh, Virginia. He's like, I'm like, shh, shh, shh.
So you kept bringing up.
Well, y'all keep asking him stuff during the workout, and that just makes it worse. Hey, how many more of these we got? Well, he adds 2 or 3 then. Well, you got 5.
How quick was Jeff through the ladder yesterday, by the
Very.
way? Former fullback for Boise State. He went through it a lot quicker than we were.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well, I noticed he was
Goodness
also
gracious.
watching us do. Oh,
Hungry butt?
yeah.
Laughing. Horse laughing. I mean, horse laughing.
Yeah, bent over horse laughing. Everybody, even people that were in like the kids area that do the child care, they even came out and brought the kids to watch.
Well, I don't know if that's what we want to show the kids.
Well, that's true.
Don't we have a confused generation enough?
Yeah. And today we go back and they say today it's all weights today, so there's no telling what's going to happen.
Y'all gonna have to do a treaty with them, by the way.
I think so.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Grab those. Also, ladies out there, great idea. Man Church Conference tickets for gifts this year. There'll be a price increase early December. Early access tickets are sold out already in Birmingham, but general admission is still available. And then early access and general admission still available for Atlanta and Panama City. See all the details at themanchurch.com. You'll see the link there. It'll show you who's speaking at which weekend, the facilities, hotel information. All of that is there at themanchurch.com. Also, don't forget Buffalo Wild Wings Charity Charge is today, benefiting the Well House, a nonprofit ministry dedicated to serving female survivors of human sex trafficking. As horrible as that sounds, it is sadly needed. Ages 11 to 42. So if you'd like to find out more, you can go to _wellhouse.org. and go out to Buffalo Wild Wings, the Alabama participating locations today. 10% of food sales will go to them. So, does everybody remember? I know that we still got some time, and I'm not a jump on Christmas early person, but because I want Christmas to have its season, and let's not burn it out before it ever gets here.
Don't go in Walmart.
Right,
They already got stuff out.
Kind of wish some of y'all out there would take the same attitude about Halloween. Well, you've had them up a while.
Oh yeah, fired up about it.
By the way, the Halloween decorations get more and more sinister, more and more dark, and they seem to be put out more and more early.
You're right.
I think it's a sign of the times. But anyway, so do you remember, like, when you were a kid, the thought of making your Christmas list and what you hoped Santa might consider? The toys were like, I mean, do you remember that feeling?
Are you talking about the wish book? We show up,
yeah,
and
I
flip
mean,
to the back of it, and there it was.
You know, and we had catalogs in those days. Came from like J.C. Penney and Sears and things like that.
It's Amazon now. It's an Amazon catalog.
Is it really?
That's what Ruby's circling everything in there right now.
You know, Greg, you with grandkids, you Adler with young kids, that excitement and that frenzy, I just absolutely love it. Now, I have good news, Greg. If you want to be Papa to end all Papas, or if you would like to be Pops to end all Pops, Speedy, now it's going. I think Greg's grandkids may have a better shot than your grandson.
I just spent $900 on a four-wheeler.
All right, well,
Merry Christmas to you.
Oh, okay, well then maybe not.
Merry Christmas to you, Speedy.
Yeah.
Now this is
worth about $3,000.
This is $600.
Oh wow.
Hey. Now.
Okay, $600.
How about that?
Okay. By the way, you know, all these things that people talk about, grandkids make you do things you wouldn't normally do. I just saw a miracle, what you just said. I thought to myself, this may be one of the most intense examples that I've ever seen.
There's boxes.
Is it possible that your grandson could make you no longer be cheap? I mean, when it comes
Greg's made him grow a heart.
Yeah, they do. They have a weird effect on you.
Oh yeah, they do. I watched you with your
let them do things.
I watched you with your grandkids Saturday night. It's like I want to go over there and say, "Hey, I don't know who you are. Have you seen my brother?" Because I was kind of hoping he would come. You know, because you're a nice fella. I don't know who you are.
Yeah, you're nice and pleasant.
All right, so Buzz Lightyear. Got any kids that still like Buzz Lightyear?
Oh yeah.
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 This
I got
is
a couple.
This is a robotic action figure. $600.
So that all?
So can you imagine if you were a kid and you got this?
I mean, it does everything, and you can even program it. Check it out.
Advancements in technology continue to change the world, allowing for your dreams to now become a reality.
Greetings. I am Buzz Lightyear. I come in peace.
Developed over the past 3 years and officially licensed by Disney Pixar. RoboSat and Disney have teamed up once again to bring one of the most beloved franchises to life for all Toy Story fans.
They've come
I'm Buzz Lightyear, Space Ranger. My ship has crash landed here by mistake.
Anyways, you guys get the idea. It is.
It moves. Everything. It just moves like it's alive, like it's a little action figure that's alive.
My
Yes,
grandkids
the
all
mouth
have,
even.
have the one that looks exactly like that, but it doesn't do all that.
Imagine if it did all
does.
that.
You hit a little button and it goes.
Imagine if it did all that.
One of the dogs ate Andy. We found his boot the other day.
Oh, no.
Hey, Buzz. We're going to put him back together like in the movie.
But can you imagine if you could give him one of these?
Oh, this is something else.
The mouth moves, the eyes move.
Does it fly across the room?
It does not a flying toy.
Here's what would happen.
Yeah.
You spend that money, and they look at it, and they just walk off because it's no different. You know, they watch it do a few tricks, and they're done with it.
Just give him a box.
This is this is a toy for adult men. Unfortunately, this is a toy.
Okay, I was about to say, do
in
you
your
think
office for your desk? That'd be pretty cool.
There you go. Do you think this has that potential that you're sitting there with it, completely enthralled by it, and you keep trying to call them back over?
Oh yeah.
After they walked away.
'Cause to them,
no, look at this, man. This is all. Look what it does.
You can program it.
They don't get all that.
Y'all, the amount of motors in this thing is, I mean, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, 12, 15 motors within this thing. It can walk on its own. The wings actually pop out. All right, I'm buying it.
Okay, but
so it does walk around.
It can walk on its own.
Is user customizable. Equipped with both app and web-based programming, RoboSend provides various levels of gameplay, so you can easily get started with programming. Just open the app.
It looks a little
move buttons with
complicated.
your hands to start programming.
Let me tell you, the problem is our kids and grandkids would know how to do what it requires there, and we would not.
No, yeah.
And so then they're not loving it like they need to, and then we wouldn't be able to access to make it do what we wanted to.
That's true.
That's
that would
okay.
happen.
I see what it does. So it connects with the app, and you program it through the app on what you want the commands to be.
Yes, you
and
can
how
make it pose and.
The kids kill me now, especially the youngest. She's less than 2.
Yeah.
She looks younger than that because she's so little, but she'll pick my phone up, start going tip, 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 tip. I'm going, how do they know to do all that?
Mary Hollis?
Yeah, she can point, make it turn on, and point at Ellis's picture and say Ellis.
So River and I, we're sitting down the other day, and I got the Apple remote, and I'm flipping through, and he goes, can I see it? And I'm like, he don't know how to work this thing. And he starts, and before I know it, we're watching.
How did he do it? Right.
Bling, and I'm like, so he's running the Apple remote.
It's amazing.
It's crazy, and they can go to Danny Go when they want.
Yeah.
Danny Go.
Danny Go.
Yeah,
they'll just watch things over and
isn't
over
it great?
and over again.
Isn't it great? Because this hit me over the weekend. Isn't it great? See, right now, y'all's grandchildren, they're in the world of. They actually look at you and think you're awesome and all this kind of stuff. And then I realized I picked up over the weekend that my 3 adult sons, all that made their way to the party, they make jokes about me.
Yeah,
I caught them.
I get that all the time.
The 2 that the one I loved is I have a older son who came from New York City and got there 50 minutes before the party started to take some time, he and his wife, and visit with us. The kid that lives 30 minutes from the farm was late.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how does that even happen? And
well,
then,
he sees you all the time.
And then you know what? Hey, Blake, did you get here in time so you could settle? Like that. So, and they started thinking, oh, Blake goes, yeah, I got here and settled. I said, that's right. He understands why I said, oh, wait a minute, let's get over here. You settle in? You good and settled in? And I'm like, wait, I think they're making fun.
They are.
They are. Now I realize that.
Try being bald.
You remember Dad?
You
know when Dad just wanted to get Channel 4? Mm-hmm. That's us now.
It is.
And our kids are making those kind of jokes about us.
They are. I noticed the same thing with mine.
And by the way, I'd like to tell my youngest son, no, I've never had you somewhere 2 hours before. Oh, I remember before I could drive, I had to learn what it's like to be there somewhere 2 hours. I'd never been 2 hours.
They're exaggerating.
45 minutes, yes, because we got to settle. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.